nothing but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
Good afternoon, everyone out there watching. I am Wombat Stew. This is John X Fire. We're with you today for the Global Esports Games Regional Qualifiers. This is Southeast Asia, South Africa division. And John, I'm just tuning in, but you were in yesterday's games.
Yeah, it was a jam-packed day. We had a lot of back and forth there. Pakistan did amazingly well, going 2-0 on both their series. Brunei and Sri Lanka finding a draw amongst themselves and dropping those series to Pakistan. So the groups are starting to shape up. We've got more matches lined up here on the Global Esports Games. Of course, the Global Esports Games is organized by the Global Esports Federation. Fairly young org, came out around 2019, working on these games to try to be a convening body for the global esports community. So this is their flagship event, I believe, the Global Esports Games, where the finals are going to be held in Singapore on the 17th to 19th of December. Live event, Resorts World Sentosa. It's going to be quite the ride for a lot of these teams. So everyone wants to be there. Who wouldn't want to be at Sentosa in December? It's a great place to spend that time. So, everyone's
It's a good
looking to make it all
motivation
the way.
tool.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, very good motivation tool. If you haven't been traveling overseas for a while and you get this opportunity to actually go and meet the other players and get out of your country in most cases, then I think players will take that as soon as they can. But yeah, it's really cool to see that something like this is popping up, like a world's equivalent of what Riot Games has. It's coming to Dota 2, and I love to see that. Team Pakistan, maybe we'll have a Team Australia one day, and you get Team Philippines. Instead of a mismatch of players, we actually get to see them represent their own country. So it's really good to see something like this popping up, and I imagine it's only going to get increasingly more popular as it goes on.
Oh, for sure. And the scope of the Global Esports Games isn't just limited to Dota as well. Of course, we're watching the Dota 2 Open qualifiers here. So it's mixed teams. There is a Dota 2 Women's division as well. So all female teams is there. Those qualifiers will be down the line. And there are more games as well. Like you've got Pro Evo Soccer 2021 from Konami. You've got Street Fighter 5 as well. So a lot of games going to be collapsing there and kind of uniting the gaming community around about December.
In terms of popularity, do you reckon Dota's the most popular and then the other two come behind? Or would you say
I would
it's like
be
Street
biased.
Fighter? Street Fighter in terms like how busy is that and how popular is that in like Region 1, for example?
I think in Region 1, Street Fighter is pretty popular. I think fighting games in general are something a lot of people actually do play. Like in my example in the Philippines, all of us grew up playing, I think Tekken is the actual big one here in the Philippines. But of course, a lot of people also played Street Fighter in the arcades. Pro Evo Soccer is pretty big as well. I just don't think my country's a football country at all. But in terms of games, I know the player base for PES is just huge. It's just been getting bigger and bigger as the years go on. So should be a lot of interest going in there. Hopefully someday we get more games. It's already a lot of games to kick off the flagship event. But I want to see more fighting games in there. I want to see maybe even some FPS would be pretty juicy there. CSGO and Dota in the same event. We haven't had those mixed events with Dota and CSGO in a while. Love to see that again.
Yeah, and if you head over to the other regions that will be coming up, what do we have? Like Moldova, we've got Libya, Hungary, and then Czech Republic's in one of the regions too. And I think even we head over to Iraq and Turkey and Belgium, and man, it's going to be awesome. The countries that we don't see in there, who's not in there at the moment that might end up joining us? I think Indonesia and Philippines not yet, but they're definitely, I reckon they'll join if there's another season.
Oh, for sure. Like there's a lot of national teams in Southeast Asia that you'd be keen to look forward to, like say Philippines, Indonesia, as you mentioned, Thailand, with
Thailand.
Motivate Trust, and a lot of their other teams as well. There's the potential because, as you mentioned, with national team events like this, you're not stuck to your org. So we could maybe get Jabs playing for the Thai team. We could maybe get Abid back for the Philippines team, stuff like that. That would be exciting to see.
Yes, it
doesn't
would.
look like they're set up in the open qualifier, so we're not going to see them here. But down the line would be a nice surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time. We'll see this grow. And hopefully, I'm not sure how the MS goes. What's it like for ping for like Brunei and that to come across to Singapore? Is there many issues in that regard, or are they finding it pretty even across the board?
I think ping-wise, latency-wise, it's not too bad for Brunei. They're still within Southeast Asia. They're probably just slightly more south than I am, towards the equator, and slightly more westbound, but they are closer to Singapore. So it's actually, I'd say maybe around 70 ms, depending on routing. The issue for Brunei specifically seems to be packet loss. So apparently by nighttime, the internet just doesn't quite hold up, and that was causing issues for them in their series yesterday against Pakistan. So hopefully today, they're playing early, and they shouldn't run into those issues, so it should be a lot smoother going for Brunei in their one series. We'll have to see if it holds up, but I think all the teams are kind of conveniently centrally located around Singapore. I think that's what makes Singapore a really good spot for this region, and also in kind of gathering everyone across the world for those finals. It's a very central location for people in Asia, for people in the West, and for people even in Africa and South America. It's probably the most even spot for everyone to go into, just dead center.
It's even manageable for us in Australia here. Like if you want to play in Australia and verse in Southeast Asia, just head over to Perth and you can play at 70 ms or something like that. So definitely a good spot for people to go if they want to go through. I believe Nepal. Did you watch Nepal play yesterday at all, or is this?
This is their
Gonna be
first
their
set of
first time coming
matches.
through?
Yeah, they were
Yes.
playing 3 best of 2s today, so Nepal's in for a marathon, and hopefully they hold up. Yet playing 6 games back to back can be a bit brutal, but it is a great test of endurance. So we'll have to
I'm
see
sure
if the
these
can
players
hold
have
up.
plenty of time played 6+ games in a row. I know I have, and I'm not even a pro player or anything. So, but you're right. The mental fortitude, you definitely. It's one of those things you want to be on a roll. So hopefully, not batting Brunei, but if Nepal gets a nice couple of wins, that might set them up well for the next few games. But as long as they just keep PMA, positive mental attitude, keep fighting, just make sure they stick together as a team and just work on their shortfalls. But we might see the game coming up soon, and we'll definitely tune in once the draft gets going. I heard you guys talk yesterday about Team Pakistan being quite the team. What do you reckon for these guys? Are they strong all around? Who's their star player?
I think for Team Pakistan, they just dominated the 2 series they played. So against Brunei, they took that first game in a very convincing fashion. The second game had to be forfeited by Brunei. Their second series up against Sri Lanka was an interesting one because the first game they had a full lineup. The second game, they couldn't get one of their players to connect. So he was having some internet issues. They ended up playing a 4v5 and Pakistan still won. And it wasn't just like a plain old win. It was still a very convincing win. So it looks like Team Pakistan is looking like the top dogs here in the Global Esports Games Region 1 qualifiers. And we'll see if they can maintain that momentum. I think the star player for Pakistan is probably Santi on the offlane. He's also their acting captain and drafter. And he just seems to have a really good read on what they want to do as a team. He sets that pace from the offlane. He has this insane Magnus that just immediately jumps in, looks for skewer plays. Much more emphasis for him on skewer. Not blink RP, blink skewer backs. And it's a very interesting take on Magnus that I don't think we've seen since a player like Arise. So keen to see that down the line. But of course, we do have our first match coming through. Nepal versus Brunei. The draft is on hand. Should be cool to see. Again, Nepal, this is their first day in. So we'd have to see what they can bring out. But Brunei, they've already played 4 games. This is their last series, I believe, in the qualifiers. Every single match counts if they want to climb up. They're going to have to look for that nice, clean win versus Nepal if they kind of want to hang in there.
Do you think we're going to see, Nick's Monkey Band, do you think we're going to see similar picks to what you're seeing in the pro scene at the moment in TI? Or do you reckon they're going to go for comfort picks? Like, what's this patch all about? Comfort picks or OP heroes?
I think it's a difference in not quite skill level, but like the maybe emotional state, maybe the stakes. We've been seeing a few different picks come true from a lot of the teams. We've been seeing, for example, Tiny in some games was uncontested, not banned, not picked. So it looks like the emphasis for a lot of these teams are comfort picks, like things they're used to playing in their pubs, things they're used to performing well in. And that means it's not quite a one-to-one to pro scene, but we have seen some inspirations from the pro scene. Like we've seen the Lycan Ags, but not with a Tiny, with a Sven, which is even more hilarious. You've got this big guy with a cleave anyway, so it kind of works out. You've got God's Strength on, you bite the Sven, he just cleaves everyone down with a free crit on hand. It's pretty terrifying, but yeah, it's not quite a one-to-one to the pro scene. You are seeing some influences slide in here.
Well, that's always nice. It's good to watch Dota and just not see the same game played over and over with the same OP heroes. Tiny is pretty scary though. Level, let's say, I think 16, he's already got 2.8k health or something like that. Like, I don't Oh, there we go. First pick Tiny. So they've been listening and they are going to go for that very strong hero pick at the moment. Nepal's just going to head in with the Venomancer and Clockwork.
Yeah, that's a very interesting opening from Team Nepal. So an immediate response. This looks like a duo they want to really play with. Venom plus Clock is a strong dual lane. Like say you run Awfully and Venomancer, you've got the Clockwork on hand. You have really great level 1 presence with Gale, with Battery Assault, or level 2 with Poison Sting, and Battery Assault and Cogs. You're looking at really fast kills coming out. And the Tiny can only toss one of them out. You can only kind of bail yourself out from the Clockwork, but the Venomancer is going to be hanging around, getting his poison off, slowing you down, looking for that kill. It's a really strong response. to slow down a core tiny pick from Team Brunei. So that safe lane for our tinies gonna have to watch out. But we were just talking about this. The Lycan does come through for Team
Yes.
Brunei, and they were the team to run the Lycan Sven as well. So they get the tiny combination of
Okay.
that, and likely just running that Lycan off lane. They did still go for the Overlord build and then segue onto the
10
Ags.
seconds
So they're looking
remaining.
for that early push tempo coming through. But the Lycan is going to be
5 seconds
a bit of an
remaining.
issue. I think you do have answers for Tiny with Veno Clock, and that kind of hold from the clockwork might not be enough to hold down a Lycan.
Yeah, I think if Nepal's done their research, maybe they watched any of yesterday's games, they might see this coming. So they're going to have to work on trying to outpush Team Brunei. We might get a very quick game here so far with these pushes,
Radiant team
this push
banned.
potential. But I don't quite know. Does Tiny have to go safe lane, do you think, here? Or is he going to go mid? Like, would he be necessarily versing Veno and Clock?
You could still flex it. The Tiny's not quite hard set on one. We still
10
see Tiny
seconds
mid sometimes,
remaining.
although not so much in the international. But in more localized tournaments, Tiny
5
mid still a thing.
seconds
Even Tiny
remaining.
support is a possibility. It just feels like when you've got the Tiny, and with how busted it is on safe lane, you might as well have it. You might just consider flexing Tiny onto the off lane instead. Just swap the Lycan Tiny lanes and just get a better time there. Avoid the lane
Yeah.
matchup. I don't think it's going to affect the Tiny too much if he's laning against something else. And that could be one way for Brunei to get that running start going. Even down the line, like for Team Nepal with Veno Clock, that's very tempo based. Like you can take care of the Tiny early on. He has no armor. He has high HP. The magic damage works out. As the game goes on, though, as you mentioned, with just a couple of stat items on Tiny, he hits an insane amount of EHP. And down the line, there could be a Hood of Defiance carrier as well from Brunei.
Yeah.
With a Lycan off lane, it doesn't tend to happen. But we have seen even some pause fours sort of rushed at
10
if the
seconds
game does
remaining.
necessitate it. So you will still have some protection for the damage output
5
of the Veno.
seconds
This
remaining.
could be a BKB game for the Tiny if he's really worried. Not very common for our core Tinies, but up against a Venomancer with all the slows and magic
Radiant
damage coming
team
through, it could be valuable as well for the Tiny to pick up.
Yeah, I'd rather just have that high damage, probably to deal with if Veno and Clock go quite a tanky build too, because they both have that capability to go magic and armor resistant. I was thinking there may be like an answer for those two would be
10
like an Oracle,
seconds
perhaps,
remaining.
that nice Purge, or a Shadow Demon. Are they really played very much?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
Just to kind of disengage.
Yeah, it would be a really good option for kind of saving that Tiny. Don't see them too often. We did see the Oracle yesterday though. It was picked up, but the time we saw it didn't have that strong combination. I think in this case, Oracle plus Tiny or Lycan is actually really damn good, especially for the Tiny. Just having False Promise on the edge, Tiny can dish out so much damage in that period where he's still alive. Even if he dies at the end, you still get a valuable amount of damage. So it could be a great value pickup for Brunei, as well as they still don't have supports, right? Like they went all in on 2 core pickups
Radiant
first
team
phase for
banned.
Nepal. They're still flex with a Veno Clock. I mean, they could just run Venomancer as a hard 5. We've seen that a couple of times as
Radiant
well.
team
Have the
pick.
Clockwork pause for something else on the off lane if they don't feel confident about it. But I think when you're assuming Tiny 1 safe lane, Venomancer is just a really good way to respond to it.
Yeah, good to go there. Yeah, well, might want some more stuns on the team Nepal, just because Clockwork, I mean, he has got battery assault, but you want something that's able to keep him close. But that looks like a off Timbersaw, so it could well be a Venomancer 5.
It's looking like it.
Or a
This
Timber
is
mid.
possibly a Timber mid. We don't see that too often, but it is
Yeah.
still a possibility depending on the mid
10
matchup.
seconds
I
remaining.
think for the Timbersaw, it's a great
Sort of
way
a
to just
Lycan.
have this.
5
Yeah, it's
seconds
a great way
remaining.
to kind of handle that creep army from Lycan. You've got a lot of AoE damage coming through. So you can kind of try to clear out the creep army. I think once you hit Overlord timing, it does get really difficult for the Timbersaw to handle that ancient creep though. I think that's the one creep
Dire
he's
team
not
pick.
really going to insta burst for the team. And for Brunei, they go into the Witch Doctor. So it's not the saving supports you were mentioning, not the Oracle and any such, but the Witch Doctor does provide you with sustain. Very good sustain in wide AoE to keep that push going from the Lycan. So you can sustain the creeps a bit longer.
10
Once the Overlord's up, you
seconds
get a lot of auras to buff up those creeps as well. And this does lead to
5
some pretty good
seconds remaining.
momentum from Brunei. Not much team fight from the way of Brunei, though. If you compare the team fight potential of Nepal, with the Poison Nova coming through, with the control you have from Cogs in a good location, with Timber Sauce AoE, it is a lot easier for Nepal to actually take bigger fights than it is for Brunei right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really up to the Witch Doctor to work on his positioning, especially against that clockwork. As soon as you're chucking out your wards, he's probably hooking onto the back of you, but could be enough to give Tiny a bit of space.
Yeah.
I live in the middle of the countryside, and somehow I have sirens on my road. I don't know if you can hear that.
It happens, sometimes it's a busy day. Still, Brunei, they actually take the Venge out, and that's looking like a support Venge. Team Nepal do take the Sven, which is really probably ticking all the boxes you were asking for. So it's a little bit more control with a Stormhammer. It's a really good pause one with the damage output you have. Does raise the question, though. With the Sven, with the Timb, the Sven Venomancer as a dual lane sounds pretty good. Like you have a solid way of just lining up for the Poisonous Gale. Venomous Gale coming through from the Venomancer, so you just Warhammer in, get the Gale off. That could be a very easy kill to find in the offlane. Lycan, level 1, level 2, it's not that tanky. Like you kind of need Feral Impulse up to level 2 to feel really good. So that's like a level 3, level 4 timing, depending on what you choose level 3, if you want the stronger wolves or the aura. And that should lead to the Sven having a pretty decent time in lane. You can't really play around with your wolves too well to clear out the creep wave up against the Sven. Once the cleave is leveled up, and Sven's just going to be chipping away at your wolves as well, and you could potentially be bleeding gold. So I like that pick from Nepal. I think the big, angry red man, when he pops his ult, is going to be really strong here. It does give him a way of fighting back against a Tiny. So the issue now is Sven versus Tiny is cores. The core-to-core matchup is a bit funky on that. I think the Tiny still overwhelms. Like, he just has so much damage compared to Sven. Sven is tied into God Strength, and that's an ult. Tiny just needs Tree Grab, and that's not an ult. It's on low cooldown. You can get the Ag Shard to kind of remove that as a limiter even. So when it comes down to it, Brunei still has more opportunities with a Tiny, but Nepal certainly has some explosive spikes with a Sven here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Brunei's draft, I would be pretty scared of us versing that, but I think Nepal's kind of come up with the best counters. I think the Veno Clockwork were just auto-picked. I don't know if they necessarily, because they picked so fast against Tiny, but it's worked in their favor. If Brunei, like, I feel like Brunei really needs to do well in the laning phase here to get ahead. Might require a few ganks. Both Witch Doctor and Venge are good for that mid lane gank potential. But we're going to see a couple of mids come up now. What are your predictions then for Brunei and Nepal? Who do you reckon is going to...
They've still got the Void
yeah.
Spirit
No
on
Puck.
hand. Yeah, no Puck, no
Void
Quap,
Spirit,
no
yep.
Storm, no Ember. So the Void Spirit could be a choice. They go into the Invoker instead for Team Brunei,
Yep.
which does give them a lot in terms of buffing up Tiny. You've got Alacrity to play with. You've got some team fight coming out from the Invoker with Tornado, with EMP, and to an extent the Ice Wall as well. But you don't really have the setup for that kind of team fight. You don't have something like a Ravage, Black Hole, a Chronosphere, something big to really line up. Even something like an Arena tends to kind of work with the Invoker combination of Cataclysm. You don't really have that emphasis here. So for Brunei, it does feel like this kind of draft needs to be run a bit more hit and run. You know, you're looking for skirmishes, you're looking for pickoffs. You don't necessarily want the early 5v5s. Team Nepal looks overwhelmingly strong in early team fights, maybe up to minute 20 is when they really want to run around and keep forcing the issue as a bigger group. Brunei is just going to have to shift out and keep farming on the Tiny, keep farming on the Lycan to an extent to get some item spikes. Even this Venge support, like pause 4 Venge is strong, it still needs Ags. Like a lot of times you see the Venge there, all the support players still have to pick up Ags, and that's still a major spike you're missing. Nepal, they tie it up with a Kunkka. So even more team fight coming in, really strong combination to have with your Sven on hand. You've got a lot of EHP coming through with a rum buff on the boat, and it just leads to a really explosive team fight set from Nepal.
Yeah, I was thinking the Kunkka. I don't want to say it too much, but Kunkka versus Invoker, pretty nice on the mid lane. There's not too much like gank potential for Nepal in the early stage. So as long as Silver is able to just hide away from the Tidebringers, like, you know, manage to bait that out or not get caught himself, then I think he could be pretty safe. Again, I think personally I like Brunei's draft better, just because I like the idea of the Lycan Tiny combo and the early push. But I do think Nepal has a good team fight. So what are you going to call shots? Who do you reckon is going to come out on top here?
It's fairly even. Brunei does have that tiny advantage, as you mentioned, because of, well, tiny and Lycan. I think it's just down to who gets to execute the game in the way they want to. So if Nepal manages to play fast, say just hit a Mask of Madness Blink or Mask of Madness BKB timing on Blue's Sven, then you should feel pretty good. You should just constantly force fights while you're strong, while you're ahead, while the Tiny's still saving up for a Silver Edge, while Lycan doesn't have Ags, and just force it that way. Because for Brunei, they just don't have that team fight to counteract. And Nepal's going to need to play around that fact while they're strong. If the game does go late, Brunei scaling is just off the charts. It's a Tiny, it's a Lycan, it's even an Invoker with Alacrity to buff up that Tiny even more, which is just ridiculous. So you have all these steroids down to really get your win condition going, and that could be scary. If the game drags past, say, 35 minutes, I think Brunei should definitely just be able to outscale the side of Nepal.
And you'll start seeing Venge come online as well as a bit of a caller, and she's got her aura there too for the team. So definitely think late game Brunei needs to. Oh my gosh, these voice lines. Brunei needs to come out on top phase, I think, for them to.
Yeah, so it looks like we're having a couple of issues with the in-game hubs right now, as you can see on stream. Just one of those things with Dota 2 beta game. We're going to have to take our time to go back into the game, but you will have our lovely faces here. At the very least, you've got Wombat to look at and me just kind of standing on side.
Nah, you're fine. John, you're great. You got your nice, tidy bed. I don't have that. I got a dog on my bed, though, so that is a bonus. Where's your dog, huh?
She's outside. If I leave her here, she's gonna dig for socks in my bed. She never behaves. She just runs all over the pillow side. She knows I keep my nighttime socks there, and she doesn't stop. So she's not a very well behaved pupper. Yeah, like I don't know why. Like it's comfy, you know. Even though it's warm here, like having socks while you're sleeping, it helps you feel secure. You know that feeling when your blanket's too short and your feet are out? Socks helps that.
No, I'm not very tall, so I don't experience that.
Fair enough.
No, that's fair. It's really hot here at the moment, so I mean, coming into summer on the southern hemisphere, what do you guys like up there? Is it hot conditions for Southeast Asia, or is it doing pretty good? Wet.
Well, you've lived in Indonesia for some time, so I know you know the Southeast Asian weather. It is definitely warm, but what is warmer is our Dota game right now. We are back into the game. We do have not too much action yet, even bounty in trade so far, so didn't miss out on too much. We will take a look at the lanes as they do break out up top. Early tri-lane coming out here from the side of Nepal as they are grouping around. They've got the Clockwork, I'm Awake, Dream on the Veno. The Sven, they do actually shift up top, so they are giving Blues a bit of a better lane, just having him play against the Tiny. And they are just running the support Veno and support Clock here, so they just want to pressure Tiny, stop that farm from coming out.
Yeah, in the end, Sven doesn't need as much levels as the Tiny, so... But you can see Dreamy, he's hanging back, he's letting Sven get that XP, and just making sure they're just going to come through and pressure this Tiny. And he's also blocked that small camp too, which means it can't be pulled. And I think this is going to get a lot harder for Zanjili as we go on. Yeah. But what does that mean for bottom lane then? Is it pretty cruisy right now for this Timbersaw? I don't think he can really get picked up too heavily.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice lane for Timbersaw. You're up against Venge, Lycan, Tippy on that Lycan once more, along with XV or 15 on the Venge. Once you hit level 3 in the Tim, you're unkillable. Even with the minus armor coming through from XV, it's not going to be enough. So much bonus armor on that Timbersaw. You don't really have burst damage on hand from the side of Brunei, so I think for Nepal, this is the right way to play it. You just have a free lane for your Tim anyway, you apply more pressure onto that Tiny with your Venomancer tri-lane, and you just kind of build up farm. You don't really care about your Timbersaw, you can just kind of leave him alone here.
Indeed. I'm watching through VMix. Oh, they're gonna jump on top of Zanli at the moment. Nice Gale coming through there into the bush, and is gonna come through. Might be able to get, yes, the nice stun off too. That looks like the first one might go through. He's gonna try and stun them up, but they're gonna slowly chase him down. And unfortunately, there's nothing the Witch Doctor can do. First blood going over to...
Surprised Brunei just kept this lane up, and they know that There's a tri-lane top. They've already seen the Timbersaw solo bot. They could have just swapped their heroes around. So if you had
Yeah.
a Venge Tiny in the bot lane instead, have Lycan up top, I don't think much changes. It's still a tough lane for Lycan, but your Tiny can have a little bit more farm coming through. Still have to take a look at the mid lane. Last lane we haven't really taken a peek at. You've got Incognito on that Kunkka, and he's doing a fantastic job already. 15-2 up against Silver's 11-2 Invoker. And you were talking about it a bit, but Kunkka is one of those heroes that just doesn't really get zoned out. Even with all the spells on hand from Silver, early levels for Invoker, not the best harassment. You can just sit back on this Kunkka and play with Tideburn.
Yeah, and I was just watching bottom then. They've had to send the team back. Dreamy though, getting hit up top as well. The tree gets thrown. He goes down too. Now they're going to turn to a wake. That is a Maledict on top, but he has the cogs to disengage, and he's fine for the moment.
Yeah, they've responded with their own tri-lane up top for Brunei now. So they're running a try-on-try situation. The tri-lane of Brunei doesn't sound as strong. Mind you, this is a triple stun lane. So you've got Magic Missile, you've got the Cask, you've got Avalanche plus Toss as a pseudo-stun as well. And that should lead to more control if they want to be aggressive. The issue is there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Nepal. Like, if the Gale comes off onto two heroes, that might not be a chase you want to commit to.
Oh, they're definitely making it hard at the moment for Brunei, I think. But I'm awake. He got boots. Yep. So he'll be fine. He's just wasting their time and taking the pressure off the cause. Is he going to try and go for a courier snipe here? I don't know if he's going to see it in time, but are we going to say revival or XV? Is that the name?
I think it's XV. Yeah, XV.
XV and
That's
Z7.
what you've been calling. Yep.
Okay, cool. Z7. I like the name Zhangji Li. That rolls off the tongue very nicely.
Oh, it definitely does. And they did go for the courier snipe on I'm Awake. They managed to cut off with Cogs. So he's really just giving a lot of space. Like, the tri-lane's kind of cut off. You've got two heroes showing in lane. We had a Venomancer building up some stacks, and he's working his way out here now. They do have full mana pool, so there's the Gale.
Ooh. Dreamy though, he's come through, but it looks like I'm Awake might go down. Maledict and a stun there as well to boot. A little bit of an avalanche and a tree toss. We'll give the kill over to Zhangji Li. I think Bian's gonna be fine. He's gonna try and kill this courier. So Blues is just gonna head to lane and back to creeps. But yeah, I mean, support for support, not too bad. And on the bottom lane though, Lamb manages to kill out Tip.
Yeah, it's not a good sign for Lycan. Flame's already level 6, about to hit level 7, or Lycan's still at level 4. So you're missing out on a lot of initial EXP, and you haven't slowed down that Timbersaw, while all of that pressure from top still stays. The tri-lane for Brunei, it looked like a good idea to take away some of that pressure. They have found a kill or two because of that, but it just doesn't feel like it's doing enough. You mentioned it earlier, but Tiny needs a lot more EXP than a Sven does. You need to hit these level spikes. You want to hit level 12. That's when your bonus damage skyrockets and the attack speed reduction doesn't feel as bad with items up at that point. You just want to scale into that point, but Nepal's not giving them much room.
Probably another courier dead here as well. They've managed to turn though. It looks like Z7 goes down. He does. I'm Awake actually gets it. And they're going to turn to Dreamy. Nice stun. And we got a nice rotation from Silver here on the back lines. XV though will fall. Incognito is going to probably just head back to lane, but that was a nice rotation from both the mid players there. 5-3 overall. Not too much of a gold lead, but I would say that Nepal is currently looking very strong overall here. Especially looking in this bottom lane, I'm like, oh well, bottom lane's lost. That T1 tower is already gone. Level 7 on this Timbersaw. What's he going next? Do you just pick up Orb? Yep, Orb Corrosive, and now he's just gonna batter onto the T2.
Yep, and there's nothing Tippy can do about this. He can't stop it. He's a Lycan on the offlane. He just wants to farm. Timbersaw just prevents you from doing that. Flamestron is at the strongest point of this hero. And just having this tower lead early on means that it's nearly unplayable to be in that part of the map.
Yeah, but he's been punished for sure. Both supports rotate in at the moment. A little bit of reactive armor though, 24. He's surviving. He's so tanky. They're both level 3 at least, but Silver's coming with rotation. They might be able to go through Timbersaw. Timber Chain not quite connecting there. So it took 4 heroes to take him out. He's probably pretty okay with that. It's a lot of space for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think for Brunei that's alright because they managed to at least have Zan deny himself to neutrals. If he actually died in that rotation, that doesn't feel worthwhile. You do get the higher value kill in Timbersaw, but the fact that your Tiny gets dead again is not something you want to see, although they're making plays.
Yeah, well, Dreamy's, oh, he's still alive. He has a stick by the looks of it.
Oh.
Silver's going to get the last hit, though, there as well. Rotation, though, Incognito, he's found out that, and I'm Awake's getting chased right now by a team of 4 once again. He falls. So it looks like Brunei really just have to work together here to catch up, but... no, they're going to keep going as well. This Timbersaw, nice bit of damage coming through as well. Oh, Fairy Fire, though, popped, but Z7's going to fall eventually. Nice bit of play there. Flame Strong.
A couple of support kills coming out from Brunei. Not the biggest targets to take, just a Veno and Clockwork, but they are starting to apply some pressure back. The issue is the mid's being pushed in. They need to kind of throw their bodies for it to stop this push.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, they are trying to punish Flamestorm. We got a rotation in from Z7 too. Gets the Maledict off. Is it going to be enough? Need a little bit of damage. Tornado as well. It might just be. Timbersaw's back, though. Rotates into the 3 of them. Nice summon to Incognito. Tidebringer takes out 1. Oh my god, he's still alive with the tree. Doesn't even do anything.
No.
Oh, this guy. Silver, X marks, Torrent as well. Any damage coming through? A little bit. Timbersaw's back in. Chucks out the Chakram. Oh, he's got a double kill. Yep, this guy's kind of coming out of control at the moment. And Z7's had to run away from that fight.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. This is what happens when you leave a Timbersaw alone in lane. It's over leveled. It doesn't even have something like a Hood of Defiance or a Vanguard to tank through. It's just got those boots and the Orb of Corrosion plus 150 HP. That's the only real stat item he has. And he's unkillable. You just don't have the burst on hand from Brunei. You don't have the magic damage. You don't have enough minus armor to deal with a Timb. And this is when Flamestron's just a bit too strong. Tippy, he does have the Dominator up, but he doesn't have a part of the map to play with. With no mid-tier 1, no top tier 1, no bot tier 1, they can't cross the river here on the side of Brunei.
No, it's just Flamestorm's just going to be there to deal with it straight up. Oh no, this Wish Doctor's looking pretty dead. Z7 chucks out a Cogs there for the moment. Avalanche there to disengage. Oh, they did get out an ulti though from Sven, so not too bad. Incognito finds still in the bottom line. It connects onto XV. X marks will be there, and he's still alive for the moment. I dare say he is not, but we do see Dreamy fall down just below there, taken out by Tip. At least there was a little bit of a trade, but like you said, Tip's got a really, I mean, he's going back to lane towards, I'm Awake. I don't know if he has to be careful here or not, or is he? He's probably okay.
Yeah, not under any risk yet. Good punishment coming through from the side of Brunei. They only find a Venom kill, but you need every single kill they can take. You just have to avoid losing your course. If you sacrifice your supports for these kills, it feels good, although Tippy now.
Was this looking mid? I can't go back there. Looks like they might go for a Tippy. Oh no, he's definitely going down 3v1 right now. This is a hard game for him. I mean, what can he do? Like, what can he really do? Like, he's been cornered into his side of the map. The Dire don't really have much space to work with. And the whole of the Radiant team are just making it their home.
Yeah, they're just constantly applying pressure, and they're not relenting. They just keep these fights going.
XV is falling low as well. A Gale connected on top of him might get denied. Yeah.
Just invade that triangle, force the side of Brunei out. There's just no space for them to farm. They occupy triangle, Nepal's on top of them. They are trying to buy Zanji, leave some space. This Tiny is not at the point where it pops off. It's sitting at 2.9k net worth. No Echo Saber up yet. Nothing to really play with. And that big spike we're expecting with Tiny Core, it's just not ready. Like, there's way too much Brunei still needs to build up on, and I think that's the issue with going for Tiny Lycan. If you don't manage to get space out in the lane, it can be really greedy to try to sustain those two heroes' farms.
Yeah, they're just going to get slowly pushed back to their high ground. They really have to work as a team here. Maybe we could see some smoke gangs, but the pace of the game is just moving so fast right now, and Nepal want to keep it that way. So, I mean, we did say they had a really good team fight, a lot of control. Flamestron's is chilling in the jungle. What do we have? The Sven is farming Ancients. Net worth, he's still sitting in the top quite convincingly, 6.8k. I'm Awake though, finds the smoke coming up to high ground, goes for TP, but he'll get avalanched away. He needs to be careful. Flamestrom coming through, XV, misses a Maledict though, but there is a Veno ulti right there as well. Oh no, the Invoker Silver down the bottom has to get out of there, but Sanji Lee's gonna fall. Incognito taking that right click damage out of there, so 2 dead. for Brunei. Do they want to keep fighting? Looks like Flamestone does. X-Marks is there to secure it. I do.
They just clean up. Really good smoke break coming out from I'm Awake. He doesn't even die in that entire fight. He just manages to sustain himself, breaks off that opportunity that Brunei is just desperately looking for. And they're just dropping. They're dropping all their big heroes. At this point, you might want to just consider shifting Zan's build from the Echo Saber to, say, a Blink. You just need something to jump in, look for the pickoffs, play around that. If you're still going for this long game here, I'm not sure how much more game time is actually left.
Does Invoker always have to build Midas? Oh, the hook shot though, Silver, he's not going to have that Midas for a very long time. I think he's going to go down. He's trying to kill I'm Awake if he possibly can, but he's just going to get killed by Incognito.
He can't even handle the Clockwork solo. I mean, it's an Invoker. It does need a lot more to get going. He's only got one level ahead of the Clockwork, so it's not a good state for the Invoker. His spells just aren't beefy enough. Going back to your question, Midas for Invoker is not something you need every time. It is good when you can farm it. In this case, it does feel like something they need out of desperation as XV does get taken out. But I think he just wants a way to get that EXP going, wants a way to hit level 12, level 15, get some talents, get more points up on his orbs, and try to beef up the spells, but it's just such a long time away. He's still lacking at least around 700 gold or so, as they lose their mid-tier 2 now as well. Brunei is running out of map space, and Nepal, ever since they took those tier 1s, they haven't been playing on their side of the river. They've just occupied this dire side of the map and just never
Blues.
stepped off the gas.
Only Blues has been farming the triangle. He's just stayed top half of the map, I think, for the last 10 minutes or so. But we do have a smoke coming out for Dire. They do need to get a pick off here. Ideally, not the Timbersaw. Like, you want to get something faster. They can find Blues here, but they're going to go for the Timber, by the looks of it. Is he on a willing kill streak? Are they going to get him? Oh, nice. Disconnect there with the stun too. He's going to turn though. Tippy, a little bit of damage coming down, but they do get an Avalanche Maledict as well. He's still alive. Timber Chain not going to go off. They're just right-clicking him if they can. I'm Awake's in though, gets a nice cogs, but they do take down the Timber. 420 gold going over to... who took it? Blues, which is pretty nice. And now Silver's going to pay for it though. The both will connect. And we get a nice little connect with the Dreamy ultimate on the background too. Zanji Lee. He's gonna fall down. Revival, XV, should I say. He'll pay for it too. So, hey, the whole team tried to go for a smoke, and they managed to get it, but they paid with it for their lives.
They kill off the Timbersaw, which is pretty big. It just took like 4 years to get that done, and the rest of Nepal just comes in, cleans up, finds the tier 2 anyway. And they don't have any reason to stop. It's not like there are any big team fight spells. Brunei has to slow down the pace of Nepal. They don't have something like a Ravage or a Black Hole or a Chrono or an RP. Nothing that really changes the state of the game with one spell use. And the side of Nepal, I think, understand that. They just get the reset out onto Blues with the X mark. Just goes back, shoving in a lane. They've even got Flamestone back to just solo pushing bot lane. So he could clear out that tier 2 and just completely empty out the outside part of the map.
Oh, nice swap there. Is he going to get pushed back up to high ground? No, but they have turned. I'm Awake, might pay for this as well. Maledict. The water's there. Then there's no stun either, so he does fall. Nice little pick off there. And I mean, he's worth quite a lot too.
For a support at
250
this point, it is pretty darn high. Like, compare that to how much Nepal's been getting from core kills. Like, Silver was worth 213. Zanjili was worth 206. When they finished him off. So even if you kill these supports, it's still a good gold injection for Brunei. They just need so much more of it. They need maybe 5-6 more kills, and it kind of helps them even out. I just don't know if Nepal is going to give them that many openings. And tier 2 bot did fall. Flamestone's just pushing solo on the tier 3 by himself down bot.
And the Lycan's forced to try and farm the jungle if they can. Flamestone, they're going to go for him. Maledict might connect. Yes, it does indeed. Oh, the Timber Chain though. He's happy. He doesn't even care. The next level play indeed. The whole team's trying to come out and push him back, and then that just gives the rest of his team the chance to farm the jungle. Blue's going up to the high ground now, hitting 2-3. Sitting at 1200 net worth. He's pretty much double net worth of the enemy team.
Yeah, he's just he's just popping off. He had such a great time in lane. The tri-lane for Nepal really enabled him to do a lot. And just look at Flamestream. He's just Meteor hammering a tier 3 by himself.
Will he pay for it? I mean, he's got no mana at the moment. Nice bit of damage coming from Z7. The Sovereign's gonna be there though. Hook shot on the back lines. Nice to disengage as well. The Cogs will push the team back. He's got the pig out too. Oh, they managed to kill the Timber though. Z7 gets a nice bit of gold there as well. Takes him out for a while, and Tippy's gonna probably just come out and actually farm, which is nice for him. Gives him that space.
The issue is, Roshan is happening. They did manage to scan it out from Brunei's side, but can't really do much to stop this. So they've got to play against the Aegis now on Incognito. Blues doesn't even feel like he needs it. And that's just going to lead to Nepal probably looking for the bigger fights onto high ground. I mean, they've done some substantial damage, decent enough damage on that tier 3 bot. They could look to just group up, maybe play a full 5v5 with Timbersaw actually showing up. They are set up for it. Occupying mid. Brunei is trying to get space back. They planted some wards in the triangle, and they are trying to chase some loose heroes, but they don't have the mobility to really catch anyone out just yet.
The pig out, that doesn't go on cooldown, does it? Like the tumble toy thing. Oh, hook shot though, up on the sidelines. Is he gonna go for anything? He's found Sanji Lee. Do you think they're gonna, attack as well? Oh, nice swap though, coming out. I have to see Incognito get some monster kill in the meantime. There you go. Stormhammer. I think this guy's dead pretty much. Unless there's something that they can do about it. Can he turn? Does he have any more stuns? No, he manages to pull stuff forward though, and they turned their attention to Tippy. That's not ideal. He had a little bit of time to catch up and farm, but now he's dead for 30 seconds again. And without this Witch Doctor, they're just going to take this T3 pretty comfortably.
Not much to worry about. They've still got a lot of damage on hand. They've still got the Aegis on Incognito. They forced the Fortify out, so there is some time for Brunei. And there's a smoke play in the back. Looks like they might want to maybe have a cheeky wraparound here. See if they find an angle somehow.
I think Nepal really care at this point. Nice tornado though. BKB popped on Incognito. Blues is going to jump forward. Has the BKB though. Doesn't even matter. B7's just going to melt instantly. Godlike as well on Incognito. I don't know if there's much chance to come back from this. 18k ahead for the moment. Hook shot.
Yeah,
this is gonna slowly hit it.
It's tough times for Brunei, and Blues just doesn't even care. Just jumps in, clears them out.
I mean, the fact they can melt the Tiny that easily is kind of the way that this is going. Oh, they do manage to kill Blues though. Nice shared bounty.
Yeah, it's something. It's just not stopping this push from the rest of Nepal. They're still going for mid. Tip out onto I'm Awake. Probably not vesseling, earning him up. Maybe not quite pleased with that. But Brunei, their respawns are short, so they should be able to come back in for defense if they want to.
What do you do here? There's the X marks Z7 instead as well. The boat connects. The chakra's there. He's alive. Actually, he has the healing for the moment. Is it going to outlast the deny? Is someone going to have to deny him? No. Wow. Double kill.
It's just not enough. The Witch Doctor needs a lot of levels in the heal. It's still level 1, so he can't out-heal the damage. The mid-racks falls. They're going for the clean sweep onto top now. Just going for the Megas before going for tier 4s. Not wanting to risk anything on the side of Nepal. Brunei, this is more time for them to respond. Respawns in 15 seconds for the Invoker. So they can force one last team fight. It's 28 to 12, and they don't really have much in terms of items to give them a boost here.
Avalanche. I think XP really wants like some
the hook.
She's hanging up on the high ground, but yeah. Oh, Cogs though. That was a lifesaver for Z7 for the moment. I'm Awake, getting gone on by Tiny, but needs to be careful. Cask is there, bouncing, keeping them locked down for the moment. There is the ward onto Flame. Oh, he's actually going to pop down as well. I don't think that Crimson's going to be enough. No. Is there going to be a chase from here?
And
By X marks boat as well. Sanji Lee, BKB on Incognito, but there is a swap there from XP. Might sacrifice her own life in the meantime. Oh, 4-star forward from I'm Awake though. Is he gonna get a Cogs off? Finds the 2 supports, but Sanji Lee, X marks on the back lines. They will forget about him, I think, and turn their attention onto Tippy. And Blue's still awake. Nope, Meteor, nice. Connects. I got a few kills from that.
they got some punishment off. issue is it's now mega creeps at 22 minutes
Yeah.
in for Brunei have to deal with a 21k lead for Nepal. They will be able to, again, mount the defense, hold onto their high ground a bit longer and protect that Ancient. But I think the side of Nepal are just going to look to go for the end play soon. They do lose a courier as well. That is the full Spirit Vessel for Silver. That is taken away. Would have been a massive tool in taking away even more regen from Flamestone, just handling that Timber Saw. But they're not going to have that for a few more minutes at least, a minute 50. So no full Spirit Vessel up. They can try to farm out here. I don't think they have enough time to get anything major. And I think the side of Nepal, once that Sven is close to respawning, they're going to look to pressure once more.
Yeah, I think even Dreamy's feeling pretty confident here as well. Oh, there's a shard. Witch Doctor, a little damage off into Dreamy. Needs to be careful. He might just chuck off his ulti for the moment. Silver drops. Flamestron uses meme hammering the 2 towers, but he gets stunned in the meantime. He's turning onto Zanjili as well. He's going to get popped. Avalanche doesn't do too much damage. Standing inside the chakra, he gets that kill. Gets killed rather. Dippy trying to desperately take off Dreamy, but he's been forced away. And now Blues is in. X-Marks connects. A little bit of healing, but Stormhammer. Oh, very nice. That's there from XP. I think they just want to kill this Timber. I think they're just so annoyed with this Timber Sword. They just want to kill it so bad.
It looks like they are just trying to focus down on Flamestone. Unfortunately, their Pure Force are falling, and Brunei does call GG. Nepal, dominant fashion in game 1, just cleaning up 24 minutes in, 35-16, a 24k lead. They just played amazingly in this first game.
Yeah, that tri-lane was definitely the play for Nepal. Like we said, they had to come out, well, I was going to say Brunei had to come out quite well during the laning phase if they wanted to win that one, but Nepal did what we expected them to do. And this is the first game they're going to have tonight of 6, I believe, so it's a really good role for them to start on.
Yeah, definitely. They have 6 games to play. They do amazingly well here. Like Puzzle, Arkonka had a perfect game, 9-0-17, and Blues pretty much had an amazing game as well, 10-2. And of course, the Timbersaw on that massive streak, free lane on the off lane. For Brunei, I think it might be a bit of a drafting issue. Maybe if they go for this tiny Lycan, it feels like they need more activity from the mid. I don't think the Invoker cut it. Not down to Silver's play, more of just the kit of the hero. They had really 3 greedy heroes in terms of EXP and gold, and they couldn't really capitalize on it. Their supports were a bit passive with Witch Doctor Venge. It took them a while to adjust into a trialing of their own to counteract Team Nepal, and at that point, they couldn't stop the Venomancer and Clockwork duo with the Sven on the off.
Yeah, I think I would like to see another game, maybe with XV on there, because the Venge didn't really get to play much. So hopefully it was just a drafting issue, and we will be able to see a little bit more of a stronger matchup. I was going to say like a Quap would have been nice there, but I'm pretty sure they banned both Quap and who was the other hero? Storm were gone too, which would have been really good counters, and had like a little bit more control in terms of team fight and stuff. But you know, maybe they're just going to have to go all out and pick what they want early to stop it from getting banned, and we might just see after about a 5 to 10 minute break before the next one. And yeah, we'll talk to you guys soon. Stick around to see if Brunei can indeed come back to make it a 1-1.
know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Wombat Spew, joined by John X Fire. We just had a very convincing match from Nepal versus Brunei. It is the Global Esports Games Region 1 qualifiers. So the first game of the night, we've got 3 best of 2 tonights. And how do you reckon you could sum up that first game?
Dominant from the side of Nepal. They just played amazingly well. They had really strong lanes coming out. They had a solo lane for the Timbersaw running on the safe lane. Flamestorm just had a free time. They ran an aggressive tri lane up top with her Sven, with her Clockwork and Venomancer, and having all of that magic damage early on really just put a big dent onto our Tiny's early farms. Angie Lee just could not build up in the way he wanted to on the Tiny. Couldn't get the space out to hit the Echo Saber timing. No Blink, no Shadow Blade, no Silver Edge at all in that game. And Nepal just knew what to do. They gave away Lycan and Tiny, not an issue, never really became a big thing, as there's just no room to farm. I think for Brunei, we were mentioning it a couple of times, that it does feel like a drafting issue, especially on mid, like the Invoker for Silver. The hero just didn't contribute much. You pointed out, though, they did ban out the Puck, they banned out a couple of the Spirit Brothers, so something more active wasn't really available, but maybe this time around they get to pick something more impactful.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we are jumping to the next draft, so we can see what might bring to the table. They've banned Tiny, okay, this time. I mean, he didn't really feel that effective, but maybe they thought Nepal was gonna go for that one. But it's always a safe ban. No Nyx at least as well.
I think if your second pick on draft, you have to ban Tiny. Like, you cannot let Tiny slide through if your second pick. If your first pick, you won't ban it because you want to pick it up. So it pressures the second pick team to actually have to ban Tiny. It wastes a draft slot. So you end up having to ban Tiny. You can't ban something more high priority specific to that team because you run the risk of giving it away. I think that does leave Nepal a lot of options. Like, I don't know if you'd ever priority ban the Venomancer or the Clockwork. Even the Sven. Sven's pretty strong, but there are just stronger cores to be worried about. And I think that does leave Nepal a lot of room. What I want to see Brunei to ban out is perhaps something like the Timbersaw. Because Flamestream just had way too much of a free game. Having a solid off lane that just can solo while you play aggressive try is not something you want to have to slide through there.
Are there any other, if you ban off the Timbersaw, is there anything else that is pretty good solo offlane at the moment that they could pick up? Maybe like a Sand King or something like that could be okay, or something that has escape.
Yeah, and Sand King would be pretty solid there if they want to take it. They do go with a Pugna in Nepal, so if we saw a very fast game last time, the Pugna's going to give us an even faster game here. The push is just going to be insanely quick from Nepal. They've got a lot of tower push coming out from that. This does give them a good way of handling physical cores as well. Like, so say something that just wants a right click. Maybe if you want to go for a troll, you have to worry about the ghost form coming through from Pugna. It just becomes really annoying to pull that lane. There's flexibility here for Nepal. We've seen Pugnas on supports beforehand. We've seen it off lane, and we've seen it mid. So they have a lot of flexibility with his first pick, and it just plays into what we've seen from Nepal. They don't kid around with that last game. They just want to play fast. They want to prove a point, and they have been proving that point well. Brunei have to be really cautious about that. I think with a Pugna on hand, normally you'd go for something like Nyx, but that's banned out, so you don't really have a great answer for the Pugna with his high int scaling. Something like Nyx would have handled that well. I think the Legion Commander is a pretty good counterfoil to that, though. So now you have a way of purging off the Ghost form if it is on your core. If it's on the enemy team, you still don't have a way to handle that, but it is this tanky off-lane hero for Brunei that could be a pause 5, pause 4 as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Only problem is if you don't get Pugna in the duel and he's just chilling on the sidelines, then what do? You know what I mean? Like, you can't hit if he Ghost forms you or his ally.
For sure.
So they can't really base too much on their draft. Like, if they base way too much of their draft on Pugna, they pick these heroes that can just burst him down, maybe like a Lash or something like that. Then he just turns into a support. Like you said, Nyx was good. Maybe like Storm could be okay for Brunei if that makes it through to the end.
Radiant team.
Yeah,
But
Storm
you've
could
got to
work
watch out
out
with
really
the
well.
ward, right? The Nether ward is gonna probably strangle Skywrath Mage as well. That's gonna be really hard for him to play into.
Oh my god, yeah. This is a really tough time now for Brunei. Like, they get the Sky. The silence is good against the Pugna, as you mentioned. There is that back and forth with Ward as well, which you pointed out, Wombat. But the Dawnbreaker for Nepal, this is scary because they take it
10
last phase in
seconds
this
remaining.
last pick in this first phase. They have enough room to ban out Silencer.
5
And that's the
seconds
only
remaining.
hard counter for
Dire
Dawnbreaker.
team
And that is
back.
literally the only way you stop her from using her ult, a Silencer. If you don't manage to pick a Silencer here for Brunei, if it doesn't slide through, then you're always going to have to deal with a 4v5 turning into a 5v5 from the side of Nepal, from a one-man gank into a two-man extended gank because of the healing coming out from the Dawnbreaker. There's a lot
10
the
seconds
Dawnbreaker is going to
remaining.
give here. I mean,
Radiant
we had a
team
lot of
back.
discussions about Dawnbreaker as a hero going in since that patch. My view on it is that it's not the strongest hero simply because of the fact that in most scenarios you're almost never going to get Dawnbreaker simply because the enemy team will just pick Silencer. But in cases like this, there's a lot
10
of leeway
seconds
for you to actually
remaining.
run that Dawnbreaker, and Nepal can easily just ban
5
Silencer
seconds
last phase.
remaining.
Like, if they just ban Silencer before the next pick phase, Brunei's just going to lack a counter to it.
Yeah, that's probably what Brunei really wants to pick up, but we weren't expecting it. I was definitely not expecting it. I keep forgetting that she's allowed in captain's mode now with this latest batch. I'm like, oh, that's right. We're seeing her in some matches, some pro matches. I think it cuts off this Legion pick could be really hard to get around unless you're actually, dueling a Dawnbreaker, which is probably not someone you want to duel. Then
Radiant
she's
team
going to be
back.
jumping on top of you with her. Is it Starbringer? What's it called again?
I
Her
always
ultimate?
forget with Dawnbreaker because I never played her. To be fair,
Dire
Solar
team
Guardian is
back.
her ult. So Solar Guardian is
Oh, yeah,
her
yeah.
ult. It's Starbreaker is her Q. It's the swinging
That's right,
round where
yeah.
she goes wish washy, and yeah, it's pretty potent. I think for the Dawnbreaker here, build wise, we're looking at Ags tends to be the general build I've seen from off lane to support Dawnbreaker. Generally want the
10
Ags. We've seen a
seconds
couple of Echo
remaining.
Sabers. Really depends if you can get that. I think theory crafting with one of my
5 seconds
friends,
remaining.
my offlane friend Crest. He doesn't tend to like that in his high immortal games. He seems to prefer something like Sanj Yasha. You're just like a
Yeah, I've
quick
seen
Sanj for stat
Sanjasha
resist.
picked up a little bit more now. And if you can get an Orb of Corrosive, sometimes
Oh
that
yeah,
seems to be a popular pick into
oh yeah.
SNY.
And there's talks as well of Falcon Blade just in principle being busted as a stat
Dire
stick,
team
so you
pick.
could opt for it. As I think all the stats in that does kind of favor Dawnbreaker, so you could look for that. I'm surprised Silencer has not been banned. Like, Nepal just let the Silencer through. So if Team Brunei wants, they could take it now. The issue is, if they take a Silencer Skywrath Mage support duo is terrible. There's
No
just no
stuns.
control, no stuns. You only have duel. So maybe you pick the Silencer as a core,
5
like say run a
seconds
mid
remaining.
Silencer or a safe lane Silencer could do, and just
Safe lane.
take something with control. Yeah, the safe lane Silencer, you could do it. It's still pretty potent, although it did get nerfed in terms of early damage, but you could try it. We've seen some off-lane Silencer as well, I believe, once or twice, but with a Legion Commander in hand, it doesn't really
Radiant
change when you go
team
Legion
pick.
Commander 4. Sky 5 still lacks control. They do go with the Treant first, so they're building up in team fight on Brunei. This does give them a way of healing the towers through the Pugna push just a bit. Not by much.
Yeah.
You're not going to out-heal that damage, but it does allow them to maybe buy them some time on
10
Brunei's side to
seconds
respond to
remaining.
that quick push.
Do you reckon that's the main reason they've
5
picked up Tree,
seconds
just for
remaining.
the healing of the towers, or would it be a combo with Legion, or maybe he can go through and find the wards that Pugna's placed in the trees? He doesn't really hit them very fast though.
Probably just control, and maybe some laning pressure as well. So that was something we were seeing lacking for Brunei. So Treant in lane is very active, high base damage, highest base damage in the game if I recall it,
Radiant
90
team
plus,
pick.
and you can just really
Yeah, it
abuse
is,
that.
Dire
So you can just
team
run
back.
around, try to look for the slow opportunity, get a kill, maybe even run an aggro try. Nepal, why? Shaker Morphling. This is TNC 2019. Comes true anyway, and I can't fault Nepal for doing this. They go back to this tried and tested duo of Morphling Shaker, and
10
there's still nothing
seconds
for Brunei to
remaining.
stop that. So it is looking like perhaps we're seeing the
5
Dawnbreaker.
seconds remaining.
No. Perhaps we're seeing the Pugna 5, Shaker 4, Dawnbreaker off lane or mid for Nepal. It's
So,
looking really good for Nepal.
Yeah, I feel like Brunei could go for an AM here. like a little bit hard for them to lock him down. Obviously, have the Fisher is pretty nice as well in the follow up, but if he gets gone on by Pugna, you can blink away. Dawnbreaker as well has a good blink opportunity, but obviously, again, if the Pugna manages to W someone, it's really hard for him to go ham on that person. So yeah, I don't mind that. They're running out of reserve time though, so they're gonna have to pick up in the next 30 seconds. Ooh,
Huh.
I've not seen an alchemist in a while.
It still pops out in Southeast Asian games. Usually pause 4 Alc. In this case, it's looking like a mid or safe lane alchemist for Team Brunei.
10
I do
seconds
not
remaining.
know about that. Not.
Dire
It doesn't feel
team
like
back.
the response that we're looking for now in terms of building up. It can be a really big core. It is tanky enough once levels are up, and as long as you have your ult and a couple of stat items up, that you should be able to outlast the burst on the Pugna, on the Morphling Shaker down the line as well. You just
10
need
seconds remaining.
maybe an SMY to reach that point, and then you're pretty okay with your ult.
5
But
seconds remaining.
it's still very vulnerable. It can flash farm pretty fast, but we're not looking at support Alc. More than likely we're
Radiant team
not. So
back.
as a core Alc, you're not giving out Ags. You're not rushing Ags upgrade on your Treant for the Eyes of the Woods. You're not rushing Ags upgrade for Sky for all his spells. And I think that's
This
where
feels
the
like there's so much
Alchemist
in the
might be
pool.
preferable. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
lot of really great Ags
10
upgrades, but
seconds remaining.
because they've got the LC and Sky and Treant, it does feel like the roles are
5
defined.
seconds
If they
remaining.
flex, this is the one way I can see them flexing. Perhaps
Sky mid?
they could try Sky mid. Off lane LC with Alchemist 4, 3, and 5. That could be one way. I don't feel great about that. Maybe if you're expecting Pugna mid versus Sky, you could abuse that, because as a Pugna, you don't want to pick up ward early on, or at least not too early on. So you can kind of abuse that. You've got better range, you've got better attack damage on the Sky. Surprisingly enough, Pugna has some
Dire
dismal
team
early
back.
damage, and he does have to walk up to use his Nether Blast, so you can kind of win out that lane as the Sky Rat in theory. We'll see if that's the way they want to flux. It looks like Nepal aren't expecting that. They do ban out more mids, taking out that Storm Spirit once more and the Queen of Pain. So Brunei potentially still lacking a highly mobile
10
mid here if they do
seconds
want to kind of go for the Skyrat support and the Alk
Radiant
1.
team pick.
I don't know. This draft
I
for
mean-
Brunei is just it just doesn't solve the issues we were seeing from game 1, I feel.
Yeah, it feels pretty lukewarm, and I feel like there's so much in the pool still to counter Alk. Like they're looking for mid right now. There's still Ember Spirit.
team
There's still Kunkka.
Ember
Still, yeah, there you go.
Spirit.
Yeah.
So I
Ember
feel like that's a
comes out.
pretty obvious pick there. If Alchemist goes mid, looks like he can't really now versus this Ember. So he's probably forced to go safe, and then he just has to deal with Earthshaker Dawnbreaker. That'll be tough.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it should be the Earthshaker Dawnbreaker lane. That's not a very fun lane for Alchemist.
5 seconds
It's really
remaining.
easy for Dawnbreaker to land her Celestial Hammer with Earthshaker
Yeah.
around. You just get one stun, you get another stun. It's a lot of damage.
Lena,
You heal
you
up.
may now
Brunei do close out the
select your
Lena, so they're
heroes.
not going to be flexing that Sky. Should be our mid Lena for Silver once more. Lena versus Ember Spirit is a bit more manageable. Ember
Yeah.
Spirit is kind of durable against it. If he goes for a Flame Guard build, by the time you hit level 3 Flame Guard, it feels comfy. So it does take some levels for an Ember to hold back against the aggression. Lena should be able to still find some farm and hold out. Overall, with this draft on Team Brunei, I'm still not sold on the Alk one. I think it can be big. Say you hit a really fast SNY blink timing, and you maybe just go for an AC into your Swift blink. You are going to be a really big core, and that can be a bit quicker. It can be really quicker for Zangili to hit his item spikes compared to the Morphling. I just worry that Team Nepal with the rest of their heroes don't really need a Morphling online anyway. Like a Dawnbreaker with no global silence to stop it. These team fights are going to be insanely hard to fight. That's such a global lineup from Nepal. You spirit in with the Ember Spirit, and then suddenly the Dawnbreaker's TPing right on top of him. You
Yeah.
can't stop it.
Looking here though, it looks like Flamestrong is going to go pos 3 Pugna,
Hmm.
and I'm Awake is going to be in lane. So I think that's an even harder lane, honestly, for Alk to deal with. A bit of a slow there as well. And you've got, I think her Q Starbringer is a physical though, so it's not too hard, but I think he might struggle. Indeed, it's going to be up to, I guess, Dreamy and I'm Awake to just head through the dire jungle, trying to either ward up Alk's farm, or even better, if Dreamy can find him farming, he can just jump on top and I'm Awake's there with his ulti and they can just get a team kill on him. So they just need to pressure this Alchemist, make him not have a game, and then win before 30 minutes.
Yeah, and that's pretty much just the game plan here for the side of Nepal. Brunei, they want to stall out as much as possible. Now, say they do manage to hold out against a storm, say ride it up to 30 minutes, there might be room there to get their Alchemist to, just be fully slotted up, that he can actually gift some Ags. And there's a lot of high-value Ags, right? The Ags on Treant's the big one, I think, overall. I'd prioritize that down line if Zanji can hit that point. Like having the eyes in the forest, having that vision game up, having the ability to clear out the creep wave just by popping the overgrowth as it comes off cooldown is pretty big. And I think that's something that could help them keep that stall game up. But that will take a lot of time. And
Yeah.
naturally, as a support treant, you don't necessarily rush the Ags nowadays. It's just not something you build up for anymore unless the game goes late. So that is something way down the line, and we've seen how Nepal plays. They just play so fast that having this ultra late, strong in the ultra late game lineup, it just doesn't feel like you can kind of hit that point. I think Nepal's draft is just way too quick, regardless. Like they've got Pugna, they've got Dawnbreaker with Ember Spirit on top of you, they've got the Shaker for teamfight. Even a Morphling could also start fights for them if they want to just kind of waveform in. Just have the Dawnbreaker come in as well. Like there's so much combinations here for Nepal to play with, and I think for Nepal, the one thing that we might see a bit of a change up in is their Morphling build. Is this a Morphling Ags Rush game? Is this just your standard maybe Morbid Mask S and Y sort of right-click build with a Dragon Lance for stats? Are we going to see perhaps E-Blade Rush? Feels like it's a bit unnecessary to go E-Blade when you've already got the decrep on hand from Flamestream, but you could still go for it. Just have a lot more burst damage on hand.
Does he have to decide which way he's going early, or can he kind of look at how the laning phase went and then go from there? Because I feel like resistance wouldn't be too bad if he goes against like the Lina and the two supports, but I feel like he could just definitely go for damage build and clean up this game really quickly.
Yeah, I think
they don't have too much burst except for the silence on the Skywrath, and
for sure.
then
There's a major lack of burst. I mean, you at least have the Ancient Seal Laguna.
Okay.
That can be decent, but I don't think it's enough to scare a Morphling once you've got at least one stat item up. I could see the Dragonlance build being preferable. Strength is always good. Agi's great. And then just kind of holding it from there. Like you go Dragonlance, you figure out if you want to disassemble it for S and Y, or if you want to hold onto it, build the E-Blade instead, burst heroes down. Could be a possibility. It's very open-ended for blues, and I think I agree with you. Like, you just kind of ride out the lanes. Maybe by 6 minutes, that's when you know. So you can just farm up for your standard stuff, maybe double Rage Band if you want, although you don't tend to see that. You could just go for cheap stat items like that. I think regardless, you might still want a Morbid Mask so you can farm. I think that's usually just the standard for Morphling. Always have that Morbid Mask up, take the jungle space, and go from there. But yeah, it's open-ended for blues, and I think that's where a lot of the flexibility in builds can be. Like Ember Spirit, the build's almost always standard. Phase Boots over Corrosion, Maelstrom, or Ults, depending on what you need. And you just kind of run from there, rushing the Ags at some point. For a Shaker, it's Blink, Soul Ring, Arcane Boots. For Dawnbreaker, it can be a bit interesting. Although on Pause 4, it's usually Medallion Ags, if I'm not forgetting my builds here. So you just kind of rush the Ags.
Corrosive? Is that like too expensive to head that way? Is she going to start with maybe an Orb of Venom? What is her starting items?
You could go for the Corrosion. You could go for the Corrosion. I don't think it's a high priority on Dawnbreaker herself, especially since you've got a better Corrosion carrier on the Ember. So if you're looking for the debuffs, it's already going to be there on the Sleight of Fist. For the Dawnbreaker, the HP could be good. You could just stick to the Fluffy Hat and kind of figure it out from there, I think. You don't need to go all in on a Corrosion here. You could just focus on Brown Boots, a Soul Ring, perhaps, Medallion maybe, and just kind of go for Ags. Like that Ags is insane. Healing going up, channeling time down, duration up, 60% evasion while Dawnbreaker is up in the air as
Yeah.
well. Like that is just
Pretty
nuts.
sure that was it was 80 originally, and then they've just nerfed that down to 60, which seems a little bit more.
Yeah, because 80 would be busted. You basically fight an entire team of PAs at 80%. Like that is just madness. You can't deal with that.
Yeah,
Just-
60 isn't too bad. Yeah, I like Dawnbreaker as a pos 4. Is she? Would you say she's played mid very much in the sort of pro scene, or is that just like a Thompson thing?
I think
So
that's
let
more
you
for
go-
Thompson thing.
Yeah.
I do believe if I'm trying to recall the games in TI. I think VP might have run it mid as well, and they've only won once with it mid. I honestly feel like Dawnbreaker mid's not amazing. Thompson just makes these weirder mids work out, but I think the best role for Dawnbreaker is likely pause 4. I think this is where the hero is really great. It's not pressured as much to really win out the lane because you're just focusing on making the opposite laner's life hellish, and Dawnbreaker does that really well.
Yeah.
And you still eventually hit Ags timing. That's what we're seeing from pause 4s. A lot of them are Ags driven pause 4s, like Weaver pause 4. It's what is it? A Solar Crest buildup or a Spirit Vessel buildup into Ags. Right? It's just that one mid game item, then you rush an Ags and just play from there. And you have these really amazing Ags upgrades on those pause 4s. So Dawnbreaker kind of fits that archetype, and I think it does play best in that position. Again, the biggest issue with Dawnbreaker is Silencer exists, but I'm just surprised it's not banned, not contested. Brunei doesn't take a Silencer, so Dawnbreaker just gets to
And Tree-
always join in.
Tree isn't really that good at controlling either. It's not like they went for something
No.
that had heavy control, like a Shadow
Yeah.
Shaman or something.
Yeah, I think
It's,
for the Treant pick, it's just building into that team fight and the counter push. At least it's stalling, as we mentioned, against the Pugna. So living armor. I don't like the living armor max build in lane, right? Like, you don't tend to go for, say, a 1-1-3-1 build on Treant and more. Like, you don't tend to max living armor. I think the way to play recently has been on the Grasp or the Leech Seed. You just want to be aggressive in lane. You want to win lane hard and eventually get levels up in living armor. So in that sense of stalling out push, you might not even want to go for that skill build.
I was during pause. I always. Not sure what quite happened there. I'm not sure if I have gone out or if that's Jonix Fire indeed, but
Oh, I couldn't quite hear you. It kind of cut off there
yeah.
for a second. We were talking about Treant, and you said something about during the pause.
no, I'm not sure either. I don't know if I cut out or if you cut out. I'm still trying to work it out. My internet seemed to be fine though, so hopefully that doesn't happen during game. No, I was just mucking around. I said during pause I always go into the first person mode, and I was
Oh, yeah.
watching. Oh no, he's changed. Oh, what happened?
What was it? What was it? Who was it?
He I think he enchant totemed, or maybe he was just doing a handstand upside down. And
Oh,
his
yeah,
whole
he
character
was. Yeah, he is. There you are.
Is he still doing it? Mine's changed
Oh,
now.
yeah.
So maybe
He's still on that upside down for me, so he's still flipped around, looking jolly with the taunt stuff.
this is something that I love about Dota is just the interface and everything makes the game so much better.
Oh yeah.
We are just gonna go into a break. We're waiting for Tippy to come back. Looks like he's having some internet issues. So stick around, guys. We will be back any moment. Go grab a drink, hydrate, and we'll see you soon.
Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's birds all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Thank you for holding on. We just had a short pause. Tippy, unfortunately, I think his power went out. So we have a stand-in. Over here, it is Haji Baguls. I like that name. Do we know much about Haji Baguls, John?
No idea. Even less than we've known from Tippy, but he is their stand-in. So let's see if this does affect Brunei's performance. Maybe they play better. You never know. We've seen stand-ins do better before, like say in the case of OB Neon in the Singapore Major with Det. They've performed spectacularly well for that roster change. Maybe the same thing happens for Brunei. This could be a shot in the dark for them, shot in the arm to kick them into gear. Let's see if it does help the cause. Of course, going back into this game, we've already seen the drafts, and we already kind of feel it. Nepal, but their draft is just looking a lot stronger. There's still no answers to the Dawnbreaker. We'll just have to see if the execution does fit the bill and does kind of line up with the theory crafting we were talking about earlier on.
Yeah, they've she is going to be a support Dawnbreaker coupled with this Bugner. I think it's going to be a pretty hard lane for Alchemist to deal with. They got a nice high ground cliff ward there. They're going to block the camp as well. See any pulls going on. So we will have a look at this top lane. But looks like rune-wise, 2 for 2, no contesting. Dreamy tried to get the one in the back. Oh wait, 3 for 1 actually. Dreamy did get the one in the back. What a player.
Yeah, they do manage to get a nice fast little start here on Nepal's side. Not much punishment coming through here from Brunei in that, and Dreamy just going to walk back to that lane. We do see Dreamy hanging around on the Shaker with Blues on a Morphling, so they're starting with a Morphling Shaker lane early on. Not a particularly scary lane.
Why did he block it under tower?
Looking to shove it out, I guess, and just rebalance the wave, go for the pull on the minute mark, and kind of go from there, perhaps. Blues isn't missing out on the last hits, though, and he is protected. You know, Morphling under tower, with the regen you get is pretty nice. You can just full agi, get back to full HP, and you have to watch when you're cut off like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I mean, that's the problem as well. Overwhelming odds. Blues needs to be careful with his full agi, takes out a lot of health. But, needs to be okay. Dreamy's doing his job to stop the pull as well. And up in the top lane, that's where I'm interested to see what happens here with this Alchemist and how much space I'm Awake can make for Pugna.
The Alchemist lane is pretty stable. Like, at the least, laning against the Pugna is not too bad for Alk. Just play with your Acid Spray, play with Grievelous Greed, get the farm up. Pugna does not enjoy this all too well. Range for Nether Blast is really short, your attack range is short, although...
Oh. I don't know if he quite dodged that. Sorry, I was just watching Meg, Incognito Sleight of Fist. Might have dodged the Flame Dragon Slave, but he is struggling. Oh my gosh, that's a 18 health.
Yeah, he's just hanging on the edge. He definitely needs to just watch himself. To the side of Brunei's actually getting a lot of aggression off, even down bot. They get that first blood on Dreamy. And they're just maximizing that early laning presence the Skyrat Mage has a lot of damage on hand. Overwhelming odds is really strong as well. And it just goes back to that point. Morphling Shaker is a dual lane. Can fall flat. It needs a lot of levels to really kick into gear. If you're not able to do that, then the best you can do as a Shaker here is just fissure out, hold the wave back, look for pulls, and hope your Morphling gets some farm going.
Well, XP is stopping the pull for the moment. Looks like he's hanging out there, knows what's going on. But they have both got wands now. They might be able to build up some sustain and maybe outlive his attacks. But yeah, you're right. It is very hard, especially if XP gets a few more levels in his Arcane Bolt and possibly a Silence to stop the transition, the strength transition.
Yeah. Once that silence is up, the Morphling's just really held back. He's not going to be able to do as much as he'd want. The mid lane's still a struggle for Incognito. We are taking a look at top. I'm Awake is starting to really dish the damage out on that Dawnbreaker. Does have the Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker up, so you can burn through a Treant. He has a lot of HP, not much armor. So the Dawnbreaker can sort of abuse that with her output, but you're not seeing that synergy coming through with Dawnbreaker plus Pugna. He does miss the Starbreaker there as well, not getting the stun off. It's a much steadier start for Brunei already. Like, the fact that their mid was going so well, the fact that their Alchemist is up there in CS, even though it's fairly close with Morphling, you're an Alch with Grievel's Greed. Like, having equal CS means you have a lot more net worth, and if that doesn't stop, Zangili's going to hit really fast timings on that Alch.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I was expecting big things from Flamestrong because of last game. I mean, he's not doing overly bad or anything, but I mean, Zangili has dodged about 3 Never Blasts in a row. He just walks away. Flamestrong doesn't get any damage off on him. We did just miss a kill though, bottom again. Second death for Dreamy here. It just looks like that damage output from Haji's overwhelming odds and the Arcane Bolt is a bit much.
Yeah, it's just a sickening amount of damage and to an extent control. The slows just makes it easier for Haji to line up for the overwhelming odds. Blues can't really help out the Shaker, and that's just an issue with the Shaker. They did get a good rotation out onto mid though. They catch out the Ember Spirit, so they get the punishment off. And Brunei just off to such a strong start. 0-3, less than 1k lead. Their lanes are looking well. They're winning out mid. They're hitting all these beats and aggressive timings that they'd want. And for the side of Nepal now, it's starting to feel like they're going to need to stall this game out a lot longer for the Morph than I think they'd expect to.
Yeah, it's nice to see Brunei coming out here as well. A bit different from last game. Blues is, let's see, he's gone down to his attribute shift. He probably needs to for that one. And XV is 2 levels into Arcane Bolt with damage. And for some reason, the range creep's being healed. I'm not sure about that, but it might be an accident. Top lane though, Zangili is just missing everything. They do have a little bit of damage coming off though, 1 or 2 more right clicks, but the slow's there. From Z7, I'm Awake, going under tower right now. Does she have anything? Quiet.
Can't commit to that chase. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Flamestrong just manages to snipe out with the Nether Blast. Zan just playing a bit greedy, walking back in for the last hits. not really regenerating up fully. Did have Pangos on hand, but he needed a little bit more patience there. And
Yeah.
that does give Nepal their first kill. So a very important first kill onto the Elk as well. Side of Brunei just, still feeling good, but definitely have to watch as the levels go up for Nepal. Everyone's going to start to feel a
Bottom
little
as well.
stronger.
He might be able to turn right now on Texby as well. There's a Fisher too, trapped on that side of the lane, but he's a little bit speedy. Doesn't even have boots actually, so I'm surprised about that. Going back to top as well. Zanjali's falling low as it is. Come back to lane and you're instantly met with that damage. Kind of feels bad.
Yeah, you should still respect a Pugna. Like, if you walk in for CS, you don't just focus on your acid spray. Decrep comes through and they're being aggressive though.
They are indeed. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's 250 damage with the Nether Blast level 3. It's
Mood of
pretty high.
invisibility.
Yeah, 250 amped up by 40%. So maybe around 400 damage close because of that decrep coming up. And that's just not a lot of HP on most heroes that can tank through. Fortunately, Treant's fairly tanky in HP. Oh.
There you go. There was the silence as well. They've just managed to get another kill and take Incognito. But Dreamy was a little bit out of position. He went a little bit high towards the enemy tower, and they took advantage of that. Now they are chasing him. Pops the stick, managed to get a stun on the tower.
Oh.
Nice Fisher combo as well. Haji might just fall here. He does. At least they get that kill. And Dreamy survives that.
Yeah, that's a great back and forth. You sacrifice your cores instead of your supports for core kills. It does feel a bit more worthwhile for the side of Nepal in that sense, as Dreamy, that should lead to at least his tranks, help him build up towards that Blink Dagger as well. And the aggression is starting to ramp up. Another kill onto Z7 up top. It's
That's a
starting to
level
look
6
good.
Pugna.
Once you've got that level 6, you've got the life drain to play with. You can just decrep someone, get the slows off, pile on with your Drawn Breaker, drop them low, and that's the point where Nepal can really kick things into overdrive. For Brunei, this is when you shift Zan into the jungle. There's just not many stacks built up. They haven't had the time to do so, and they're going to need to really build up more stacks, but I'm Awake's just here to clear them out.
Yep, comes through, takes out the only stack that was there, and Zanjali's been forced to go away. A little bit of regen for him though. He's going to go to this medium camp. Try and stack it as well, so hopefully he's got time to catch up. Well, I mean, he does, he's an elk. Stacks being blocked as well in the Dire Triangle by a Fisher. Pretty good play. I think he did that blindly, and they've assumed that he has vision now.
And we're seeing that push kick into gear now. With the decrep up, they just take that top tier 1 with just one hero showing in lane. Not much countering coming out from Brunei, only a level 2 loving armor, so it's not enough to hold off in that aggression.
Z7 node needs to be careful. Getting gone on. There's Celestial Hammers there too, and there's the burst from this Pugna.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't. That tower's gone already.
Yeah, they can't hold the top lane. Top jungle's cut off as well. They are still getting those stacks out for Zan, but Dreamy's just soaking through the EXP. Once he hits level 6, that could be a nice opportunity to jump in. Zan is fairly tanky with the ult up though. There is no backup.
Top though,
That's
silence the
they're not
Pugna
doing
as
that.
well. They've come through with a bit of dust damage. XV gets the kill. Silver rotated for that, shouldn't even use Laguna.
Yeah, that's an important kill. Relieving some of the pressure up top, giving Silver a build up towards these travels Shadowblade, going for that right click build Lina, while also still stalling out for Zan to farm. Like, it's only Dreamy watching that bot spot, although.
Sorry, I'm just watching the damage from I'm Awake. Rotation in from Haji. He's got duel available if he manages to get it, but I think the Stormbreaker's too fast. So I was just scoffing at the amount of damage that went off onto XD then.
Silver?
Yep, they've managed to get the pick off. Very nice. Incognito's going to come through, get a small stack as well. King Optic. Good.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They didn't manage to protect the Elk. They don't respect the fact that the Ember can just come in, clear that out. They do at least give Zan the top jungle stacks instead, so he gets a little bit more farm going. He is going for the Radiance Rush Alchemist build, which we do not see all the time. We were talking about SNY, we're talking about all of these builds. This build is a bit more less common, although Flames.
So, however, the duel going over, Bailey's manages
Fissure.
to get it. Incognito, a little bit of damage. Flame Guard's going to do a bit, clears up XV. Dreamy gets the stun off. Laguna is available. They're going to keep going with that damage with nice Echo Slam onto 3 as well. There is the ulti coming in from I'm Awake. Proper Celestial Hammer, bit of damage off into Silver. Can they get him? Sleight of Fist, not quite up for 3 seconds. No, it was a great combo, but where is the kill? Okay, there we go. On the very edge,
Are fortified.
Sleight of Fist takes
Dire's
down
bottom
Haji.
tower is under attack.
It's still a
That
really
was
even back and
clean.
forth in the end. Brunei still finding 2 kills on their name. One to Coral
Oh, she
Bill
got
and
an urn.
Silver.
Incognito as well. Doesn't quite have flame budge yet. 2 more seconds. Can he reach it? No, he
Oh.
does. That was pretty lucky, I think.
Dire's bottom
They're
tower
not
Gonna
done.
go for another one? Yeah.
Gosh.
They're not done.
You know, Incognito, just a total beast in that Ember. Inside Brunei have to be careful about playing that 3D. They're still TPing in mid. They don't want to give that tower away. They've lost the bot tier 1 though.
Yeah.
They're chasing
Jewel
I'm
is
Awake,
up.
but there's backup here.
Haji wants it. Oh, nice there. I think I'm Awake actually survives there. They managed to steal off
Dire's middle tower is
the rest of
under
the
attack.
attack. XV looking to run back to home. I don't think Blues has anything, but no. Flamestone manages to get him with the lifesteal there. C7's come in, a little bit of return damage there, but Haji needs to be careful. Blues has the right click. Oh no, this tree's dead for sure. Oh no, there is a nice stun. The LSA connects pretty well, but who's going to get the dual damage? It will be Haji. That Laguna secures the kill. Flamestron, I'm Awake, still alive. Remember, a lot of right click damage. Incognito though, easy sleight of hand, and he's found the Lena as well.
Dire's structures
Oh,
are
she's...
fortified.
Ah, guys. Trust. She's still alive.
What? Again?
She's still alive again. She kills I'm Awake, and they've got the nice LSA strike too. There's control from Z7. And a triple kill going over to Silver, keeping it pretty even. Dreamy has the Fisher. Are they going to try and turn onto this tree? Keep him down. Pops the stick alive for the moment, but he'll be fine. That's a pretty action-packed 30 seconds there.
Yeah, just constant aggression coming through. This time Brunei finding the better end of the trade. As while all of this engagement break out, Zan is just farming. Radiance is just about 800 gold away. So once you hit that timing on the Elk, that's when things can get interesting. You have some forward presence. You still don't have the stats we were talking about in the Elk, but this does make farming a lot faster for Zan. And they haven't really slowed down the Elk as much as you'd expect. Still 2k above every other hero on the side of Nepal. Not the biggest lead, but this is when the Alchemist can start to really build up.
He knows something's up. The whole team's coming. The Fisher, is it going to be able to block? Not quite, but there is there is a block. Okay.
Well, that was toasty.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way you slow down the Alk. He didn't come to those team fights. He just farmed, but they were able to recognize that bit of a time limit, and they need to go find him.
Yeah, they slow down the Elk a bit more. Really important kill to find. I think for the side of Nepal, this is when they just kind of play loose and fast. Just keep running around, keep forcing fights. There is a smoke out from Brunei, though.
Yep, on the high ground though, in comes the Dawnbreaker. I think Slasher Hammer is probably going to go for one of them, but Silence up straight away, can't join. Haji needs to get back. Oh, that's a lot of damage though.
Yeah, way too much damage coming out. The side of Brunei, they don't really get the smoke leading to anything. They still have to be cautious. The damage coming through from Flamestrom. But at Adriel ends up, it's so easy for him to land a long-range life rin with the decrep, and it is a ton. It just rips right through. The side of Nepal are still keeping that aggression up.
Zanji, Fisher
Another
again, blocked
block.
him off. Flamestrom's here, Incognito as well. The Rage is up for a little bit more time, and he's got his team in to protect him. But is he going to be able to turn it? I think Rage is about to go. Nice. LSA there blocking off. Incognito falls as well. A little bit of lock up too. I'm Awake. It's going to go down the Jewel. Connects, and Dreamy. I mean, he's got Echo, but it's probably not going to do anything, so I imagine he's just going to take the fall here. He had a Tumbles toy. You could see he was trying to jump over the tree line then, but he got hit.
Yeah, they are shaping up really nicely on Brunei, starting to get some of that counter-aggression back, swinging the gold lead back their way, less than 1k. With an Alchemist on hand, it's not amazing, but
Yeah.
it is good news. You know, they're at least getting away from that deficit, giving themselves some room to breed. For the side of Nepal, no.
Flamestrom needs to go for the run. He's got 20 stick charges though. Haji doesn't quite have a blink. Oh, he's got blink on courier, I think, actually. No, he hasn't. He's opted for the blade mill first, by the looks of it.
True ability is really good. That allows you to get some better duels up front as well. But he's got
Oh
careful.
no, he's almost dead as well. Incognito, he's gonna get the kill. Remnant forward, and they're probably gonna look to push this T2 top. Everyone's there. Morphling's coming up as well.
Dire's top tower
And they could go for it. They do not have the Pugna around, as it does look like Flamestron's just heading down mid. But they can keep that pressure on the lane. But the objective side, Awake is very far forward. They're not even committing towards the Dawnbreaker, although.
Oh, that's a nice combo there. Fisher into a stun.
Oh,
Nice echo
God.
as well. Silver is down.
Yeah, it's just
So
all the
much
control they
lockdown,
have
eh?
here. Yeah, Shaker up, Fissure, Enchant. The Starbreaker follow-up as well. It's perfect,
Dire's
along with the
middle
chains.
tower is
Not the
under
most
attack.
reliable set of stuns outside the Shaker, but it is enough to really start these fights from half the map away, half the screen away. And Brunei has to
Dire's
always
top
be on their
tower
toes. They
is
need
under
to
attack.
maybe improve their vision game a bit. They do have a ward on the entrance sides of their jungle, but not much
Radiant
elsewhere.
structures
And think
are
with the
fortified.
movement coming through from Nepal, you need some
Dire's top
quirky
tower
wards.
is
You need to
under
watch the
attack.
ramp area, watch some tree line spots as best as you can to hold off. While they're keeping this aggression on mid, they take the top tower. As you pointed out, Blues was there, melts that tier 2. His Manta's almost done. They've
Siege
got the
creep.
Blink of Dreamy coming in as well.
Dire's top
Turns
tower
out
is under
I am
attack.
getting pack a loss, but I'm going to do my best to see what's going on. Yeah, the siege creep came along, Blues was there ready to go, and he's just farming pretty comfortably. 7.5k, almost 8. What has he got on Courier right now? Okay, there we go. Manta picked up as well. Comfortably farming. Flamestron though, getting got him right now. Gets the ward up to high ground. There is the ulti coming in from the Dawnbreaker, connects onto 2. Does he have anything to follow up? No, he's going to run for it. There's the Blade Mail, possibly a duel. Oh, it's already used.
They got dual win on the Pugna, just a bit aggressive there from Flamestream to go for that B ward. Without the full backing of his team, he was sort of cut off.
Yeah.
We had a Shaker around to help, and Brunei gets that punishment off. Still, Nepal, 1k lead up, 14 to 16, still looking good, but the side of Brunei are starting to funnel into that out quite nicely. With the Radiance up, Zan is just farming insanely fast, about 2k above our Morphling now, rushing to BKB. Once you've got that BKB, it's going to be harder to pin him down. A lot of your damage is magical on the Ember, on the Pugna, and even the Morphling to an extent. It's relying on his burst. So the Alchemist is going to be able to withstand most of it now, and I think if you're on Nepal, you kind of want to keep killing the Alch before the BKB's up.
Oh, they have the damage as well. Haji needs to be careful right now, jumps to high ground, but Incognito is there. Remnants
Ooh.
forward too. Dreamy comes through, but there's no follow-up for the moment. Nice duel. I would say Flamestron wins that one. Laguna Blade comes out. We lose Earthshaker as well, but Silver's being chased on the back lines. Shadow Blade for the moment, so he'll be fine. Oh, they're gonna turn Dreamy Falls. Z7, should I say, sorry. This guy actually is going for Atos, but you've already got, what, a Yule's on Incognito, and you've already got a Manta on Blue, so he's gonna be having to probably go for Flamestron or something here.
Yeah, I think the Atos is still pretty good in Sky. It's still an item you want to build no matter what. Issue is the timing's a bit off. I think for a lot of Skywrath mages we see, it tends to be a bit faster, maybe 15 minutes. It's 3 minutes
Silver
late.
mid.
The impact is
Life
a
Drain
lot less.
is there. Oh wait, comes through. Celestial Hammer. Yeah, say again. Carry on.
It's mainly just the fact that the Atos is a bit late. They are going to go for the Smoke Play-Doh. They will have another Mystic Flare and Duel ready to go, so they could look for that pick-off. Flamestream.
Flamestron will pop it. He's on the low ground. Bit of slow from Nature's Grip. LSA
Oh.
misses though. Is he going to go for the Overgrowth? No, they don't need to. There's a nice dual lock-up damage there. Flamestron falls. XV gets that dual damage. RG, should I say. Dreamy though, I think he's going to fall too. Silenced up, he's got nothing. The Radiant's playing very separate across the map, but the Dire is really sticking together. Brunei knows that they're strong together.
Yeah, they're playing to their strengths really nicely on Brunei. They know this is when they hit their spikes. You know, this is when the Alchemist is pretty strong, especially as they build towards that BKB. The side of Nepal needs to just kind of slow down. You know, just maybe wait for the items to be built up on or morph. They are going for the Ags build on Blues, so perhaps looking at a couple of cheeky plays, probably just looking for the Shaker combination. So it is looking like they are prioritizing that Morphling Ags. Top bot tier 1 though, they're TPing in.
They are indeed. Might be a scuffle here too. Blues comes forward. It might look like Sanji Lee is going to get a nice Echo Slam combo as well. They pick up 2. Both falls down and ready to go. That Nether Waters doing a bit of damage, but they get a double kill. Killing off XV as well. And it looks like Trient as well. Oh my gosh, that Aether Lens has so much damage. Dreamy! Green Blade. 1 or 2 more right clicks. Okay, she might pay for this though. Yep, team wipe.
Excellent set of fights coming from Nepal. Just timely TP in for the bot tier 1. They don't save the tower. They take the massive win they want in the fights, and this should allow them to get back on the aggressive. Start to take control of the triangle, get some wards out. There are some good sentries out from Brunei, but with no vision wards up, they're not being able to spot the obs until down the line. And they are starting to build up here. Like the Axe time we were talking about, the Morphling is just about 1,000 gold away, 1,200 gold away. So you're going to see that Shaker, Morphling Shaker Axe combination soon. Brunei, though, smoking up the Defender tier 2.
They want to try and defend this tower. They have a little bit of protection. Netherward, again, doing quite a lot of damage. It also makes the Dire quite scared to fight in that area, but they've got living armor at the moment on their tower. They're going to try and heal it back up if they can. I'm awake, wrapping on the sidelines. Oh, they found him as well. Nice little bit of damage, but the life drain was giving him and keeping him alive for the moment. We see Blue's pop forward as well. Tries to get a right click, doesn't quite catch. They take out Z7 in the meantime. Buyback as well from Tree. Revival, take it down. That is a 2 for 1 for the moment. Silver not quite able to get invis enough, and Dire is forced back to the high ground. At least Sanjali didn't die though.
Yeah, he gets to live. It's a very costly fight for Brunei with the buyback on Trient not achieving much. They do stall out the tier 2 push. So I guess if you look at it from that aspect, they do protect their objective, and that was really the source of that smoke play. It's not going to stop Nepal for long, though. They're just going to walk back in, and you're seeing the beauty of having Morphling plus Pugna. Because Morphling can just go full Agi, you can heal him up in a very quick time, start topping up his mana. So the Pugna can just be a bot. He's got the Ags up and Flamestrand, so no cooldown on life drain. And you can just keep doing that mid-fight, just keep healing up Morphling, doesn't
Yeah,
care.
they go on Zanjili as well. That's a lot of damage. Rage used too, and they're going to take Tree to boot. Oh man, Flametron. Like I said before, I was like, oh, I expected big things from him, but then he didn't have a great landing phase. Now he's turned it around. He's showing us what he's made of.
Yeah, he's just putting a lot of work in for the team. Brunei now down to just 1 outer tower here at 23 minutes in. Nepal just playing such a fast, aggressive game. They've got their ults ready as well. Like they've got the Solar Guardian ready, so they could look to force the fight. The Axe is flying in now for Blues. So he's going to be able to turn into that Shaker with the enchant, jump around the fights. There we go. He could turn into Pugna as well, but nah, obviously the Shaker buildup is what you want. And this is when things get silly. Enchant up, 1,000 damage, right clicks into the Roche. On the side of Brunei, do not have a clue that this is happening. Do not have wards out, but they are clumped up. Looking like they might be able to go for a smoke play. It is just a bit too slow. Destruction melts really fast.
C7's stats a little bit slow as well, but they can get overgrowth. They know Roche is happening. The scan is there, but Incognito I think is going to be one. No, Blues is the one to pick it up.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And there is still smoke here. Totem forward, right into the middle of them too. Waveforms as well. There's Yelty coming in from Dawnbreaker. Silver's front, tail between legs, but they managed to get a kill. No one said yet. Haji Bug's doing a lot. I'm awake. Falls finally though, and Blues is going to turn his attention onto him. Right-clicking life steals. Manta, but they get the kill.
Oh!
Ooh, Echo Slam, Dreamy. Incognito, you stole that kill. Give it to Dreamy. That's not fair.
Yep. It is kill secured, as you'd say in your pubs.
Yeah.
Clean up. They do find Aegis on Brunei's side, at least, so they don't have to worry about 2 lives on Blues. But Blues was so far forward. He just took Roshan, went in by himself, and only had the Solar Guardian to back him up. Still pays off as they start the high ground. With Pugna, with the right-click damage of the Morphling, even with the living armor up at max level now, it's not enough to stop this fight.
Yeah, oh, he was pretty confident. He had Aegis, he had Manta, he's got... What's he going? Butterfly, okay, yeah. No, sorry. You said he wasn't going to go shotgun, but it looks like he's just having a bit of fun and he wants to go that.
Yeah. He's going back for it. Can't fault him, considering how far ahead they are on Nepal's side. They're going to swing around for the top set of racks now as well, knowing that Brunei, the onus is on them to catch them out. Like, there has to be some really strong duels coming in from Haji, but because he doesn't have Blink, that's harder.
You don't want to be there. They have the vision. Now it's pretty scary for the Dire to come forward and try and defend this tower. No Skywrath Mage. Blue's no Aegis at least. I mean, yeah, how did Brunei get back in? They've just, like, they can't really team fight by the looks of it.
They need to pick off in the back line. If you kill Flamestrom or one of the supports, your life becomes a lot easier. I think that's what you really need to do before taking a bigger engagement. Although,
doesn't even matter. Fish are there blocking off in the backlines too. They're going to go for the duel into Incognito just to buy time, but I'm Awake is there, but a damage to Silver. Remnant forward. Nice totem kill. Incognito actually gets that one too. And Zanji Lee's back to base. Rage does nothing.
no. It's just not enough. Like, Chemical Rage can't sustain them true. And they'll be able to clear out the top racks now. They can't get Mega Creeps here, although Flamestrom.
Flamestrom? No, he's still alive. Oh, I'm sure that's GG. No, don't say, okay, I can't say that. Shh.
It's fairly close. Like, they're not going to get Megas because they're still a tier 2 bot. But you're 35 to 22 at 26 and yeah, they're going for the end game here. The side Brunei respawns are fairly short, so they could try to mount a defense at least once their Lena's up. But it does feel like this is probably one of the last engagements for them if they don't manage to pull it off. Just being patient here. But slowly but surely that Ancient's going to be exposed.
There is also an Echo Slam I can see in my sights. I'm just waiting for Brunei to come out. They're just waiting for this Alchemist. Rage will be up, ready to go. Radiance and BKB 8 seconds. Maybe they can try for one last engagement.
Yep. Being patient. We'll go for a smoke player. So, find the angle.
Yep. The concoction's ready to go. They're going to get a stun forward. Nice double stun onto the backlines as well. LSA will be there to keep them locked up. Take out Dreamy for one. Haji wants to get a duel, but he can't quite get there. They've killed off the tree. Silver's down too. What do you do here? Flamestron, nice double stun again. Fisher though to disengage. Overwhelming odds clears up Pugna, but Incognito's still alive for the moment. Shotgun to Zanji Lee. He will fall triple kill for Blues. And XV, yeah, he's down the backlines. Chased all the way down to the jungle by Amawake.
Oh yeah. He just wants to find his kills, and with his heroes down, it's time to go back into the mid. Incognito can just kind of remnant back in. 1 tier 4 tower gone.
Oh, no.
Oof.
That's perfect. Amawake is there with his ulti. Morph managed to shift into Lena. Sorry, Morph shift into Ember as well. Buybacks though.
Yeah, it's not enough. Ancient exposed. 2 heroes against World. Alk in 9 seconds. Scan out as well. Ancient falling fast. Brunei.
And a dual damage to boot over to Blues.
Yeah. 40 damage up. Still not calling it though, so still looking to fight. But there's the
Kill
GG
the
call. And Nepal does take game. Good luck next in Z7. Nepal looking great in their debut. Brunei not quite hitting the beats they want. They go with a pause 1 Alchemist, which we don't see too often in that position. We almost always see it in support, maybe off lane, but never in a pause 1. I think the last time I saw it in pause 1 was over in North America, and I believe it was for Zoomers with Sammy Boy that used to run that a lot. So it's been out of meta for a bit. They tried to experiment with it. Doesn't quite pan out. They did have to get a stand-in in this game as Tippy did have power issues. So Haji did play in on that Legion Commander. He did a great job. Like that LC,
Yeah.
he did have a slower start, but once it got going, they were finding some decent duel wins. They were setting up quite nicely. The purges coming through from Press the Attack was very strong. Nepal just on a different level, it feels like. They just managed to really perform very well with the Morphling on hand, Morphling Shaker combo. The Dawnbreaker had no hard counter, and it just popped off.
Yeah, I mean, that game though was a little bit better than last. It went back and forth. Team Brunei had a few team wipes or close to on Nepal, and I just think the Alp pick was probably not the play, and also the tree pick. I don't really like that. I think Silencer would have been better. The amount of times that I'm awake just pops in with its ultimates in the fights. And yeah, I just slight drafting issue, but I definitely think Haji played well, and XV also played quite well there too. Plus Silver.
Yeah, they play spectacularly well. Unfortunately for Brunei, that's their last game in the qualifier, so the results hinge on how pretty much Nepal plays throughout the rest of the groups. And of course for Nepal, we mentioned it earlier on last time, they've got 2 more series to play. Our next series is Nepal versus Sri Lanka. And that should be one to watch out for. Sri Lanka, they've also had an up and down start. They had that one draw with Brunei, and then they also didn't manage to win out against Pakistan, who did have to play 4v5 in their second game and still perform spectacularly well. So we've got to see if Nepal can, if Sri Lanka can kind of hold up against Nepal, who does feel like they're on the same level as Pakistan at least.
Yeah, they're definitely on a momentum after those first 2 games. That second series is supposed to be starting now, so we might just chuck over to a quick break. Definitely hang around, see how they go against Sri Lanka. Hopefully Nepal can keep up that momentum, and we have some very convincing games ahead. See you soon.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. nothing but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Wombat Spew, joined by John X Fire. We just had the first series of the night, and it went pretty convincingly over to Nepal, who is going to be playing in our next series. John X Fire, would you like to introduce them?
Yeah, Sri Lanka up against Nepal. Nepal, again, playing spectacularly well in the last series, just very strong. They run very different drafts from game one and game two. Sri Lanka, we saw a bit of them yesterday. They did draw their series against Brunei. They dropped their series against Pakistan. And mind you, that was with Pakistan in one game playing 4 versus 5. So I think Sri Lanka are in for a bit of a ride. Nepal looks just as strong as Pakistan did yesterday. And we'll just have to see if they can hold up against the storm that Nepal seems to be brewing up. They just seem to be in the groove, very in touch with each other and how they want to play the game. Of course, game two a while ago was a lot more even. Brunei was finding some openings, but Nepal did still manage to win out in the end. We'll see if Sri Lanka can kind of pull that same performance. As again, they seem evenly matched with Brunei, so in power level, Sri Lanka's about at that point. It's just whether or not if that's enough to overcome and kind of push a fight back towards Nepal.
Yeah, we might see if Nepal takes this one away to make it 4 games for the night. But I was going to say all of their players, so there's not really a weak link. I wouldn't say all of them are playing really well. Dreamy is obviously playing super well. Was he the Earthshaker last game? I think he was. So just perfect plays. I'm Awake was always there too. So these supports are just like the perfect year. They're the ones that you want on your team.
Oh yeah.
But we're gonna see. A apparently we're going to have to remake, I think, before we see this draft. So we'll just keep chatting for a little bit.
Yeah,
Do I have to
unfortunate.
also leave?
Ye-
I'll just wait for a second.
Right. So
Yeah,
bit of a
so
delay.
I'm keen to see what Sri Lanka looks like with Matrix and AB Summer and stuff. Do you know which roles they play?
Yeah, if I recall right, AB Sama's their support. The characters there, the Chinese characters, I'm assuming, is their mid player. Um, Matrix was, I believe, their off lane. So AB Sama and Prince were their two supports, and TZ was their safe lane. So that's if I recall right, there was some flexing around, not too much. We'll just have to see if they can hold that performance out this time around, as Nepal is a very strong opponent, as we've seen last time. I think individually, Team Sri Lanka is a pretty damn good team as well. We were seeing it in chat yesterday. AB Sama was very confident going in for his team, and they were kind of trying to have a game plan for what we're seeing from Pakistan. Like, specifically in chat, he was saying that he had a plan for Sanity, who is the key player for Pakistan. So at the least, Sri Lanka seems to have put in the work and research to deal with the teams. Of course, it wasn't enough to find that win, but the knowledge is there and the preparation seems to be in place.
Yeah, do you, in terms of their play style, it looks like Nepal has a bigger play pool. I don't know if we saw any repeats in terms of their last draft. So I'm feeling like maybe we'll see consistent new heroes each game. It won't just be a case of we just see the same hero every single game and it gets a little bit repetitive. Sri Lanka, do you remember their draft from yesterday? Anything that really stood out for you? Even supports or just cores?
I think they were one of the teams to go back into Lycan. They managed to pull the Lycan out at one point as well, and also the Tiny separately. So those are heroes to watch out for. I believe they also run a pretty mean Grimstroke on AB Sama and Prince. So those have been working out quite well for Sri Lanka if they can manage to sneak those key pickups. The great thing about those heroes are they're not priority bans, so most of them should slide through. That should give Sri Lanka a solid foundation to play from. If I recall right, Sri Lanka was also the team to actually try the Naga Siren out as well. Now, it didn't pay off,
Yes. Huh.
but they did give it a shot. And the combination wasn't quite the strongest combination. They had Naga Siren plus Oracle. Normally, when you see the Oracle, you expect stuff like Husker, stuff like Troll. A lot of them were banned out, so they were left with very few options. I think having that potential with an Oracle player does open up some of those cores. Like, it would be nice to see Oracle Husker, would be nice to see Oracle and Troll, or Oracle and TB even to a point is really good. And I think that's something Sri Lanka is going to have to pull out. Just those strong combos that just synergize really well with themselves to bring a big fight towards Nepal.
Was Oracle touched in the last patch? I feel like there was a bit going on that last patch, and I've actually forgotten. But I don't see him a lot. Like you said, he still seems to pop up in the Southeast Asian games though. So
yeah,
nice
he did get retouched a bit. Like, the duration on False Promise in 7.30 was rescaled. So it went from 8.910 to 8.510, just a bit of a knockdown by at least 0.5 on nearly each level. And I believe he has a longer cooldown on Purifying Flames by 0.25. So not the biggest changes. I think the big thing with Oracle disappearing in most of meta is just that it's been a shift out from the Holy Locket meta. And even then, Oracle wasn't the biggest Holy Locket meta out there. So I think that's maybe one factor coming in, just a lack of that emphasis on healing. You tend to look for more aggressive supports. Now, I don't think Oracle kind of does just tunnel vision you towards a healing meta, though. It does have aggressive potential as well. And it looks like the lobby is underway. They did manage to make a ban on Team Nepal in the pause time. Interesting that that actually works, but we do have the draft to go back into, and the game is going to start at some point. So we see the Knicks banned out by Nepal, probably eyeing the Pugna pick again. And if Sri Lanka didn't watch the last games, I'd say they're in trouble. They have to ban that Pugna because Flamestream just had an insanely good time in that second game.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to give them that momentum push capability as well. Seems like Nepal likes that early pressure. They're not really in it for the late game. I could be wrong. I haven't seen them in the late game yet, but so far they're doing what works. And they've gotten rid of the Tide Hunter. They don't want to see that, but I feel like they should also get rid of like a Timbersaw maybe. You know who I want to see as a support? Winter Wyvern. I love
Oh
a good
yeah,
Winter Wyvern game.
yeah. We haven't seen
10
Winter
seconds
again
remaining. Dire
from
team ban.
from the Holy Locket meta kind of shifting away. We haven't seen too much Winter
Yeah.
Wyvern, but it's still really strong. I think in certain lineups it pays off really well, like
You're
big
seeing a lot of
physical core
Lycan picks
lineups.
and stuff. Oh, Beastmaster's out though, so against that it would have been good.
10 seconds
Yeah, it's like
remaining.
I guess you can still take the
Radiant
Winter
team
Wyvern against
pick.
stuff like the Terrorblade, to an extent. Stuff like Troll, if it does come true, would be good. It's just that we haven't seen it, and I think the last time I've been seeing Winter Wyvern was actually on mid. So maybe mid Winter Wyvern comes back true because it was really Moon. Played a ton. It looks like we still have connection issues. I see a fresh set of disconnects and a pause coming out. So it looks like our draft's going to be a bit on hold. We did get through the bans. At least we see the Tide and Tiny band out on top of the Beastmaster you pointed out with Nyx for Nepal. So just waiting for the first picks. Unfortunately, it looks like we still have some connection issues here.
I mean, that's always going to be a case if you're playing online internationally. It's going to be very hard to get everyone's internet up and running properly. I mean, I'm from Australia, and we're supposed to, you'd think we'd have good internet, but it's horrible. So I definitely.
I was always surprised by that. I was always surprised with Australian internet, like people memeing on the NBN and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you should never be worse than the Philippines. It's just not possible to be worse than my country. But surprisingly enough, the internet here has sort of been good. Maybe not in the provinces, but most major commercial cities have pretty stable
Yeah.
internet. Like my home used to be stuck at 5 Mbps for the longest time in my life. Not even that, like 2 Mbps. And in the last 2-3 years, it's shifted into like 100. It's steadily improving. So
So
I feel like-
satisfying.
I feel like Australia should be faster though.
No, most of us just tapped to 4G hotspot. That's
Oh.
actually faster. In your own home, everyone's like, just use 4G. And that you can actually get like more stable connection that way. But yeah, I mean, someone had a power cut as well last game, so there's always going to be like little issues like that. But hey, I'm foreseeing maybe 10 years time, like top speeds, maybe even less, 5 years time, top speeds all over the world to be like playing LAN.
Yeah, would be really, really great to see that down the line. Still have to wait here. Patience, again, is a virtue. I was telling Mike this yesterday, with all the pauses that come out. It is a value you learn in Southeast Asian games particularly. Patience is a virtue. Not just online, but even when you go for an offline meeting, Filipino time is a thing. Here in the Philippines, we're known for being 15 minutes, well, not early, fashionably early. 15 minutes past the set meeting time. That's the standard. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour, depending on how you feel that day. It happens.
Yeah, that's what I learned living in Indo because the traffic is phenomenal.
Yeah, that traffic there I hear is somehow worse than Manila. Stats-wise, I've heard that Jakarta's actually much more congested than even Manila, which boggles my mind. Because I have experienced Manila traffic, even though I'm not from there. I've felt it. It's not great.
Feel it in your
really
bones.
that?
Oh
Is it
yeah,
really that congested?
yeah, it gets pretty bad. I mean, Fridays is always good because that's when everyone goes to prayer. So Fridays, I'd be like, yep, I'm going out. I'm going to the city, and like the roads are really clear. But most of the time, you just do your shopping. Like I go out at 2 a.m. with my friends, drink coffee, and that's how you actually get around. Otherwise, it's just too much. It's just too much.
Oh
But
yeah.
Sri Lanka, I went to Sri Lanka as a kid, and that was always great.
Oh.
It's a beautiful country for sure.
I've always wanted to go. Like, I had friends from Tamil Nadu, and they'd always kind of say, "Yeah, we should go around Tamil Nadu, head down to Sri Lanka as well, look at the sites." I'm like, "Yeah, that'd be great."
I wonder
Never
how
got
big
the
the
chance.
yeah, definitely. I'd definitely go there one day. I was just thinking, like, I wonder how big the Dota scene is there. Would they always just connect to C? Do you reckon, or there's an Indian server, right?
There used to be, I think, matchmaking wise, I'm not sure. I remember there was a time when the, the Indian matchmaking server was just not good, and a lot of players would just play C. And I'm not sure if that was ever fixed. If the Indian server as a region ever really paid off, because I think a lot of them still play Southeast Asia just because it's a much wider player base. Not that the player base
Yeah.
isn't there for South Asia. I think it's definitely big. It's just that you want to get that wider pool of experience. Southeast Asia is not too far off. You might as well play with a bigger pool.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of players there too, all across. I mean, the Philippines, main contender, I reckon, for Dota. Oh, actually,
Oh
maybe
yeah,
Malaysia.
10
Probably Malaysia
seconds
as well.
remaining.
All
yeah. I'd
right, we
say
are.
Dire
Sorry,
I'd say
you go.
Indonesia as well. It's pretty big on the Dotas. You know, like the trifecta of C Dotas, basically Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. We're seeing Thailand rise back up to the top as well after a dormant period, but that's pretty much your big guns there.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia used to go to they're called
10
warnets, the
seconds
like
remaining.
internet cafes. They're an experience. You walk in, it's like
5
36
seconds
degrees. All of
remaining.
the computers are on. Everyone's smoking. No one's got headphones. They just have the speakers that you put next to your monitor,
Yeah.
and everyone's got theirs turned up full because
Radiant
they want to hear their
team
own
pick.
game. I loved it. It was my favorite place. I climbed something like 1200 mmR going to the walnuts. Like it was great.
Jeez, yeah, that's an environment. That sounds like the old school Filipino internet cafe experience. Basically, I think that's the Southeast Asian experience. So you got to live through it.
10
Awesome.
seconds remaining.
We do have the draft building up. Team Nepal opening up with a Rubik.
5
Sri Lanka
seconds
with a
remaining.
Monkey King Grimstroke. So a very strong opener for Sri Lanka. Monkey King could still be flexed as a pause 4 with a Grimstroke going 5, but you could just easily go for a pause 1. Monkey King as well, maybe a
Yeah.
pause 2, not as common. Very open way of drafting here for Nepal.
Radiant
The
team
Rubik's a
back.
pretty strong pick just because Monkey King's there,
Team back.
Grimstroke's there. You can steal Soulbind, you can steal Wukong's. It's actually really good for Rubik because what was it? I think if you walk inside Rubik's Wukong's and walk out,
Radiant team
his
back.
statues still attack from range. In fact, if you're outside, I think they might still hit you because they're
Oh,
ranged.
right,
So
because he's
that does
ranged. Oh,
happen.
that seems a bit
Yeah,
broken.
it is. And of course, the added armor makes it hard to kill off the Rubik. Nepal follow up with a Bat Rider. So now a stolen Soulbind could be really strong on Rubik's well. Heck, even a stolen Inkswell
10
with a
seconds
Bat Rider
remaining.
combo can
Just
really set up.
anything.
And I think
Phantom
yeah,
is great
it's
to catch up with the
5
Monkey King if he's
seconds
trying to
remaining.
tree dance away.
yeah, they've got a lot of utility from
Dire
that
team
opener there,
back.
and I think Nepal's just setting up really nicely. As you said, Nepal hasn't picked the same heroes twice throughout the day. They're still not doing that. Like we haven't seen a Rubik from them, we haven't seen a Bat Rider, so fresh heroes more.
Yeah, I'm liking the back pick for sure. It could be kind of scary. Like you managed to get a soul bind on the
10
bat, and he
seconds
can't really
remaining.
escape too much. So there is good control coming from Team Sri Lanka, especially you've got that
5
Wukong's
seconds
command,
remaining.
soul bind. Yeah, pretty good control from them. I like both sides so far. There's nothing I'm really scratching my head about yet. And like you said, Monkey King is flex, so they can't base too much of their draft. Nepal can't base too much of their draft around MK, but they might just be feeling super confident from the last couple of games, and they might just do what they want. They, don't necessarily have to counterpick.
Yeah, I think that might be the game plan for Nepal because when you get that ahead in 2 games, your confidence is at an all-time high. You're just feeling good. So you just
Radiant
play what you
team
want.
ban.
You feel confident. You just draft your own strengths rather than worrying about the enemy team. And we had a discussion about that yesterday with teams on this level. When you go into draft and you manage to focus on your own play style rather than the enemy's play style, you just completely ignore what they want and just go for what you want. That's when you know you're a
10
strong team
seconds
because
remaining.
you're more confident in just outplaying them than to just be out drafted.
5 seconds
And I think
remaining.
that's always key for a lot of teams going in, and we're seeing some of that from Nepal. They just focus in on what they want. They draft some heroes that we haven't really seen in this tournament yet. I don't think we've seen the Bat Rider at all. We've seen maybe a Rubik, but definitely the Bat Rider not showing up in day 1. So Nepal just feeling confident and probably just knows what they want.
There's honestly something
Dire team
so
ban.
melodic about watching a Batrider. I just love it, especially if they're mid and they're stacking, and then you watch them just trail their flames across, and then the creeps follow, and then you hear the tinkles of the gold. It's just beautiful to watch. So hopefully, do you reckon will that be a mid bat or will that be possibly an
10
off lane?
seconds remaining.
pretty open. I think if you wanted to run off lane bat against Monkey King,
5
that sounds
seconds
pretty good.
remaining.
Although the Monkey King
Comboed with the Rubik.
isn't. Yeah, it's really strong with Rubik lift, just setting up for even more napalm stacks, even more Firefly damage flying through. You could still run it mid depending on the matchup, because Batrider versus Monkey, the Monkey can still kind of play around because he has 300 attack range for a melee hero. So he can kind of still close in just a bit more and last hit, but it's not a very safe lane for Monkey King. So as a counter pick to the Monkey, it's a good choice. Of course, Sri Lanka could just run a Monkey 4, Grimstroke 5, something else on safe lane that doesn't mind the Batrider too much. Maybe something range to keep them safe. Could still be a possibility. We'll have to see. Still fairly
feel
open
like-
for both sides.
I feel like a Mars is going to come out for Sri Lanka. When I see a jug ban, surely Mars. Which again
Yeah.
would be great
10 seconds
control,
remaining.
work on command. Like, anyway, sorry, I just
5 seconds.
No, it's
remaining.
a super strong combo, and I'm surprised Team
Radiant
Nepal didn't pick
team
up on that by banning it out. They go with the OD though on Sri Lanka, so this gives them an interesting way of blocking off the lasso. If you don't lasso the OD, OD's going to Astral Imprison, break your lasso, and you're pretty much fine. It's a good save from Sri Lanka. Works well with the Soulbind
10
from her
seconds
Grimstroke, so you
remaining.
just get double imprisonment already, buffing up your stats going into the ult.
Radiant
Before the
seconds
hammer drop,
remaining.
lots of damage coming through from that OD. It's just down to how effective it can be. We don't see OD play too much in the pro scene. Should be our mid. And there are some interesting buildups. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, Wombat, but OD with the Ag Shard is one of the most frustrating things to play against. Have you ever had that? Have you ever experienced
yes, and
that?
I'm usually a very squishy support.
5 seconds.
Oh yeah,
remaining.
right? Like, you're feeling good, you managed to catch out this core, maybe you're almost killing it with your team, then you see the Ag Shard come out, the imprisonment, and they walk away. They moonwalk away from you, and you just know you can't kill them anymore. It's so frustrating. Why? Why?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you're trying to catch up, or you're trying to. I don't know. I just don't like playing against OD, hands down. The shard though, I was gonna say I'm not super. What's the Ags again? I think might have
The
just-
Ags
confused with
is
the Ags.
double charge on the imprisonment. The shard
Oh yeah.
grants the so when you imprison an ally, they can move at 60% movement speed. You can see them, but you can't target them, and they can't do any actions. So it's
yeah,
just
okay, now I've
it
seen
just
that.
taunts you. Like, you have this low HP guy, he has Ags and Ag Shard. They're just slowly moonwalking away, and the OD
So
imprisons
they
him
just
again. and you
banished.
just can't
They're
kill him.
totally banished, right? Like
Yeah, it's like, think Dark Willow style, like Dark Willow disappearance, but you can't even ground target them. Like Earth Spike,
Yeah, okay.
Impale, none of those ground target spells do anything. They're in a different plane. You just see them like the Dark Willow would. So you're just helpless when you actually see that. Now, mind you, the Ags plus Ag Shard takes a while to build up. And, even with just a shard, it might not be enough as a saving tool. So I think Nepal still has a lot to play with, especially since they got the
10
Drow here,
seconds
Wombat.
remaining.
So you've got Drow Clockwork as a dual lane, and that's pretty
5
scary.
seconds
Clockwork
remaining.
runs up, gets the cogs off, you just multi-shot in. You can find some pretty early kills that way.
I was just actually looking. Is that a change to the Ag shard? It said Astral Imprisonment no longer fully dispels targeted allies, and it doesn't
Yep.
hide their model. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing. Movement speed by 40% for terms invulnerable, unselectable, and silences mutes into soundsman. Oh,
Radiant
it's so good. You just
team
cast that out on like your monkey or just whoever is getting
Ooh.
picked up with the leash. Yeah, okay. PA pick and PLs come out as well. That's going to be a plausible one. Looks like monkey will be a support then in Grim 5.
10 seconds.
I like that
remaining.
flex in the monkey. I don't think you wanted to run a monkey against Batrider lane,
5
so that
seconds
completely
remaining.
avoids it. Now you've got the Phantom Lancer against Batrider, which is very manageable for PL. Maybe not in level 1, maybe not even level 2, but once you have more levels in the Doppel, having that natural way of dispelling the sticky napalm is really nice, and that should
Dire
lead to
team
Phantom Lancer
back.
holding that lane. Again, the onus is there on Nepal to play fast in the first 3 levels. I think while that Doppelganger is stuck at level
Radiant
1,
team ban.
Phantom Lancer can't do much about Batrider, and I think that's the big worry. The initial level spikes for Team Nepal is still stronger. Level 2 on Batrider, level 1 Napalm, level 1 Firefly might be enough to handle that PL. The Grimstroke and Phantom Lancer lane will have to really put in some effort, mainly
10
on the Grimstroke to
seconds
try to zone
remaining.
them out. with damage coming through the Stroke of Fate, with the
5
Ink Swell on
seconds
top of it.
remaining back.
You really have to work that out quite nicely, and I think that just means Nepal still has a very aggressive lane, but Sri Lanka doesn't have to be completely worried about the bat. Even by late game, by mid game, with the illusion spam the Bat Rider, or the Phantom Lancer has, it's going to be a bit tough for the Bat Rider to figure out the real
10
PL. And
seconds remaining.
because of this draft from Nepal, they don't have the best wave clear to actually spot
5
out
seconds
the
remaining.
Phantom Lancer. Sri Lanka, they did ban the
Radiant
Leshrac as well, and they banned the Ember. So they banned the hard counters to the PL. Nepal actually didn't ban anything last. They ran out of reserve time. They just didn't
yeah.
ban anything.
I was thinking, oh no, maybe like I was thinking like a Magnus could be okay from Nepal to try and counter this
10 seconds
PL
remaining.
even as a support or an offlane. So they're picking an offlane
5 seconds
then.
remaining.
They could flex. They could flex Bat Rider mid, go for an offlane against PL. They go with a Shaker, so that should be an offlane Shaker. And that could be one way. Now, mind you, I've talked to a lot of PL players, rank 100 players beforehand, about rank 100 PL spammers. Like, that's their main hero. And every time we'd play pubs together,
10 seconds
they would
remaining.
always say they're never scared of Shaker as a PL, because a good PL should be able to
5
dodge out the
seconds
spell. So
remaining.
it boils down to a mechanics play now between Shaker and Phantom Lancer as a hard counter. Can the Shaker get a good angle, jump in while the illusions are clumped up? Will your PL react fast enough to doppel? Because there is a window when you blink in. You could doppel fast enough to dodge to dodge the Echo Slam, to dodge the Fisher.
Yeah,
So there's
it's
a
one of those
window
classic
there.
sort of the classic kind of bait that you would see in pubs. I don't usually see enemy teams pick up a Shaker, even for Broodmaster. Like for Broodmother, sorry, like you don't see Shaker really picked up to counter because there's other ways that you can clear.
Yeah, I think
But-
the issue with Shaker is that the
Choose
lane
your hero.
matchup doesn't sound amazing now. Like a Shaker off lane with a Rubik. There is chain stunts, and it is a Flamestrin Shaker, so they are running the Shaker Rubik lane. I don't know about the matchup against PL. It doesn't feel like the PL has a hard time there. So the pressure is more on the Rubik to maybe get lifts set up for some aggression, but I think you might just want to focus on Enchant and your Aftershocks in the Shaker now. Get some last hits up. Farm, hit your blink timing, run from there. Sri Lanka with a quad
Is that a
pickup.
support? Is that Sama support or Matrix support?
That should
Or
be
Queen of
off
Pain
lane
support?
OD. No, it's a mid quap. Our
Okay.
quap player is the mid player. So it's going to be the quap versus Bat Rider lane. OD off lane's not too bad. Maybe against a drow, you're not going to be able to leverage your imprisonment as well. There's always
You
the
can
risk
imprison her
of
when
still...
she goes for the range creep kill or something, and then deny maybe.
Yeah, you could play that way. I think for Nepal, they've got the angle now to play with the clockwork. So once they see Astral Imprisonment used, maybe on the creep wave or on the drow, clockwork can take that as the sign to go in, look for cogs, look for battery assault, hammer in with a multi-shot from drow, play from there. I think for Sri Lanka, just having this quap is pretty big because, excuse me, the hold from Nepal, it's not amazing. I think they've got lift as their most steady stun, and then you have to follow up. Like the rest are slow enough that you might be able to dodge them. So it's still that same story of mechanics. If the mechanics of our quap player on mid is fast enough, as long as they've got vision to scout out the Shaker, you're not going to be in too much trouble here as the quap.
Well, I'm excited to see how this game
Prepare for
goes. In terms of, oh, that's a cool mechanic. You can see they're all smoked up the top now. I have not seen that before. In terms of draft, I think I like Nepal's draft, but I feel like Sri Lanka could win
Bottom
this
is
one.
missing.
Just really interesting to see, like in terms of like matchup, and Nepal's pretty strong, so we have to kind of see how that goes.
Yeah, I think for Sri Lanka, if they get their PL to the point where it's super farmed up, it gets a heart, it's going to be hard to contest. For Nepal, they just don't have the best ways of dealing with a PL. I think that's always going to be the worry for Nepal going forward. So they have to play this really fast with their drow draft and just kind of end by 35 minutes. If
30
it goes
seconds
past
to
that,
battle.
with Tensis and Getsu getting all the farm he wants in PL, you're in for a world of trouble there.
I think I can hear you in game, John. What have we got here? A little bit of aggressive stance on both teams. Blues doesn't want to bar a bit. Uses chilling out bottom. We might see a bit of a scuffle happening at the moment. I'm awake's not going to risk it, actually. Never mind. Well, looks like
still
the
going.
Dire, though, will take away 3 runes at least. A little bit of damage going to turn around onto I'm awake, but nah, he's back to lane. I mean, overall, the high ground ward again for the Radiant, able to scout any movement the Prince is going to pull. I think that's a really good ward. It's also something that you don't really think to de-ward early.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times now from Nepal. They really like that warding spot and enables her offlane so much. You take a look at the mid lane though, it is the Quap versus Batrider lane. This is not an easy time for the Quap. Like, you can go for the blink, that is still a steady cooldown in early levels, and you do miss out on your damage output if you do go for that build. But I think at that point, you have to take it level 2. Like, there's just no way you're going to be able to stay in the lane. Incognito is having a great time getting the last hits off. And once the Napalm stacks up, the right-click damage of Incognito's bat is just way too much. We do see the Quap actually go for the dagger, though. So with Shadow Strike, I guess you've got some healing coming through with the healing ticks. It's just not going to be enough. If you misstep here in the Quap, you could be in for a world of hurt.
I mean, she's already got 10 stick charges, and she's probably just going to build up a straight one as well. Will she still go bottle? Like, do you necessarily have... Yeah, she's still queuing it. I just remember talking to a player who, like, plays mid a lot, and he sometimes just skips the bottle if he's versing a bat, because he's got all that regen. But these days, with the amount of runes that you have all over the map, you may as well get it, I guess. Bit of damage. Flamestron. Forced away. Which actually is kind of big, because he's the core player.
Yeah, they're doing a good job on Sri Lanka's end up top to keep that aggression up. Again, it just comes down to having the Shaker off lane. It's not a hero that does a lot in the laning phase. You do see emphasis on the enchant and aftershock indeed from Flamestrom, so they're not looking to be aggressive. They're looking to secure CS. Maybe once you hit level 4, you could look for some plays going for a 1-2-1 build on the Shaker. But more than likely, Tensis and Getsu is going to have enough space here to get running on that PL. You are doing a good job of Flamestrom to keep up in CS, though. He's only 1-2 CS behind that PL, and as long as you get your EXP going, you hit your Soul Ring timing, you're still pretty alright in that Shaker off.
Yeah. It's not super level dependent. He definitely needs his items, and then he can catch up quite quickly. I was going to say, though, Prince is doing such a good job with these Stroke of Face. He's hitting like 99% of them.
Yeah, and that damage output early on is just overwhelming. If you land it in a lot with a full creep wave, you just melt through these heroes. And Flamestrom, he's a melee hero having to deal with this. He has to walk up to the creep wave, so it's very easy for Prince to line up those shots. And there's just not much Dreamy can do to trade back. I think the onus is on to Rubik to actually put Prince away and give that Shaker good time. And Dreamy's not even able to do that. Like, he can fade bolt, he can try to right click out, but Prince kind of matches his right click damage. With a fade bolt window, you could try, but you run the risk of lining up for the Stroke of Fate yourself, and that will hurt you more than it benefits you. So I think you're just gonna have to cop that slow lane here in Nepal's end.
There's no point leveling fish or anything like that for him. Tenso's just happily farming away. It's pretty much uncontested. Oh, a little bit of damage coming off though. Is there a lift? No, he's not going to even use it. He's just going to salve up as well. I'm awake, steals the bounty room bottom though.
Oh.
They just turned onto the Rubik. Dreamy dies. First blood.
It's that damage output. You got Stroke of Fate on. You managed to get the Spirit Lance off. The Rubik just melts at this point, and you have to watch that spacing in Nepal. So far, a really strong start from Sri Lanka. Top lane looking really good. PL #1 in CS. Our Quap mid also matching at the Batrider's farm, which is not something you fully expect in a Batrider lane, although we'll have to watch out. But the levels are up there now on Incognito, though.
Summer, a bit of cogs as well, but there's the frost arrows coming through. The sun pops the fairy fire. I don't think it's going to be enough though. Right.
We hardly
Takes
knew
it
you.
down.
Just as well.
A little bit of action on the bottom. Nice to see.
It's something they really needed. I think the Drow Ranger is also a much more momentum-based hero compared to the PL. Like, there is an argument that it scales into late game by virtue of marksmanship, just doing what it does, but it does feel like its item spikes are very focused on mid-game. Right, that's the big power spikes you want to make use of, and you do want to get a running start going for that. Incognito though, playing really deep.
Yeah, he went for the rune and how do I say Cop's name?
Did you forget?
I have no clue.
Someone tell me, admin, how do I say Cop's name? Well, she just blinked on top and stole it as well, so she's gonna get both runes mid. Pretty happy.
Radiant structures
Able to catch up a little bit on farm as well, so.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bait play. I think they just bait in the bad right to go and go too deep, gets punished for it, and then the aggression is looking for Sri Lanka. Like
Yep.
up top though.
Top, Inkswell pops the stick as well. They're gonna turn this onto the Shaker. The damage, and he is gonna fall. Prince actually takes the kill. Oh, another Phantom Silence. Jamie's fine.
I'm surprised Flamestream went back to the wave after seeing that Inkswell. He decided to play greedy, figured he could back off after a creep, is punished for it. So Sri Lanka actually putting on quite the performance here against Nepal, just winning out at almost every single lane, just getting what they want. I think at this pace they're going to be able to hit their level spikes, hit their item spikes by the 10-15 minute mark, just run from there.
That's the thing, right, as well. Sama though, nice stun there, but he's getting gone on by I'm Awake. With damage, I don't think they have many more slows. The thing with having like a Monkey King as a 4 top lane though, they managed to kill out Tensor, which was a nice pickup. Dreamy will pay with the right click, but I mean, I think you're pretty happy with that, killing the pose 1. Oh, Fisher.
Oh, yeah.
Another hit, nice totem, whack,
Ooh.
and one more like. Oh, the creep killed him.
Yeah. Good set of kills coming out for Nepal though. And they did need to keep that here in check. Bot, they managed to punch the Monkey King, and they're still making moves onto Matrix.
Any other spells for I'm Awake? I can't click on the hero because Matrix is in the way. Yep, he does have cogs available. Able to trap him up for the moment. Just a right click or two. But no, I think Blues is pretty happy with this lane. He could be getting gone on a lot more rotation though from the pop. Has the Sonic Scream and she connects it. Jumps onto I'm Awake. But he's fine. Top lane.
It's a good turnaround.
Lift as well. Inkswell connects onto Flames and they're going to try and take it onto Tensor. There's the Inkswell. No, the creep dies, so it's going to get cancelled. A misplay from Prince there, unfortunately.
They are working the aggression out now on Nepal though. Like, they're feeling more confident. They hit these leveled spikes themselves. Incognito even rotates up top for a quick pickoff, but he was spotted out by a ward. Still, they're in position in Tensor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they are indeed chasing as well. There is
Oh,
the
no.
nice lasso, and he's going to melt quite quickly, turning the attention onto Prince now. I mean, this Fireflies is going to melt him. Totem Smash, double kill for Incognito. Great rotation.
Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
TP straight mid.
Just back to farming. They are trying to apply aggression on the bot lane though. On Wake does manage to cut off the Quap, but they don't have follow-up. Still, could be a risky spot. The silence is there.
Yep, and it looks like she might be able to get out there. Pops a Fairy Fly. She's alive for the moment. How is she getting that healing? Oh, yep. So there's a little... she's good. That was very close though. And they kill Tensor again though.
No. Blues.
And they've taken that tower as well. Oh no, Blues too far forward. Killing spree. Okay, so someone, one of the admins has translated for us because I don't speak Mandarin. And apparently it means shut up. So I think we just call it Quap.
Oh, damare. It's like a, you know, it's an anime thing. You know,
Is it?
when the protagonist is arguing with the villain, you tell him to shut up. Yes, that's yeah. All right,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm embarrassed that I didn't even recognize that was Japanese. My bad.
It's all right.
Not that uncultured, I swear.
No, it's fine. Not many people, of course, read Japanese, unless you're really into the culture, of course. Still, a great start for both sides. Rather even now, and Nepal starting to find some foothold. Taking the top tier 1, 7-6. They get the lift off
up as well. Nice.
Not quite enough.
Dodge it.
Oh.
But in comes Damare.
Dama.
Bit of damage from Flaminton. He's so confident. It looks like he might just fall. Dreamy's there. We do miss a kill in the bottom lane, but I don't care. I'm following this fight top. And he's
Yep.
fine.
I find it hilarious that his name is literally Shut Up, and he, you know, Queen of Pain has a lot of screams. Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain. So he's kind of role playing right now with his hero, but it does pay off. Good rotation out, and they managed to get the space to clear the bot tier 1. So they're evening out map control. Sri Lanka's putting up a great fight, keeping this game rather even with Nepal. Nepal still needing to get some space out. You know, Flamestrom is their top net worth along with Incognito, but Blues needs to sit back, hit this Dragonlance timing, play in the jungle. They are buying that space out. I think for the side of Nepal, though, they will be eyeing mid next. Drag Flamestrom around. They do not have the Blink and the Shaker yet. It's still a bit early for that. He does have the levels, though, and his right-click damage is big. So if they can just focus in with the right clicks onto that tier 1 with the Enchant Totem, they could kind of just force that issue here.
Yeah, looks like they are sticking mid. Incognito was top. He was looking for Tensor, but I love that when you see a core deciding to just be patient and sit in the jungle. That's exactly what he did, and he it's been rewarded with that now. Incognito going mid. Bottom though, Summer Matrix managed to find a kill on I'm Awake.
And this combination they have with OD Monkey King is just so strong. You scout the tree line, you get the stun off with your Monkey King, follow up with the imprisonment into the Meteor Hammer, just tons of chain stun. And look at Sri Lanka, they're just so aggressive right now.
Yeah, they're jumping forward onto Incognito. The stun is going to be there as well. He's still silenced for the moment, and the Scream will clear him up. Dreamy just a little bit late with the help, and Matrix, I mean, he's got a Meme Hammer, he drops it on the mid tower. Fight's still going on as well, and Dreamy's going to pay for his life. Literally just respawned and TP'd in, so that's feels bad.
Getting
Now it
a
looks
really
like-
good set of pickoffs on the
Yeah,
side
for sure.
of Sri Lanka. They're keeping up the aggression. They could line up for mid. With that Meteor Hammer, Matrix can just melt these objectives very fast. The side of Nepal, still lagging behind. 1k lead out for Sri Lanka. They can't afford to lose mid. They are TPing back in for the fight.
Oh.
How does Hookshot miss?
Especially when there's a channeling spell happening.
Dire's
We just
top
won't.
tower
We'll
is
just not
under
look at that. We'll just pretend it didn't happen.
Oh, that's
Pretty
so
well.
unfortunate. Like if they'd managed to get the hook shot in, they could have lined up for the kill. Flamestrom, unfortunately, stars don't align there. The side of Sri Lanka still get to keep playing in that bot jungle. You do have to be a bit cautious. The side
Mid
of Nepal
there?
are starting to group around mid.
Yeah. He's okay for now, but that's a little bit of damage, makes you a bit scared. Dreamy, what's he stolen? Imprisonment? Okay, not too bad. He's going for Aghanims on the Earthshaker though, so not that first up blink. Wants to go for a totem, I guess, and he's already got some strength along the way, so he'll just be that little bit tankier to kill.
Yeah, I think that's
Ogre Axe.
sensible enough.
Oh, Sama, he's been found, lifted as well. Incognito's going to be there. Gonna try and stun them off, but they do have lasso if they want to use it. And the nice steal there too, the imprisonment. Soulbind too. Can they turn this? Wait, what happened there? How did he come out of the cogs?
He was dragged by the lasso, so I guess it did manage to drag him some distance. Even through the imprisonment, he spawned outside in the spot where he would be if he wasn't imprisoned, and just needs it as a kill. That was a lot of commitment, though, for a support monkey. So that's lasso
Yeah.
for a support kill. Not the big target you want to go for. I think for Nepal right now, they're just buying space to hit these item spikes. So you mentioned that Ags and Flamestrom. It's still a ways to go, and I think they've got to be really patient for that.
And I think he might pay for it in a second for hanging out too long. Matrix is there. Beam Hammer up and available. He's probably just going to find him and... Oh, nice little slam. Does he have any follow-up though? The hook shot is there. The cover up Inkswell will push Matrix out and away. He has the imprisonment if he needs to, but there is a silence. He drops the hammer. They kill out Flamestrom, but the OD pays for it. And Dreamy gets a double kill. 2 cores down on the other side of Sri Lanka. And they're going to find a support as well. That's a perfect fight. Dreamy triple kill, you beast.
Radiant's middle tower is
Have
under
his Aether Lens.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, that's huge. Like a big set of wins coming out from Nepal off the back of just having a shaker a bit too far forward. They make it work. So 11 to 12, still a very even game, but very big kills coming out for Nepal, even out the game a bit more. The side of Sri Lanka, in the meantime, you know, you've got the Orchid up and Damare, so he can get the silence off now. Literally living up to his name of shut up. Just jumps in, shuts him up, kills him off. They do get the
Can tell
deny
that you
on
like
mid.
anime.
Of course. Absolutely. They get the deny on mid, so they take away some of that gold here on the side of Sri Lanka, but the map control is a lot better for Sri Lanka. Bot tier 1 gone, mid tier 1, they take complete control of the bot jungle. They've got the wards to protect. Nepal aren't really playing there, and they're not able to play up top jungle as well. They've got the wards for top jungle, they're just not really able to do much there, as they're forced to just kind of stick to the triangle. So Blues is just stuck in the triangle, has the Dragon Lance up, working towards a Hurricane Pike and Yasha. And it's just such a slow process when you're playing with ground. Now, good news is, Blues is having a much better time than Tensas and Getsu. So it's way ahead of the PL right now in terms of net worth. They just kind of need to maintain that.
Which draft? Oh, I hear a silence on the bottom lane there. He's going to TP out. He's fine. Who has the better late game, would you say, then, in terms of scaling?
Late game, I think around 35, 40 minutes plus. Sri Lanka has way better scaling. You have great potential to scale with OD. You have great potential to scale with
They dropped the hammer on top of Sama as well, but it didn't quite do much damage. I think he will pay for it. Wukong's command going to buy him some time, do a bit of damage, but when he dies, Flamestorm gets that kill, which is pretty good for him. Yeah, so you reckon it's better for Sri Lanka?
Yeah, if the game slows down, it's better for Sri Lanka. At the same time, Nepal hasn't really hit their item spikes yet. So we're still a bit far off from the late game timing. There's some mid game timing where Nepal is very strong. That's the Ags timing on our Shaker. That's perhaps the Hurricane Pike Yasha for our Drow. A Blink Up on our Bat Rider. So it's going to be really big. I think that's the point we can really start to run and gun. Although,
Damare just found Bat. He's going to go straight for the TP.
Yeah, no stun.
Dire's middle tower
She did have the Sonic Wave if she wanted to play with the Orchid damage. Like, that might have been enough with Sonic Wave thrown on top. Even at the TP home, once the Orchid faded, could have been enough. Maybe. Didn't want to take a risk. Nice hook, though.
Yeah, Prince, he'll pay for it. Inkswell might connect, but he's going to die anyway. There's going to be a follow-up as well. Damare's in. Silence on top of the clockwork. He's still alive for the moment, but should drop down. Yes, he does. Fisher kind of blocks off the team from the chase, though.
That's a bit unfortunate. They had enough time to deny off the clockwork if they wanted to. Didn't manage to. So, support trade in the end for both sides. Yeah, she still held on to that ult. Still looking good for both sides. Again, less than 1k net worth lead on to Nepal. I think the big issue right now is that Sri Lanka, with his Quap, with Damare on top like this, the Quap is doing a lot of work. That silence is paying dividends. They just need a follow-up stun to ensure the TP outs don't happen. So either the OD or the Monkey King in the area should fix those issues we were seeing with just TPing out. And Sri Lanka now are going for a smoke. They're going to go hunting now, dip around, look for a target to go for. And a couple of juicy ones. Incognito is playing under vision, under dire vision, so he could be the one they jump.
Well, he just bought out. He's going to TP back to base. Like, he had the vision, I guess, or he had the spider senses.
Yeah, I believe that smoke was under a ward as well. So he was playing under a ward, but the smoke was under a ward, and just kind of canceled each other out. They're still hanging around the area, though.
He was 80 gold off of the Mithril Hammer, but he bought just in case they found it. So he's not playing greedy. That's good.
Just being patient. I think he understands that you just avoid some of these fights, wait for the item pickups, and then play from there. Like, this stall out has given enough time for Flamestrom to be within 200 gold of his Ags. So once you hit that Ag time, it's big, although...
Shot though, Incognito is there. Has the last if he wants to go for There's Imprisonment, double Phantom. Soulbind will force them off, and they're silenced up as well, but that's going to give him a chance to run away. Disengage for the moment. Earthshaker doesn't quite have his Ags. He really should just 100 gold, and then he can fight.
Yeah, just hold back on the aggression a bit. They do manage to at least waste a couple of the spells coming through from Sri Lanka. Not much loss there. Though Dreamy...
Oh, nah, he's got Blink. It's okay. It's not too bad. They're going to turn, though, onto this OD Matrix. A little bit of damage off. No hookshot available, but the cogs are there. Up into the high ground. They have vision. The lasso is going to hold them up. He gets some right-click damage. Blues gets the kill as well. And the rest of the team is going to leave.
Yeah, that's a big pick-off, slowing down the OD, preventing this blink timing from coming through, and that's the Ags coming out in Flamestrom. So, big Ags reveal. Shaker's going to have a really easy time now jumping in. I love the Shadow Blade build-up as well. So there's a lot of pressure on Sri Lanka to keep the vision game up, drop a lot more laning sentries before these engagements break out to protect themselves. They are hitting some item beats on their other heroes though. Like the PL does have the diffusal up, so it can start to melt some mana, do some damage, contribute in fights, but this is not the point where the PL is strong at. You definitely need either the SNY or the Manta up first, more stats, before you feel confident in helping your team out.
Link forward with the Inkswell as well. Dharmade's going to turn her attention onto the Shaker. She has been lifted and she's going to do the Sonic Wave. But there's the Totem Shake. There's a steal as well from Dreamy, and he gets the kill back onto the mid player for Sri Lanka.
I think he's been doing a ton of work on that Rubik, just stealing all the spells he needs to and just setting up for the team. And Sri Lanka,
7 kills.
There's only so much you can do to stop a Rubik stealing spells. They are finding more.
You still have Echo Slam on Flamestone. He's just pretty low in terms of levels. He's going for a Shadow Blade next. Not even a blink.
Yeah, I like that build. I think, again, it applies pressure on Sri Lanka to have to drop these laning sentries before engagements. I haven't tried it in a while, but I believe you might be able to enchant mid-air and Shadow Blade, so if outside vision, it's very hard to spot that stun. Stun as you come in. And that could be the way to play to catch out that PL. Because again, the PL can still slide through from some of that engagements, some of that control, but with a Shadow Blade up, that becomes infinitely harder. So that could be the angle Flamestream wants here.
Matrix, careful. The team is behind. I'm ready to go. Soulbind up and available too. Might see another contest here. The Radiant really want this mid tower. Every time they've come though, there's just been the rotation from Sri Lanka. They're not going to give it over.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka understands how important that mid is to sustaining their own farm game. They are lagging behind a bit, but they know that this is a key part of allowing Tensa to keep farming. They just need to hold on to that as much as possible. Nepal, though, and they're showing blues up front. So this should mean that they are nearing that point where they feel confident enough to siege, and they will get started.
Fortified for the moment. Hookshot does miss, though. They should get this mid tower. Sama, Wukong's command, though, gusted up immediately as well. I'm awake would be there. Looks like they get a kill onto him. They're going to turn to a third one. Tensa runs off.
Is hidden in these woods.
This is a support kill in a mid tower. Not too bad.
Yeah. Pretty nice pickups there for Nepal, finally taking that mid-tier 1. Sri Lanka still grouping around, though, looking like they might want to force a fight. Without the Monkey King, you lose a lot of your AoE controller, AoE area control denial. And without that Wukong's popping up, you might just want to wait back. You're also lacking information. Without the tree dance coming through, the big strength of that Monkey King is the vision game it provides. So you will want that to...
Oh, sorry, you go.
You will want that to just spot stuff out. What's up?
So unfortunately, he's not super tanky, so Sama just kind of gets cleaned up really quickly by pretty much if an Earthshaker jumps him, if Drow jumps him. And he's died a few times now.
Yeah, that's a shortcoming of that Monkey King. Outside Wukong's, you're not that tanky at all. He is trying to save up for the BKB as we tend to see, and there is a smoke out from Sri Lanka. A 3-man smoke. Can look for who exactly they collapse on.
Might be a fun incognito. He's got BKB though. I'm not sure he's too worried. Turning him for the moment, goes to the BKB, immediately lassos an illusion. You're gonna feel bad there. They're gonna turn their attention to Flamestron. Inkswell, stun as well. Leave a Sonic Wave is there, but she's silenced and stuns. Hookshot in on the backline, so Tensa needs to be careful. Nice kill though from Blues. They are tethered for the moment, but if they run in the same direction, yeah, Prince should die here too. Very bad damage. I think Damaro is fine, but that was a heavy turnaround. Oh, because of BKB.
Just a bit unfortunate for the lasso. It does pay off in the end. Really great follow-up from I'm Awake to get that hook shot off and finding the angle. They are still clumping around though. Sri Lanka could look to get a couple of pickoffs.
Silence as well. Matrix is there too. A little bit of damage coming off Sama. Oh, is he dead? I mean, if he wasn't, he definitely is now. Oh, I like it. Oh my gosh, the Echo Slam Flamestron. You monster. Matrix, I mean... Incognito falls, but it's definitely worth it. Wow.
Yeah, they make it work. Just managing to stall the fight out long enough for the rest of the team to come in to get that big slam off. The presence of mind from Nepal to back up their core
Yeah.
to back up that aggression from Sri Lanka was really big. And Sri Lanka, they were trying to get a little bit more. They were trying to kind of salvage that last fight by getting a pick off in exchange. Doesn't pay off. Too much sacrifices made to get that done. Nepal now with a 7k lead, 21-14. Sri Lanka is still holding it. You know, they're getting space out for Tensa to farm. And the PL's still not climbing up in net worth ranking though. Still, what, bottom, like right around
Yeah.
5th in terms of net worth, and you need a lot more. The math is coming true for Tensa next. I think we need to start seeing either Scotty or Hart next, just to have the stats to withstand at the front line and contribute to the team, but that's a long way off. And I think for Sri Lanka now, this is the moment where you think about that late game, because this is the mid-game spike of Nepal. This is when they've got the items up. And for Sri Lanka, the game plan now is just to try to hold out until 35, 40 minutes in. That's when the PL is going to be a beast. That's when the OD starts to scale into the late game with a BKB, maybe with the Ag shard we were talking about, maybe with the Ags as well. But it's a matter of patience.
They're gonna chase Flamestron. He should have the totem up again though, he's fine.
Dire's
But
top tower
team is wrapping around right now. The Rocket Flare might have given him
Oh,
away,
no.
but they found a banish. Is there gonna be a follow-up? BKB with Incognito, immediate lasso, no time to doppelganger. And Blues comes through with a bit of damage on the sidelines. Matrix, he's gonna get punished as well. Prince tried to do a bit of damage there, but I think they're gonna lose their OD. Flamestron, oh my gosh, and Prince is gonna die too. Possibly a little bit of damage, 1 or 2 more right clicks.
Dire's
Yep.
middle tower is under attack.
Hey, they're ripping through. Really good punishment coming out from Nepal onto Sri Lanka. Just a bit too far forward and trying to chase down a Shaker. Their stuns aren't reliable enough. They only had a Monkey King hit to really play with that. And now they can just go for the tier 2. A lot being won out here by the side of Nepal and Sri Lanka. Again, they're taking these fights when they shouldn't. They should just try to farm up, slow the game down, hit their own item spikes, and hold out until then. There is no creep wave though, so the push in tier 2 is a bit slower, but eventually this tower will fall. That's going to be even more map space coming out from Nepal. The top tier 2 still stands, so Roshan's still a bit tough to take with the outpost in play. But eventually, they could just go for the capture, clear out the top tier 2 next, and think about Roshan next as well for Nepal.
Yeah, think about Roshan. They have the vision as well, quite deep to see Dire coming through. But I mean, Dreamy, I think is just he's got imprisonment still, possibly able to save his ally. A moment for the hook shot onto the illusion, very nice. Sonic Scream will be there. Wake might fall. Looks like it will, but Blues is in on the back line. Silence up for the moment, he's doing a lot of right click damage. Awesome Hurricane Pike move. I'm Awake finally falls with a Wukong command, does a bit of damage. Flamestron's just heading right into the back lines though. BKB on Incognito, turning onto this Monkey King. Prince is just 1 or 2 more kills. Nice Echo Slam. Totem's gonna connect, double kill for Flamestron, and they manage to take out Matrix in the meantime. And I think it's just a matter of time before Monkey. No, actually he's fine. They can just turn.
Yep. Should still be a bit cautious with the mobility coming up from Nepal. But Nepal, once again, takes a really good fight. It looks like a very awkward situation. The chase from Sri Lanka were only on 2 supports, and they overcommit for that chase. They go all the way to the Roche pit, midway point of the map, and they lose their big course. Now the Roshan's open for Blues to kind of rip into. He has rushed the Butterfly, so he just went for the Butterfly instead. All the damage in the world now here for our Drow. And Sri Lanka has to be cautious. They can't quite contest Roshan. They don't have the Wukongs yet. No Sonic Wave as well. The Aegis will go the way of Blues, and that opens up a big, aggressive opening for the side of Nepal. They can look for that top tier 2. They can look for the high ground now. They can't quite get Megas if they do start high ground, as the bot tier 1, bot tier 2 still stand. But they've got a massive power spike on Nepal and in Sri Lanka. They're still waiting for items from them. They're still waiting for farm on the PL, on the OD. Just not enough to go around here.
I think they really need to stop fighting as much as possible. They might have to give up this T2 top. I mean, there's no Echo Slam, but it's almost up in 30. I'm sure Dream will manage to find some amazing steal, but it looks like the Dire, looks like Sri Lanka will just try and farm bottom. Arcane Rune on Damare, which is pretty nice. But yeah, they're just not going to contest. Although they have to probably go high ground, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to stop them from going for that high ground push. Damage is there from their Drow. They've got even nice deep boards to watch defenses coming in. Incognito's just kind of holding him off in the bot lane for a bit. But the push is there. I mean, just the drow alone, these towers melt.
Hook shot, mid lane. Prince, he's gonna fall, but I mean, Blue's just hooking into this tower, T3. No one's TP'd. There's no TP available on OD. Gonna take it. Buyback there from Prince.
Oh,
Immediate
no.
lasso. Oh no. Cabaret is dead for 52. Turning their sights into Summer as well. The right click, but Blues is big. This is that power spike you were talking about. And Prince, that's a dieback. Oh no, that was Matrix dying. Okay, Prince, be careful. Oh, GG calls. Okay.
Yeah, I can't fault Sri Lanka. Nepal, they had a pretty rocky early game. It was back and forth. We saw some strong moments out from Sri Lanka, but they get their draft work. They managed to hit this mid-game timing. They get their farm up. They managed to build up. I have to say, the star player for Nepal in this game was more than likely Dreamy. I think that Rubik, his Rubik plays were insane. I think that might just be a ban against Team Nepal because he stole all the right spells. He always was in the right position to use those spells, and he just managed to keep setting up for his team. I think Team Nepal had such a strong foundation with that Rubik, and they went back for the Shaker core with the Ags Rush. Not something you see too often, but again, Flamestorm on the off lane just plays such an incredibly stable lane. He had a really bad start as well. Like, the dual lane of Shaker Rubik was just not amazing, but they managed to hold out and just make it work.
Yeah, Prince did a really good job of keeping them zoned and giving the PL as much time to catch up and farm, but unfortunately he just couldn't. He finished off with 10k net worth, died 7 times, which is quite a lot, and couldn't really get involved in too many kills. So yeah, unfortunately Team Sri Lanka didn't take out game 1, but it is a best of 2, so they have a chance to play yet another one in the series and possibly even up the odds. What do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think Sri Lanka brought in a pretty good fight. We saw it in laning. They managed to hold on really well. They managed to work their lanes really well in the first 5 to 10 minutes. It's just that down line, they were taking these fights a bit too aggressively. I think they need to give Tensa a lot of space on his core. Just have him farm up, and I think they need something a bit more active for Matrix. Like, I understood where the OD was coming from, but it never really got the form it needed to. It got a really fast Meteor Hammer. Beyond that, we didn't see the Ags, we didn't see the Ag Shard, and it just couldn't really get enough with the space on the map left.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm hoping that they will be able to bring it back and we can maybe get a 1-1 here. Nepal is on a roll though. They've won 3 out of 3 games tonight. They might even win 6 out of 6. We'll see. We will come back after a short break, so stick around.
colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. birds all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Hello and welcome back to the Global Esports Region 1 Qualifiers. One Bets for you, Storm X Flyer. We are halfway through our second series of the night, which is Team Nepal versus Team Sri Lanka. Last game was pretty good, John, don't you reckon? I liked the back and forth that we saw from these teams.
Yeah, it's a stronger performance coming through from Sri Lanka than I think I expected. I expected Nepal to look a lot more dominant, but Sri Lanka brought a really good fight, especially from the laning phase. They managed to find a lot of wins early on, slow down that pacing of Nepal. For Nepal, they had to wait until 20-25 minutes to hit their spikes. And I think if Sri Lanka managed to adjust their draft to play earlier, around that moment where they were strong, they'd look a lot stronger. So they might be able to take a game off Nepal. Nepal, for their part, though, they have managed to ride through and managed to keep up a 3-0 streak throughout the day. And remember, they're playing every single series today. So they have the potential to go 6-0. We'll see if Sri Lanka manages to put a dent in that.
Yeah, indeed. We are going into the draft because we've
5
started the banning
seconds
phase, so we
remaining.
can start to see the flavor of the games coming through. The same bands, though, as has been previously. I would like to
Radiant
see
team
Nyx.
pick.
Why is Nyx so broken, John? Tell me.
It's just a really good support to have. I think it's been like that for a while. It scales
Yeah.
into the late game really well with the Ags upgrade. It counteracts a lot of mids. Heck, a lot of heroes with any sort of AoE stun with Spike Carapace. It
10
gives you a lot of
seconds
information with Vendetta, so it just hunts around and can build off onto a
5
gank with the
seconds
damage output he
remaining.
has from Vendetta. So it's just a very versatile support. I think that's why it's such a high prio ban. For Team Nepal specifically, it might be because they love to run Pugna when possible. They did first phase pick it. Last time we saw it, they're not going to do that. They do go with Dawnbreaker. So again, a very ballsy Dawnbreaker pick by keeping Silencer on hand. I think Sri Lanka, if they read that, they could just take Silencer, prevent that Solar Guardian from ever coming true, and just immediately take out the
10
Dawnbreaker's existence in
seconds
team
remaining.
fights.
Yeah, I think we need to see that. We saw how
5
dominant
seconds
Dawnbreaker was.
remaining.
Did Nepal play Dawnbreaker? Was it them? It was, right?
Yeah.
Dire team
Yeah, it
pick.
was
Yeah, so-
them in their second game.
Ooh, okay. So Lycan pick first up. Come on, please pick Silencer, please. Yeah. So this is the first time Nepal's gone back on a hero, I think, because they've been very versatile in all of their picks the last few games.
Yep.
10
We've seen a
seconds
Lycan before
remaining.
as well. I still think like Winter Wyvern's a pretty strong pick, especially when
5
you're
seconds
against
remaining.
the Zoo
Radiant team
meta
pick.
opponent.
Oh,
So there you go.
Yeah, they read it. They figure they don't want to deal with the Dawnbreaker jumping into fights. Makes sense. Now the issue is with Lycan up, likely offlane Lycan, Dominator into Overlord timing into Ags. Ags heroes with Lycan, there's only one left.
10
With Tiny out
seconds
pool,
remaining.
your only big choice now is
Radiant
Sven.
team banned.
I think Nepal could pick it themselves or ban it and just kind of prevent that wolf form Sven from running in. Because Sven plus Lycan is sickening. It's like Tiny plus Lycan, except that you revolve around not only the wolf form, but God Strength as well. But you've got a big cleave. You have the benefit of a
10
stun on the
seconds
Sven,
remaining.
and
Dire
even a Warcry to
team
boost his
banned.
move speed, although you kind of hit move speed cap in wolf form. The interesting thing is, if the Sven Lycan pulls through, I actually want to see Sven Ags with a Lycan Ags. So you're in wolf form, you're flying around with your stun as well. That's just terrifying for any support in the
Oh
game.
my gosh. Whoever coded those spells are
10
having fun
seconds
putting them
remaining.
together.
Oh yeah,
Radiant
like it's,
team
it's
The,
hilarious.
I'd like to see it come through. I'm not down. The puck pick is nicer. The coil is there to
Dire
obviously keep the
team
Lycan in
banned.
check. If they do pick up a Sven and he turns into a wolf himself, again, it's a good measure for control. They're banning off, okay, Void, Ember, some slippery heroes. Troll's gone too. What are some good combos that you just
10
don't want to deal with
seconds
as a
remaining.
Lycan?
Mars is something you shouldn't allow true.
5 seconds
Mars against
remaining.
Lycan, you just arena him up. You already have to worry about Dream Coil, but I feel like Arena's even worse. It's a low cooldown. You block in the entire team. And there's a really good way of playing around that. So you force a fight, Arena, Dream Coil on, and your Dawnbreaker, if Global Silence was already expended, you can just kind of Solar Guardian in that entire area to get some big
Radiant
follow-up
team
damage,
banned.
big heals off. And that could be a very devastating combination for Nepal to play with if Sri Lanka don't ban it. They still have the flex on hand to run Mars offlane, Puck mid, Dawnbreaker 4 once more. I think that could be a really strong way to play it if Sri Lanka don't ban it out.
Yeah,
10
the
seconds
Void was
remaining.
also Faceless Void was also a good ban for Sri Lanka.
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
if your Chrono does a silencer, you can't do anything, and Dawnbreaker can just jump in on top. And Lycan, it's also very easy to get caught out. So getting rid of that. What have we seen that's been like a real big threat the past few games? What we really need to kind of work on Flamestron's hero pool, maybe. You know, ban what he has to bring to the table, like Earthshaker.
Yeah. I think Flamestrom builds up a large
Dire
part
team
of
back.
how Nepal plays. And Nepal do ban out this Fenrir, so we're not going to see the Flying Wolf this
No.
time around, unfortunately. It leaves very few combinations for Sri Lanka to play with. I guess a
What about-
hilarious one would be Jug Lycan. Have you ever figured that out? Jug in wolf form Omni slashing. So you just see a wolf
10
jumping
seconds
around.
remaining.
Yeah, actually, I think I have seen that. I was wondering, what about
5 seconds
Luna?
remaining.
Does that do anything with the glaives?
No, you don't want it with ranged heroes because you turn melee, so there's no benefit for the ranged heroes. I think
Okay,
you really want
yeah.
melee heroes to maximize that wolf form. What else is there?
Dire
PA
team
Wolf could be funny with her blink up, although it's kind of useless on PA because she already has a crit. But that does
Yeah.
mean you have it's almost like 100% crit for you, or maybe like 50% because you have 2 crit procs to roll on the dice. So that could be one way. I just don't think we've ever seen that. Maybe a
10
Life
seconds
Sealer could
remaining.
work out as well. Honestly,
Yep.
Life Sealer with it sounds terrifying.
5
With all the
seconds
slows
Life
Life
Sealer
Sealer
be-
has is insane.
Plus, his rage would be pretty good to get out. Like if you're getting jumped on by Dawnbreaker,
Radiant
rage
team
as
pick.
well.
Earthshaker.
Okay,
Oh.
they've taken the Earthshaker off of Flamestron at least. It's also good disengage. The Fisher might be able to break apart the chase, catch off some people as well.
Yeah, it's a great way for them
10
to
seconds
also get a good
remaining.
start in lane, getting that fissure block and creep wave set up for a good time
5
in the initial
seconds
waves.
remaining.
Get an EXP advantage, gold advantage early on to win out lanes. I think that's where we saw Sri Lanka play strongest. So having these early aggressive heroes can always help out.
Radiant
For the side of
team
Nepal
pick.
now, they will dip
Monkey
into the Monkey King. So they take the Monkey King on their side. Should be our pause 4 monkey. Could be pause 1 because you've got the Dawnbreaker. Could run pause 1 monkey, Dawnbreaker 4. I don't feel like Dawnbreaker 5 is a high value pick simply because on a pause 5 you really are starved for
10
farm.
seconds remaining.
She
Compared to the
started off
4.
as a 3. She could still go there, right? Or is that as a
5
puck mid, or would you say
seconds
it's a
remaining.
puck?
Yeah, she could still go offlane Dawnbreaker. I just don't value core Dawnbreaker as highly, especially since there's a silencer on hand, so you kind of want to remove your reliance on Dawnbreaker a lot. And offlane Dawnbreaker has to be super active with Solar Guardian to make use of her items. You basically will never be able to use that spell if Sri Lanka plays their cards right with the Global Silence. So
Dire team
I prefer it on support here. They do go with the
Behold
Magnus, so it
Magnus.
looks like we will have a Monkey 1 Magnus off Puck mid, Dawnbreaker 4, maybe a last pick support for Nepal. They could also just perhaps run Magnus off Puck mid, Monkey
10
Dawnbreaker
seconds
support to
remaining.
Dawnbreaker 5. They could still do that. And I guess in a way that
5
does remove their
seconds
reliance on
remaining.
Dawnbreaker as a hero, because it's a pause 5, you hard counter the silencer with it's suddenly a pick to counteract a pause 5.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, all of the efforts don't really matter too much. Would you not see Magnus mid then these days? Is it definitely a mag off?
You still see some Magnus mid. It depends on the matchup. I think Puck mid is
Yeah.
just a lot more stable. And the Magnus offlane has a lot to play with, especially on the long lane, right? You're in the offlane, it's the long lane for your team. You have a lot of potential to just skewer back, play around in that space. Go to the side camp if you shove out the wave with your shockwave, get some farm going, or just be
Radiant team
aggressive
back.
with potential setup. So I think that's one way you can go. Sri Lanka does go into the Ursa. So Ursa Lycan, I believe this is the original Lycan combination we saw from DPC Southeast Asia. I believe it was also either TNC or OB Neon who did that. I think it was TNC.
10
So-
seconds
Yeah, okay.
remaining.
Pretty nice. Fury
Like an
Swipes
Ursa.
crit as well.
Yep,
5
it's
seconds remaining.
kind of funny. You're turning a bear into a wolf, and it's more dangerous in wolf form than it is as a bear. So there's that thought process as well. But
Wolves are OP.
this is pretty strong. It really is. It's a really strong combination to come out. The lane for the Ursa up against a Magnus wouldn't be too bad. I think that's something the Ursa wins out on. So you might want to actually flex that puck off lane now on Nepal's side. And for Nepal, they've got 4 melee heroes against Ursa Lycans, up against a Shaker as well. So there's a lot of kite ability for Sri Lanka to actually pump out here. Mind you, Monkey King's highly mobile with Tree Dance. Magnus has at least a skewer to catch up, but I still think that Sri Lanka's going to be able to kite them around just a bit more in this game.
I was gonna say if Ursa could get kited though by Nepal. Not saying, but I mean Earthshaker is there to lock. But yeah, no, I see. I say it's like all of the heroes pretty much have like high mobility. I was trying to think of what would be a good
Dire
counter
team
for
ban.
Mag. So they need to pick a mid now, right, for Sri Lanka. Maybe
Yep.
like what's a puck? What's good against a puck?
Good against a puck. I think we've seen Void Spirit win against puck in that matchup.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Just because your spell uptime's a lot better, your wave clear is really good, you have a good shield up against the puck's
5
magic
seconds
damage, you can
remaining.
dodge out the orb as well if you play your cards right. So
Radiant
I
It's
think
like
the
'cause
Void Spirit would be a
Silencer
good
isn't even-
mid matchup.
Yeah, I was gonna say Silencer isn't even that as a mid against a puck. Would be kind of nice to see.
Oh yeah, it's not bad at all. We don't see the core silencer all too often. I think the last time I saw it in a pro game was I believe Moon silencer mid.
10
So
seconds
something from
remaining.
SMG. They're the teams who really get these
5 seconds remaining.
creative mids going, but could be a possibility for Sri Lanka if they wanted. Kind of fits in with Damare's name, right? And shut up. Silencer just silences.
Yeah, he's maybe sticking to the role playing. Like, is TA just garbage now? Like, does nobody just picking TA? Because that just feels like a good hero for Sri Lanka to pick up.
I don't think it's a bad hero. It's just the nature of the
Dire
game
team
shifted.
ban.
So you are looking for more aggression by 15, 20 minutes in, whereas a TA might want to get a little bit more farm. You want to get some skirmishes in that point as well. And it feels like the emphasis has shifted away a bit from jungle stacking, although you still see that with certain pos ones like the gyrocopter.
10 seconds
but
remaining.
It's definitely not onto the mid now. It does feel like the pos one takes a
5
much more
seconds
prominent
remaining.
role in being that win condition, whereas just
Radiant
maybe a
team
few
pick.
months ago it was always the mid. Could fit in for Sri Lanka if they wanted. The issue is you're going to be running Lycan Ursa TA, and there is a lot of farm that has to go through across the heroes, especially if you're gunning for Lycan Ag's timing. So that's
Dire
3
Yeah.
farming heroes basically you'd have there.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Well, it is going to be a monkey one then. They banned off the Spectre thinking that monkey was going to be support. So Hoodwink and Dawnbreaker, I think, are the 2 supports here.
Yeah, it should be.
10
There
seconds
are some
remaining.
funky ways to play it. I believe we've just seen Thompson play Hoodwink
5
mid.
seconds remaining.
Oh, that would have been
So if Nepal
horrible
wants to do that, they
to
could
play
do
against.
it. Oh yeah, it's really annoying. Lots of damage coming through. Probably not going to see that, but if you did run Hoodwink mid, you could run Puck for Dawnbreaker 5. You could run Puck offlane, Magnus for Dawnbreaker 5. Still kind of flexible, depending on the lane matchup. Sri Lanka now have to consider that. Are they expecting Puck to end up taking mid? Do they expect Nepal to kind of pull a Thompson here? Who knows?
Crop's kind of still available. That'd be not too bad. You want to kind of get out of the combo and hide from Hoodwink. Like if she manages to get you in her bushwhack, and then she's got all the spells to catch up. So I don't even mind. Like they're gonna pick mid here, maybe like a Quap. But against the puck, I mean, it's not like you can't even get your Q off onto a puck because he'll just disappear every single
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky to harass out the puck, but there is enough
Choose
downtime
your
there to
Pugna.
punish. They do go with a Pugna on Sri Lanka's end. So they take the Pugna away, and that
Wait,
is a
Tensa.
Tensa Sengetsu Pugna. So they're running Ursa mid up against the puck, and it is an off-lane Flamestron Hoodwink and a Dreamy Magnus. So they actually keep the
Ooh.
puck mid, Hoodwink off.
Unless they're just
against-
like deciding to swap roles. Like, do you think Tensor and is it Dame? What is it? Can you say shut
Damare.
up again? Damare. Hey, that's rude. No, do you think that they might like trade, or do you think it's definitely because I feel like Tensor would probably just go mid, right? With the Pugna makes more sense.
Mid Pugna makes more sense. I don't know if the matchup's really favorable against a puck, though, all things considered. Your range is pretty low compared to the puck. You have to walk up to the creep wave to drop Nether Blast without your Aether Lens. and the decrep doesn't work as well against a puck, so you're not able to really prevent the farm from coming through in that mid matchup as well. You might actually just want to have that Pugna safe. I think the Ursa holds against the puck better because the cooldowns on orb, the cooldown on phase shift is higher in lane in those initial levels, so the Ursa can actually play around that. If the puck comes too close, you jump on her, get a slow, get the hits off with the Fury swipes, clear out the creep wave, and you're dandy. So it could go either way there. We'll see. Very different drafts coming out from Sri Lanka, Nepal. They're shifting things around as well. I am keen to see how much that offlane hoodwink does in this game.
He's a grandmaster tier as well on that Pugna. It's
Oh,
pretty
God.
juicy. What do you build then as a plus one Pugna? Is it just the same as mid, but
This will be
Prepare for
Yeah, it's still the same buildup. I think you still shoot for Aether Lens. You still shoot for the Ags. There's a lot you can go for there. I think it's still Aether Lens. Maybe a Kaya. Maybe something like a Sanjin Kaya is a bit more feasible there for the side of Tensa. And an Aethos could come out. It's very open. Like Pugna as a hero
Yeah.
is just very open in itemization. Heck, you could maybe rush a Dagon if you feel confident.
I feel like it's pretty punishable though as well. Like if he gets pressured and you've got nothing too much to fall back on, maybe like the Ursa. It depends. If Alakin's having a good game, then you're fine. But yeah, I think if Pugna gets like pressured out, I feel like you're almost like, where's my plus one? That's how I would feel.
It does look like Tensa might actually be mid, so all of that theory crafting is out the table. And he is carrying the obs board, so he might just run mid, play mid, shift around. Damare will just take the Ursa safe lane, which is probably the safer bet for the Ursa. Although, again, I'm trying to recall. I feel like Ursa's not too bad against Puck. It's not a great lane, to be fair, but I don't think it's outright terrible. It's still, Pugna mid makes a bit more sense because you can shove into the tower faster. You shove out the wave, you get some tower damage as well. So the value is there. And I think that is what they'll be gunning for here on the side of Sri Lanka. So we'll see how well Tensa does on his mid. Damara has been doing a great job the past few days, but he's going to have to play pause 1 now.
I'm sure they probably just play a bunch of different roles, and they're probably pretty confident all around. Why does Prince do that? He did that last one as well. Oh, nice little stun, but they did miss it on I'm Awake, unfortunately. Prince took a lot of damage though.
Yeah, decent
They
enough.
know
What
that it's
did
watered
Prince
there.
do last time?
He walked up mid, like he always walks up mid
Oh.
and then like goes to look as
Oh
well.
no, he's
A nice
skewer.
flip as well.
Oh
And they're gonna
boy,
kill him
Prince.
first kill. Oh,
Oh,
2 evades? That's all skill. That's all skill.
It shall be duly.
I'm
Oh,
awake.
that's skill.
He's gonna try and get that. Oh yeah. Okay. So 3 bounties over to the Dire. Not too bad. But first kill over to the Radiant. So it's probably pretty even.
Yeah, still fairly even. First blood bonus for Nepal does set them up a lot better though. And you have to be careful about that. The cliffing coming through from Magnus is always really strong. You will have that dual lane coming up here up top as we're taking a look-see. You do have the silencer along with the Ursa. You are, it's Prince and Damare up against Dreamy and Flamestorm on the offlane Hoodwink Mag. And they are going for skewer plays. They're just being so aggressive on Prince. He does
Yeah,
have that
the
early
bushwhack.
level Arcane Curse, but it's not enough.
That's a lot of damage. Dreamy though has to be kind of careful. Is there Fury Sweats? Oh no, he's got Earth Shock leveled up, so he's not too bad at the moment.
Just
Flames.
want
Okay.
wants to clear out the creep wave. It's an Ursa. You don't tend to go for the Fierce Swipes 1, especially without the stun setup. You can't really go for that aggressive play, so focus on the farm. Prince, once he gets level 3, I think that's when it feels comfy for Silencer, so 2 points in Arcane Curse, 1 in the last word. That's when you can really be aggressive, but you just have to play so careful when you're this far out.
On the bottom lane. Oh, actually we'll look top. Yeah, Prince falling down there as well. Bit of damage coming off from Flamestorm. It's kind of scary.
Agnes,
I was just looking bottom, and I'm Awake is doing a really good job. He was stopping the pull from Sama, and he's kind of keeping it in favor of his pause 1 blues. It's just chilling behind his 2 towers.
It's it's a bit of an issue with his dual lane for Sri Lanka. Like, Shaker just, again, it's back to the point of Shaker. He's a do-nothing hero for a lot of the laning phase. He has Fissure, which is a nice spell, but if you don't really have anything to combine with it, it doesn't contribute much in lane. It's a very expensive spell to use for harassment, and Matrix can't really do anything with a follow-up, so it's a very passive lane for them. In contrast to Nepal's lane, with a Monkey King, with a Dawnbreaker, they can be aggressive. They can look for Boundless Strike setups into the Starbreaker combination, look for kill opportunities, build their farm up. Lycan against Monkey King, you can't really zone out the Monkey King with your own kit as well. So this just leads to a very nice time for Blues here.
Bit of damage as well. Managed to get a connect with the Starbreaker. Right click from Blues. There is a kill.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Yeah, like you said, very expensive spell to use and didn't quite pay off there. Matrix is pulling the creeps again. This time I'm Awake's not able to actually disrupt it at least. Dreamy as well during that went and got the water rune, so he denied it from Tensor, which is not Tensor, from... Oh wait, no, did he not deny it? I'm so confused.
Yeah, I think he took it away from Tensor. Yeah, he took it from
Oh, he like
Tensor,
went into
so
some damage essentially, yeah.
yeah, just preventing Tensor from getting bottle top up. It is rectified by the TP in mid. Tensor is holding out his mid lane matchup quite nicely though. Incognito, not really too far ahead, and Pugna is doing good work. It's harder for a Puck early on with level 1 phase shift to dodge out that Nether Blast timing, because your window of invulnerability is just 0.75 seconds. So Tensor has a lot more to play with. And as long as Tensor hits his level 6, level 5 spikes well, I think you will be eyeing and gunning for that mid-tier win very fast. So that's something Nepal has to be ready for. Just the aggressive push potential of this Pugna.
Incognito managed to get the phase shift on then just in time, so it was a nice play. But I can see it definitely turning around very nastily on him soon once he gets that spike, like you said. Dreamy's just stacking for his cause. He stacked the Ancients, he's stacking the next lot of camps.
It's the beautiful thing about the Magnus. You have a lot of stacking potential coming out, and your cores can clear it with your Empowers. So you can just build up, steals the rune again, and preventing Tensor from just having the game. He has no water runes to play with. So he doesn't have the greatest sustain. He's still doing a good job on Pugna. You have to be careful. When you miss your spells, you drop low fast.
Watching mid as well, is just a right click. Oh, 1 for 1 there. We did get a kill, unfortunately. The Striker died, but yeah. They both just played each other and they managed to get a kill off as well onto Prince. That was just a bit of a skill play, I do believe.
And I'm loving this aggression from Nepal. Like, Flamestream is Hoodwink, going for the Falcon Blade. So we were talking about the Falcon Blade being a very valuable stats item. Hoodwink does benefit from the attack, of course, the attack damage and the mana regen and the HP. So this leads a very high damage hero early on, and that is something that Sri Lanka is going to have to hold out for. The Silencer is not hitting its level spike. Still level 2, not even 3. Level 1 Arcane Curse is just not enough.
Yeah, it's still doing a little bit of work, kind of like scaring off Flamestream from doing more damage onto Ramade, but that was... You can see the potential of this hero. She's just going to get Falcon Blade soon. Again, she's got that urn. She's taking out Earth's health, and it might just kill him. Yes, it does. That Akon is deadly.
Yeah, it really is. The output right now of Flamestream is just insane. He's going for phase boots as well, all the right-click damage in the world to buff up the Acorn shot. And the side of Sri Lanka, they have to really wonder about their top lane. It's just not very well protected. All the lanes looking pretty good for Nepal, maybe besides mid lane, which is where you're really seeing that difference coming through, and the aggression's pumping in now.
Yep, okay, so be careful. Looks like they're gonna get the kill. I'm awake. No, Blues gets that. He's feeling probably pretty happy right now. 2-0-1. Sitting close to the top in terms of last hits.
Yeah, he's had a perfect game. 37 last hits, 14 denies, top in net worth. He's having a really good time. Nepal is lining up the aggression. Oh.
Yeah, Flamestream just got a little bit too aggressive and silenced up by Prince. I don't think she knew he was there. And then mid, Tensor, going for the life drain, but in comes the fuck. No, he's gonna be fine.
Just a lot of back and forth. It is shaping up better for Nepal. I'm Awake is cutting off the jungle farming as well. You're at the point where Matrix on this Lycan is still level 4, matching I'm Awake at 4. So your offlane Lycans matching the pause 5. of Nepal, and that's not a good
Coil
sign.
mid as well. Follow up with the Fisher too. Dreamy comes through, breaks the coil.
You took that JP
Get a kill into
too
the
far.
pug now. And I'm Awake is there as well, so they might just try and push this T1, I guess.
Are fortified.
They could try. Their
Oh.
push potential here on Nepal, it's not that strong. There's a
No.
bit of a short pause out, so they're going to have to wait a bit. But this is not the start you're looking for from Sri Lanka. We were talking about them in Game 1 having a really good time with their early laning phase. It's not quite replicated here in Game 2. Nepal's got a better grip on the start. They're up there in the farm with a lot of their heroes. They're getting the EXP going as well. That's the big difference here. The fact that their Dawnbreakers in level 4 matching an offlane Lycan is pretty scary. Their Hoodwink is already level 6, already has the Falcon Blade up. So she's going to be hitting like an absolute truck once the rotations do come in. And I think the side of Sri Lanka, they kind of need to play around their Pugna. I think that's the big here right now. With the life drain up, they can be aggressive around Pugna, but they're not really able to play with Tensa. And that mid tower, despite this being a bit of a slower push, they're just committing to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no siege creep, unfortunately, but rotation coming in. Tensa's back. Still has a support nearby to back him up, but Dreamy needs to be careful. A bit of life drain here. It's pretty strong, but he just doesn't have the range. A lot of mana though, and they've actually killed off the Lycan on the bottom lane. Looks like he might have gotten a little bit too overzealous. Top lane,
Dire's bottom tower is
Flame
under attack.
Strun needs to be careful. He just uses sharpshooter to make some distance, but trying to juke through the trees. Oh, he almost successfully did it. Prince managed to find him out. Silenced up any support. Nope, there is the Fisher. He's on the wrong side, but you can just jump straight over that with the Earth Shock. So that's a really good rotation from Sama there.
It takes a bit more commitment than you'd like to see, but it does pay off. Finally getting some punishment onto the Hoodwink and giving a bit more of a lane to
Coil
play with.
mid.
Still down mid though.
Double damage on Incognito. Dreamy is here. He misses the skewer, unfortunately, but I don't think it even matters. Incognito might be able to get a kill. Dodges with the phase shift. I'm Awake. Has rotated in.
Dire's bottom tower
Tensa's
is under
okay. He
attack.
can get out. And then just life drain back up again.
Yeah, it's one benefit of that Pugna. We are seeing Nepal still manage to work this map out well. They take that bot tier 1. They're trying to collapse onto blues, but they don't have the control to keep the Monkey King down. Like, they actually need a Shaker. That's their only hard stun to handle Monkey King, and if he's not there, then he just gets a free game.
Oh, Flame Strun needs to be careful here. He's getting jumped, but there is the Bushwhacker. Rotation in from Dreamy. The Dream Team.
Yeah, just trying to set up top. Down bot, they did pop the Wukongs on
Yeah,
blues,
the
but
Matrix.
didn't really manage to find anything.
They're really stopping Matrix though from being able to farm quite comfortably. They've killed out the Ursa top. Dreamy might just survive. No, he ticks down eventually. And Flameshot needs to be careful here. He's also ticking. Princess is going to go for the TP, but the Bushwhacker is there to block it. And bottom as well. I'm Awake needs to be careful. He's going to try and get out of there. In comes Blues though. Nice double stun off from the Stormbreaker. And they're going to get a double kill. No, not quite. That's such a good... That's such a good play by Tensa.
Oh!
Oh, Sama.
Blues.
Is under attack.
He was baited up. He wanted to go up. Vision broke. Enchant Totem came out. Nether Blast on top. And Sri Lanka starting to find some angles. Yeah, the Decrep holding back as well. They're finding the angles to punish the side of Nepal. Sri Lanka are getting a bit of a grip back in the game. They're still behind by 3k. But they're finding some kills, and that's important to help them get some momentum going back, to help them stall out for some farm timings. Matrix still doesn't have the Dominator up on the Lycan, is still about to hit level 6. So now you've got that power spike on Lycan, you've got the shapeshift up. They are still trying to line up top though. They do rotate blues out. It looks like they want to go for that top tier one on Nepal
Nobody has a
Sand.
ward though, at least, so he got out of there.
Yeah, he gets to protect himself, and Dominator is going for Battle Fury Ursa. Not the build we see. It's almost always Diffusal SNY, but Battle Fury coming through.
Do you think that's because of the bite? The wolf bite, maybe? Does it like cleave? It would
Maybe,
do.
yeah, you would keep the cleave. I just don't know if that's worthwhile. If that's really the interaction you want to go for. Although
Oh no,
Flamestrom,
Flamestrong. Oh, Bushwhacker to disengage. But he needs to be careful. Blues is there for the backup though. Better vision, they should know
Dire's
he's there.
middle tower has fallen.
yeah, manages to bail out right in the nick of time.
Dire's top
It
tower
would have been a
is
nice
under
kill for
attack.
Sri Lanka. That doesn't stop this push up top though. Flamestrom's still there, Blues is still there. They're gonna be able to shove in, take the first tier 1 of the game, and start to invade that top jungle a bit.
Dire's
feels-
going-
tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, it kind of feels weird to have your pos 3 and 1 just same lane top.
Yeah, normally you
moment.
want to split that up. You'd want the offlane to take the deader lane, have a safe laner take the new lane, and farm in the jungle as well. Sri Lanka, with that loss of the top lane, their top jungle's already warded up, so it's not very safe to farm in.
Dire's top
Damare
tower
has
is
got to
under
be really
attack.
careful, because he's going for the Battle Fury build, he can't join these fights early. Sri Lanka might be able to collapse in here though.
Oh, Damare though, be careful. Enrage use. He's gonna try and connect onto Flamestron, who has to be careful. Life Drain is there. He's gonna go over to Prince though. Takes him down.
Yep,
Yeah, he was
um,
pretty aggressive then.
Pretty
Dire's
nice kill to
middle
take.
tower
That
is under
does give
attack.
Prince an opportunity to save that global silence for a different, bigger engagement. I think for the side of Nepal, oh,
Foil mid.
Foil.
No enrage available. He should definitely fall. Silence is there, but I mean, it doesn't really matter, I think, at this stage. Reverse polarity is available if he wants to try something, but Dawnbreaker's coming through. A little bit too late with the skewer, but they managed to get double kill. Wukong's command is here. A nice follow-up stun as well. Echo Slam, not quite enough. Sharpshooter will miss Tensor, but pretty good combo. They only managed to get the Summer though, they didn't get Tensor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
it's not the biggest kill, but
Radiant
still
structures
kind
are
of
fortified.
sets up for Nepal. Like, they're building into these spikes, they're starting to kick their team fight off. They know while global silence is down, they could look for the Solar Guardian plays. And that's going to be an issue. You have to save that global silence for when you know Solar Guardian's being channeled. Otherwise, there's always an opportunity for I'm Awake to make that play. Like, he stalled out the death of Magnus long enough to make that counterplay, find that opportunity to get the kill. Still, Sri Lanka gets a split push going. Matrix shoves in the bot lane, clears out that tier 1, so evening out map control just a bit more. They will want to eye the mid tier 1 next to really ensure they've got the bot jungle to perhaps play with. And this is interesting. Matrix is just staying on the helm of the Dominator, rushing Ag. So it might just be what you said, focusing on playing around the Ags plus the Battle Fury Ursa to ensure that they've got a lot of forward presence. I don't know if that will really have the same effect as the Sven, as the Tiny, as Ursa's damage output's not the same. It's really on prolonged fights for him, but maybe it might pay off.
I just don't know how long it's gonna take them to get there. It feels like Matrix is moving quite slow. They did just get a kill off onto Damare. I'm guessing, yeah, obviously Flamestrom was there too. But it just feels like this Matrix is farming so slowly. He's definitely struggling. Incognito is here and available. He has coil, he's able to disengage, but that's a very nice Fisher and a really good kill over from Tensor.
Yeah, that is important. They had to kill off the puck, get some gold flowing. That will help to speed up this Ag's timing, help Tensa get even more up. Does have the travels and Aetherlens up on our Pugna, so he's highly mobile now and can start to play around even more aggressively with Life Drain. For Nepal's side, they're kind of just farming up right now, trying to hit some item beats. Blues only really has the Echo Saber, which is nice enough on your Monkey King, but not quite enough to really overwhelm. Dreamy is about 100 gold away from his Blink, though, and that's the big one. Once you've got this Magnus Blink with the RP going, you can just play this massive team fight. Blink, RP, Solar Guardian on top. That is something that you can't really hold against if you are Sri Lanka, especially if you don't manage to get that global silence timing right.
Oh, he's stacking.
Yes, bounty.
Now we have his blink with that rune, 3 gold, and we might see a bit of a smoke play coming up. They need to get the silencer inside, obviously, because the global silence is back up, but they can kill silencer. I'm Awake just jumps in on top of the of the RP. Flamestrom just chucks in his bushwhacker. They've got so much team fights, very scary business. Silencer used. Why might that be for this puck as well? Sam for the moment manages to blink away. There we go. Still alive. In
Oh,
comes
no.
Stormbreaker as well. They managed to get a kill. Blues taking off Tensa quite easily. And Matrix needs to be careful now. They're going for the Jays. Prince is going to try and stop them, but he's going to get caught up in the skewer too. Matrix does survive though, so we can just turn their attention onto the support. But yep, like you said, there was the silence, and immediately the Dawnbreaker came through and ultied.
Matrix? He's not safe yet.
No, he's stuck around a bit too long. Silence, I'm going for the TP. One more right click. I was wrong. 2 more right clicks. Lucky.
And not enough in incognito. If he had something like the Witchblade, that could have been enough. But we're still seeing that back and forth timing for Sri Lanka. Like, they have to commit the global silence first because it's their big team fight spell. It's not, they can't afford to use it as a counter fight spell, which just means their Dawnbreaker still has an opportunity to be impactful. That one tick of healing was enough to keep incognito in and just give them that opportunity to turn things around.
Flamestrun going for that kill as well onto the mid. Might be able to get back. Nice play. Does the sharpshooter do more damage the longer you hold it?
I believe so. Oh, I believe it does. I think the scaling is on the damage. It is on damage and debuff duration. Is good.
Ooh, Echo Slam used top. Incognito just melted.
Yeah, that's heavy committal to kill off the clock. Important kill. Can't fault Sri Lanka for that, but they're going to be down their teamfight spells for a long time, and that's a bit of an opening for Nepal if they kind of want to play against that. Like, they could just look to force a fight once they have Solar Guardian back up. They've got the RP Blink ready on Dreamy. He could just go in, not need to worry about all these spells.
Whoa, loose. Got out Matrix as well. Wukong command committed for the moment. He's turned into a pig. Who has the Hex?
That's the pig pole.
Tensa though. A little bit of catch up. Nice Fisher blocking him off. Blues has no health back, and Dawnbreaker's not going to hit the mark with her ulti. Needs to be careful here. Oh, he's got pig out. I was like, who has Hex?
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Sometimes it can be a bit shocking. I think that's the first time we've seen them really pop it. Still, it's Sri Lanka. They lose out in luck, and it's that time when you talk about it. They knew Echo Slam was down. They knew Global Silence was down for a couple more seconds. And Nepal just goes in, uses that opening, gets a massive amount of wood, just one big kill. But they're stalling out the game well enough that they hit this spike on Blues. He's got the Scotty up on the Monkey King. He doesn't need too much right click damage with the Empower.
Dreamy breaks the coil. That's a very nice play. The silence that we use though, Matrix coming through with War Form, they have turn. Bit of a break. They kill out Dreamy though straight up. Bit of damage though from the Stormbreaker. Someone will fall. Matrix might just go down to Flamestrun. 2 for 2, dead at the moment.
You got no one to blame here but yourself. I mean,
Big spells committed so far, but Flamestrun should be fine. He's speedy.
Yep. He is in the safety of his own side of the map now. 2 for 2 trade. A lot more impactful for Nepal. That was 2 supports going down their way for a support and a core from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So they win out in the end, and they don't mind. Global Silence was popped, so there's a bit of a mismatch now with the CDs on its spells. Global Silence gone for 90. Solar Guardian up in 40. So you're going to have Solar Guardian up faster than Global Silence. You have a window there to look for another fight from Nepal. And we haven't seen the Blink RP yet from Dream. He's been so
No, we
patient with
haven't.
using that RP. So they always have that toolkit as well to reveal.
Yes.
And
He has the smoke kick, the smoke ready. Sorry, you go.
they could look for that opportunity now. There's not many wards from Sri Lanka to actually spot the rotation. They've chosen to focus on bottom jungle wards there. So the top movement here from Nepal, it's not going to be red. They're going to be looking for that push now onto that top tier 2. Sri Lanka, I don't think this is an objective you want to give away on Dyer's side. You always have to fight for that tier 2, and they will TP for the defense.
Like you said, no global silence, so for 30. Need to be careful. Flamestrun though. He's going to ulti up. The fish will be there to stop it. In comes Stormbreaker with the ulti. Flamestrun does fall, but they managed to kill out 2 from the side of Sri Lanka. Again, 2 for 2 trade.
Top 3.
Oh no, Blues, they cut the tree. RP though, used as well, Enrage. He's committed. Wukong's command is going to hold him inside for a little bit. I'm Awake might go for the chase. He has the spells. Shadow tree dance forward. Oh. That was a close one. Well, who came out on top on that one? Oh, if they kill I'm Awake, then it's probably Sri Lanka.
If they find a skill in the Dawnbreaker, no, it sounds is there. Not enough. You managed to kill her off. So it's a better trade this time for Sri Lanka. Nepal, maybe overextending a bit. overestimating just how much they could sustain, especially against the Ursa. You can't underestimate the Battle Fury plus the Brig into play. Like, I still can't believe they buffed this from 7 to 8 damage per 10% HP. So the Ursa almost always wins out these longer fights. The Monkey King can't quite fully sustain through it. Gonna need a little bit more damage on hand if they want to do that. Nepal still holds on to the lead though, although...
Yeah, got the coil off, but the immediate silence to follow up. Keeping Tenser alive.
More fun this way.
Saw a bit of a chase as well on that top lane. Flamestream just trying to bully out AB Sama. Almost found a solo kill. Not enough to blow him down. So, not quite finding the big fights they want in Nepal. I think they've got to respect the turn potential of Sri Lanka a little bit more. And work together as a team. Again, you need to look for bigger RPs perhaps. Connect with RP, Dream Coil, skewer out of Dream Coil. Just have the chain stuns that way. And kind of take those fights as they come. They will have Solar Guardian again in 40 seconds, and Global Silence is still 100 seconds away, so there's still that massive window for the Dawnbreaker to turn around in these fights, provide a lot more assistance coming in. It does look like, since we've got the Dawnbreaker on pause 5, it is a bit harder to hit that Ags timing, as we mentioned, so we're not going to get that big spike in the Solar Guardian anytime soon. I think that is something that Sri Lanka can kind of use. Without the Ags on Dawnbreaker, it does feel like Solar Guardian's not as strong. You almost always need the Ags for it to have massive impact with that evasion.
Yeah, she feels very different when she's displaying a +5. She's still kind of scary and has that high mobility, but I'm wondering if Lotus Orb is good. Obviously, like I want to see like a Aethel Lens or something just to see how good that Celestial Hammer could be. But I mean, you kind of want to go resistance and damage on her still.
Yeah, like
Is streaming
not
the...
Hmm?
You go.
The Aether Lens is not the highest value for Dawnbreaker, I think, just because of how her Celestial Hammer works as a mobility tool. You only go halfway, so it's not amazing. It's not amazing range increase, I think, overall, which is unfortunate, but she doesn't really benefit from it. Did you go for Bloodstone? Probably not. Not a Bloodstone here as well, unfortunately, despite how spicy that sounds. Could try it. Spicy. Oh, Octarine, sorry. Not really a great... I mean, you could. Actually, Octarine...
I feel like Octarine would be alright.
Dawnbreaker isn't bad. Yeah, like the cooldown reduction's pretty good.
The Starbreaker as well, amount of damage.
Yeah, it would be really big. I think you might just prefer to get CDR from a neutral instead, though, as it is a bit too expensive for the Dawnbreaker to farm up naturally.
Yeah, okay. Incognito pinged out Roshan, so they're possibly thinking of taking it. I mean, they do have a Roshan on the enemy team. Sorry, a Roshan, Ursa on the enemy team, so they're kind of going against the clock right now before he decides he wants to take the Aegis.
Yeah, I'm surprised. We're at 21 minutes in, no Roshan taken yet for Damare. So he's being much more focused on the farm aspect, yeah. Just trying to build up on the Ursa. And going into BKB for security. We are almost at the point where the Ags is up on Lycan, though. 400 gold away, so we'll see if that Wolf Form Ursa is going to change the pacing here for Sri Lanka.
No, they just committed the Nether Ward then, but they were thinking they were going to fight there. Instead, they've gone bottom. And Flamestron has been forced into the trees. I think Tensa just saw him, though. Oh, top. Wukong's command connects onto 2 as well. They get a nice Dawnbreaker ulti in. Matrix will fall, and so does Prince. There was no silence for that either, like we saw. And bottom, oh no, Flamestron's been caught out. The life drain is there. Summer comes through the Echo Slam, and Tensa gets the kill. And a courier kill to boot.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice wins coming out there. For Sri Lanka, I mean, that kill in Flamestream's big. They lose a lot more up top. I think that does open up the top push as well for Nepal. So they're going to be able to look to melt that top tier 2. Open up the map, take the outpost, look for the Roshan themselves, cut off the TP points for Sri Lanka. And that's going to be a bit of a worrying sign. You have the Ursa draft on Sri Lanka's side. You want to be able to take Roshan. You're not really able to yet. They do have the Ags up in Lycan on the respawn, though. So Wolfbite is there. Wolf form Ursa is going to be in play, and I just want to see if it's worth the wait. Will it pay off?
I want to see it. I remember when it got changed and I didn't read the patch notes, and then I had a wolf chasing me and I got really confused. Like, that's not like it. You gotta read the patch notes sometimes.
Yeah, I remember when the Lycan Ags was the Ag Shard before. Like, it used to be that was the Ags, right? You get Wolf in the wave, and no one ever bought that because it was so bad. So now it's at least it's on the Shard. I still feel like that's probably the worst Shard in the game. Lycan Shard. A creep wave with one uncontrollable Wolf. I don't know. That doesn't sound great.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound that good. Flamestron, he's getting jumped on as well. Downward's there, but the Bushwhacker, Fisher to catch up to, Totem Smash, and Lifesteal. Nice kill, nice pick off. Meanwhile, Blues was going on Rush. It's half down, so a little bit of space in that regard. I don't even think they realize it's happening, but now that the outpost has been taken, they probably lose this place.
Yeah, they can't afford to give this one for free. It does look like they will have to let it go, though, as they're just not able to make their way there. No TP point, no wards around the Roshan pit as well. And it's going to be a nice pickup for Nepal. Sri Lanka, I think we've got to see that wolf fight now. They need to take this fight without the spike. There is a smoke immediately. It looks like Nepal wants to be aggressive with the Aegis here.
They do indeed. Echo Slam should be up as well. They do manage to find Prince, so straight up Silencer is gone. You don't want to be there anymore. Leash, should I say Coil? Onto Sama. He's inside Wukong's command, but Decrepify will keep him back for the moment. Fisher blocks them up. I'm awake, falling quite low. Nice up here. Backlines inside. Blues would be there. A bit of right click damage, but the Echo Slam is there to follow up. Sama looks like he will fall, but Dreamy goes first. I'm awake is also down. Down the strike on top of Matrix to hold him down. He looks to be running away right now. Will we see the bite? Yes, we will. It comes out. And Tenta is down. Oh, we saw the bite and he's running away.
Oh,
Jules. Be there. It doesn't purge it though. Balanced up too. There's two wolves running around. Ursa's going to run off. Tensa, life draining slowly. Blues dropping quite low, but he's able to turn to Matrix to Decrepify those. Stops that. Carry on. Dawnbreaker comes through now. In comes the sun, but the silences was a little bit too late. Tensa falls. Now Matrix is going to get stunned up as well. Perfect Starbreaker. And oh man, that was a long fight, and Nepal definitely came out on top.
Yeah, Sri Lanka just a bit too slow with using the Ags form on the Ursa. I think Matrix can't afford to be too far away from Dominator. He needs to be right next to the Ursa. He needs to be able to wolf bite immediately at the onset of a fight to make use of that crit, to make use of that move speed for more than just a retreat.
Yeah.
And Nepal, they just managed to play on top of it. Like, the Global Silence was a bit too late to cancel off Solar Guardian. They managed to sustain the Monkey King. They still hold on to the Ags, to the Aegis, and they take that mid-tier too. So only one outer tower left here for the side of Sri Lanka, and they have to be really cautious because Nepal, they're 9k up. They're really farmed up in blues, 6k ahead of Damar's Ursa. And he's going for the Satanic next. So this is a Monkey King that's going to be very hard to burst down. I'm surprised that blues just doesn't offer BKB. It feels like the decrep is becoming an issue, but he has been able to play around it anyway.
They want to keep fighting. Blues jumps on top. Summer, and he's just going to get bushwhacked and killed. Oh, I hear a coil going on as well. They found the Ursa. Dagon, nice, incognito, skewer as well. And he's just going to try and right-click incognito, but he's going to fall. I'm awake, it's a double kill too. Blues manages to take off the Prince.
Bad intel.
Both supports have buybacks at least on Sri Lanka.
They could still come in for the defense if need be, but the Satanic is up and running from blues because of those kills. So he is sitting at a ridiculous amount of HP, 3.9k HP, with a Heaven's Halberd evasion up. This guy's just so hard to kill. You have to focus in almost all of your magic damage onto this Monkey King at this point. I mean, I don't think the Pugnon's gonna cut it. I don't know if Tensa's damage is gonna be enough. He's been trying. He has the Octarine up as well, so he's got a lot sustained. Lower cooldown on the ward, lower cooldown on the Nether Blast. Very big pickup on Pugna. But he's just not finding enough. And I think the big issue is they haven't been able to push as much as they'd want to in Sri Lanka's end.
Oh, nice skewer down to the bottom line. Is who they found? Oh, Tensa. I didn't even see who that was. It just happened so quickly. Blue still has
Nice
Aegis for
pick up.
90 seconds too.
Very secure. the high ground push is not going to take too long here with the damage output they do have. Even the DD on Incognito, and they're diving really deep for this one.
Yes, Matrix as well. Sharpshooter might just connect and pick up that kill. It does indeed. You've just lost a couple. Missed the coil though, at least. On Damare, pops the BKB, looks to turn right now, but he just keeps getting kited. No, just to evasion time, but there is a silence to follow up after the RP. He's going to turn, trying to hit this crazy squirrel, but it's not enough. Nice Fisher blocking the way, and I think that is going to be GG indeed. 2-0 over to Nepal.
And they're looking good, and that leaves Sri Lanka, unfortunately, with no wins in the series. Nepal looking outstanding here throughout the day. 4-0 so far, replicating what we saw from Pakistan yesterday. So we saw Pakistan win all of their games as well. Sri Lanka, unfortunately, not able to close out in the second game. It did look good. They did flex around with a Pugna. They did try something different by putting Damare on the safe lane and changing things up. Not quite enough to overcome. Nepal, they break out the off-lane Hoodwink. They make it work after a very slow laning start in the Hoodwink. Like, first few levels were pretty wonky for Flamestrand, but they start to hit their spike by level 3 and get aggressive. And they once again make the Dawnbreaker work. Just an outstanding play. Even with the Silencer counter pick, they still managed to find those opportunities to jump in, create havoc, and do what they had to do there.
Yeah, I think that silence was only late because I think he was maybe respawning. I'm not quite sure. So I feel like he could have definitely done it a bit earlier. But, well, that does mean that Nepal has just picked up the 4th win. And they are very looking very clean coming into... Are they playing again this next one? Or is it going to be Mongolia versus...
No, they're still playing. They're still playing.
Okay,
This is Group A. I believe Mongolia's in Group B. So Group A for Region 1. They'll be playing Pakistan next. So our 2 4-0 teams are going to face off, our undefeated teams. And this is where the number 1 spot is going to be broken up. So only one of these teams will be left undefeated. At best, both teams draw. I don't know what happens if a draw comes out, because I believe the next phase is number 1 from each group playing against each other. So a 2-0 is very important for both sides to find. We'll just have to see who plays better here.
Yeah, and you did say that Pakistan are going to be the team to beat, but it looks like Nepal might actually challenge them quite heavily. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gents watching at home. Make sure you stick around to watch the last series of the night. It will be Team Nepal versus Team Pakistan, and I think we're going to have some good games ahead.
colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
Hello and welcome back. I baited you before. I said it was Nepal versus Pakistan, but we're actually going to do Team Mauritius versus Team Mongolia, which is exciting. Little Gun. John X Fire, you're a big fan of Little Gun?
Yeah, watched a lot of them in Deep Sea, covered them a couple of times. They play this really aggressive style of Dota that I love seeing. They're one of the only teams to still run safely in Lycan, so we'll have to see how they do. Team Mauritius, I do have some data on them, at the very least, some of their match information from their profiles. Let me I don't know how to put this kindly, but let's say this. I see Ancient 4, I see Legend Tree, I see Ancient Tree, I see Divine 1. And Mauritius were very happy in the lobby. They were happy enough to have this opportunity to play against, Team Mongolia, Lil Gun, basically, as they're big fans. So for them, this is a big opportunity to learn, and we'll just have to see if they'll be able to hold up a fight. This is might be a bit wider in the skill gap, but the key thing for Team Mauritius is, if it is the case, then I think this is just a massive opportunity to learn now.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just have a little bit of fun, see what you can do versus Little Gun, because they're a pretty solid, strong team. But hey, I'm excited to see these guys play. I do wonder what their connection must be like. They're coming from
10 seconds.
how far away is their country? It's like South Africa, and it's like, sorry,
Yeah,
like South Africa.
it's off the coast of, I believe, off the coast of Madagascar. So it's Eastern Africa, Southeastern Africa, almost.
I always
It's
say I
pretty
get my
far.
West and East always mixed up. I do that all the time. West and East.
Oh yeah,
East and West.
I get that too. I don't know why, but still, somewhere eastward. I think the routing might go towards the Middle East up onto India,
10
or maybe just a
seconds
direct
remaining.
ocean line to
Radiant
India,
team back.
perhaps. If it is that way, then it's not too bad. I'm expecting maybe 120 ping sounds about possible, considering the pings you get from, say, UAE. So it's not amazing, but it's not completely unplayable. And I'm checking status; it's actually a bit better than I expected. For pretty much all our players, it's around 80 to 90 ping. So ping-wise, very
Yeah.
manageable for both Team Mongolia and Team Mauritius. So that shouldn't be a big aspect here.
Yeah, they do have a line that it's probably better than Australia to Singapore, to be honest. They have a line that kind of
Team
goes through,
back.
like you said, a cable that goes through to Southeast Asia straight away. So yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty small population, so it's good to see these guys actually getting involved in a competition against someone around the world. Like, what other sport can you do that? Obviously, like esports, just kind of breaks those
10
barriers.
seconds remaining.
That means you can actually verse someone who's living 2,000 kilometers away from you,
Radiant team
or
back.
10,000 kilometers away from you.
Yeah, it just bridges people across such great distance compared to like physical sports, like World Cup. You'd have to qualify and actually make it past your regionals and stuff. So a big learning opportunity as well. Getting these regional flavors mixed
10
up. We do have the
seconds
draft building up.
remaining.
Elder Titan Weaver for Team Mongolia. Mauritius with a Monkey King
5
Lion.
seconds
So they're keeping it
remaining.
open on Mauritius' side. Monkey King could possibly be pause 4. Could be our safe lane, as we've seen last time. For Mongolia, it's also flexible. Weaver's not a hard pause 1. It could still be a pause 4
Radiant
Weaver
team
with
pick.
an Elder Titan 5. Maybe even Elder Titan taking 4 and Weaver in 5. We've seen that a couple of times as well.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very open for Mongolia to kind of flex all these roles out.
Oh, I'm excited to see a good Elder Titan game. Like the players who main Elder
10
Titan always
seconds
amaze me.
remaining.
So we might see
Dire
something pretty
team
cool here.
pick.
But for their third pick, it's going to be a bounty hunter. Now that could be a mid, that could be a support. What do you reckon?
Considering Team Mongolia's playstyle, I'd love to have it mid. I'd love them to stick to the Weaver Elder Titan support duo, bounty mid
Yeah.
or off lane.
10
Just play
seconds
aggressive with
remaining.
that quick track timing, rack up the gold,
5
and really
seconds
just build up.
Shuriken spam.
Oh yeah, it's just so
It's horrible.
annoying. Very hard to play against, especially once the Ags is up. So a lot that can come out here from Team Mongolia. Mauritius, gotta be ready for that aggression. It is shaping up fast, and they do go with Spirit Breaker, so they're answering back with their own aggression on hand. They've got a lot of mobility with Monkey King Spirit Breaker, Tree Dance, and the Charge from Spirit Breaker. Lots of vision coming out as well. So it's a fight between Monkey King and Bounty Hunter Track for vision game, and think that's going to be an interesting back and forth here.
Good burst from line, probably. If Weaver goes core, I mean, he's going to have to go Lincoln's Bill, probably, something like that. But I was wondering, actually, if you charge a Weaver and then he backtracks, does that break? If he does that or not?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
We'll see.
I
Maybe.
don't think I've seen it. I've not seen that interaction. In theory, it shouldn't. If you're far enough and the time lapse happens before your charge connects to his physical location, like it's still charging, then it shouldn't break. Like, say, with Storm zipping around, you don't lose your charge. So it should still work that way. We'll see down the line. Mauritius do pick up the Legion Commander. That is likely an off lane now. So it looks like we've got our Monkey and Legion cores. I believe you were going to say this is a good response to Bounty Hunter Track. Right?
Yes,
They've got a nice dispel on hand. So Track's not going to be a massive issue. And it looks like Mongolia, they go with this Void Spirit mid. They're going to stick to that for Sanctity. So not going to have something insane on mid with Bounty Hunter. I mean, they could still run Bounty Hunter mid, Void Spirit off lane for 11 instead. It's kind of open in the flexibility there.
So I love, actually, like, this is very different from Dota a couple of years ago, where you just kind of, those heroes are set to those lanes. We see so much more flexibility now, and players able to do, I think, whether that's to do with the meta or just the understanding of the heroes, and what we've seen and the experiments that have gone on, like, from pro players and people replicating that, like, it's great to see that flexibility. I think they probably, so Team Mauritius, what do they not want to verse? We've seen Faceless Void and stuff banned off a few times, and I feel like as a POS 1, he's probably pretty good for Mongolia.
POS 1 for Mongolia? I mean, they could still run Weaver if they want. They could actually just shift Weaver back to 1, Elder Titan onto 5, Bounty Hunter on 4, Void Spirit in the mid lane. Could still kind of flex it that way if you want. But if they do want to break that mold, they could. It's really open. Like, it's so open. They aren't locked into anything. They could run something like the Gyrocopter here. Yeah, they could try Abaddon as well, POS 1 if they wanted to. That could be pretty scary. I've heard it's a very annoying here to play against in POS 1, and I can see why. Going for the right-click build, maybe even a Radiance Rush, sometimes you could go for, can be fairly strong. We'll see. Very open-ended for Team Mongolia. For Mauritius, lacking a mid. Spirit Brothers are still on hand. No Ember, but Storm Spirit's there. If you want to take that against Void Spirit, not a bad lane matchup as well. So Mauritius could just go for that. Play run and gun with the mobility they have on Spirit Breaker, Monkey King, and just kind of look for those long-range pickoffs.
Going to be very hard to catch a Weaver though. So I feel like a Weaver POS 1 could still be a thing for sure. And then
5 seconds.
If he goes Lincoln's build, he can break the charge. He could break the duel. There's a lot of target spells, but there is a lot of target spells at the same time. So if someone breaks it, you can just hit him with something else. So what are they picking here? They're picking a mid for Mauritius right now. They would be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably.
What could be good?
Storm could be good here if they wanted to. The Puck is an option as well, as you were mentioning. Could slide in, highly mobile. The hold of Team Mongolia is not particularly amazing. They don't have a Hex. They don't have the hardest stuns. In fact, they only really have Stomp, Remnant, and Shuriken Toss, which is not really a stun, more like a mini stun. So something highly mobile could work out here for Team Mauritius if they do want that. I'd prefer a Storm over a Puck. Feel like it is a little bit more valuable, especially in scaling. The Puck is still strong. You do still have Wukong's plus Dream Coil, which could be a nice combination. So could be a nice pickup as well. I just think that Storm versus Void Spirit's a very nice lane for Storm.
Yeah, he's a natural
Radiant team pick.
pick for these guys' mobility, but they went for a PL. Is that monkey mid or PL
I
mid?
think it is. I think it's a monkey mid, PL safe.
Yeah.
Monkey mid versus Void Spirit's not bad. Like it's a melee lane matchup for Void Spirit. For the Monkey
10
King. Void Spirit
seconds
does have
remaining.
Resonant Pulse to block off some physical damage, but Monkey King has a ton of
5
physical
seconds
damage, so it
remaining.
really doesn't matter to him too much. With that physical shield, he can just burst right through it and play around that. They do go with the Gyrocopter to close out on Team Mongolia. Does tie into what we were saying. As the course left behind, Gyrocopter was mentioned. Gyrocopter is picked up. So a nice pause one to play with. Very quick paced. Mongolia looking to play a really run at you draft. So is Team Mauritius. Outside of the PL, all the heroes on Mauritius do look like they want to play very quickly here. And we've just got to see if they can kind of pull it off there. It is actually a mid PL, though, at least according to their player roles. See you soon looks like he is their mid player according to the slot designation. But we've seen players kind of swap around there. So a PL mid against Void Spirit is also all right, but I think that's less of a threat to the Void Spirit. So if you wanted to apply pressure and Sanctity, you'd be better off with Richizi working down mid there.
Hishki support, right? For the Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
So 11's going to go core on the Weaver. And I think a Weaver Bounty Hunter lane's kind of scary too. So Monkey King might be okay against it, but he definitely needs to rely on his support to give him that space. Ted, as we will call him.
Yeah. I think you'd actually prefer the PL up against the Weaver. I think that lane's much more manageable for the Phantom Lancer to deal with. You would
might
still
swap.
prefer the Monkey King mid. Yeah, they could swap the roles. I think that's, again, what we've seen from our last series. So could still switch around as we will see the game break in. Keen to see how much Mauritius can get out. Again, Team Mongolia is basically Lilgun, and we have seen them in the DPC. They've had time in the professional scene
Prepare
playing
for
bigger regional tournaments as well. And Mauritius, according to my data at the very least, aren't quite in the same skill level. You know,
You're saying
MMR wise.
You're saying my data like it's a secret. Now I want to know where you get your data from.
I get it from a little overlay that a lot of people have mixed emotions about. I never uninstalled it. See, the thing is, I've been using this for 3 years, Dota Plus, like the overlay.
Oh,
I've been using it for like 3 years to just kind of play my pubs, and all of a sudden it's very controversial. But it's nice to, it's a good thing to use in some of these tournaments because you can check how their recent plays have been, how their pubs have been going, right, in some players. It's actually pretty useful for casting.
Yeah, I see it too, but no, I haven't. The wolf, what's it called? The
Overwolf,
the background. Yeah, Overwolf just annoys me. Pops up halfway through game, I'm playing, and it jumps on, tells me about the enemy players halfway through a team fight. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's pretty dumb if it does jump in like that. That's rather unfortunate. Looks like we do have a bit of a pause going, though. So we're going to have to wait for the issues to be settled. Nothing new. And there is some lag issues coming through for Mauritius.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected. But look, we do have a monkey mid by the looks of it. PL is going to be going safe. So they have swapped over their roles.
Dude, I love this game so much, man.
Yeah, it's what you'd want to see. Monkey mid versus Void Spirit is a pretty good lane for the Monkey. There are still ways for the Void Spirit to play. He's a bit more mobile, but Monkey King can also still offer a value point in Tree Dance. Likely not, though. You're probably just going to go for a 3-0-2 build with priority on the Boundless Strike, Jingu next, and likely skipping Wukongs. I don't think Wukongs is a high-value spell here for Mauritius. They don't have the team fight to complement it. So you can kind of go greedier. Go for maybe a 4-1-4 build by 9, get ult by 10. I think that should be the way Rich Easy plays, but we'll see how he does want to kind of play with his laning spells.
Yeah, just high mobility. He might need to. I mean, depends on how aggressive Little Gun want to be. Gyro is an obvious pick. Once he picked it, I was like, oh, that's right. But I do feel like a ban wouldn't be bad, even if you just like turn Weaver into a 1 and a Baton into a support. It's one less hero that Legion Commander can duel. But
yeah.
What's the for Gyrocopter, what's his build? Is it just your generic everyday build, or is he going to be going for something different versus this team? Or
It's fairly open for Gyrocopter. You could go for Rocket Barrage focus build, going like a 3-1-1
Probably want
build,
stat
no
resist.
stats. In terms of
No
item
stats?
build, no. If you go for a 3-1-1 build, you're not gonna be able to go for the stats build, right? In terms of skill points, you could go for a 0-1-3 build and 2 points in stats. So that's the usual laning stats build for farm. It does fight early on. Actually, you see that build. Palos kind of revolutionized in Southeast Asia, at least, the Gyrocopter Daedal Crystallis Rush before Ags. So you just kind of go for stats build with Flat Cannon, go for Crystallis early on, and have a support who can buff you up. In this case, you don't have a steroid support for Team Mongolia. You don't have Ogre Magi, you don't have an Invoker, you don't have an IO to kind of buff your attack speed, so
30
maybe
seconds
not
to
so much
battle.
value in going that. We'll see though. Very open for Gyrocopter. The only sure thing is level 1 homing missile. That's the only consistent thing we see from Gyrocopters.
well, he's currently trying to scout out this top rune, and Dino should find him. I think he does see him first, also he's going to back off, but I was hoping for something there, a little bit of a first blood scuffle. Don't think we're going to see it though.
The battle
Just
begins.
hang around a rune spot, but not really fully committing. This could lead to 3 runes out for Mongolia, though, as they grab the top of River Rune as well. So 3 bounties going the way of Mongolia. Great start for them in terms of early net fort injection. And we are taking a look at that bot lane first. We do have Mafti on the Legion Commander, laning with Dino on that Spirit Breaker up against X123's Gyro and Ace 12's Elder Titan. Gyrocopter Elder Titan lane is actually pretty scary. Lots of damage early on, especially from the ET. You mentioned liking watching these high-level Elder Titan players.
Watching, not
It's so
versing.
fun.
I don't
Oh, yeah.
like versing them.
Versing them is hellish. I do have my friend, the same friend, Crest PH, loves playing Elder Titan. So he absolutely knows how to hammer it. And I think he's... Okay, Crest is a rank peak of rank 120 immortal.
Not bad at
He was for a while number 1 Necrophos, and I think his Elder Titan was top 50 as well. So he
Wow.
plays these really cantankerous offlaners that are just beastly.
I mean,
And-
Necrophos feels less impressive because you just press Q and do stuff, but I mean, ET is super impressive.
Necrophos on a high end, on a
Yeah,
very
no,
top level
just
play is
kidding.
actually pretty damn interesting because it's all about micro plays with something like Necrophos, right? So it's all about pinpoint precision on denies,
Yeah.
pinpoint precision on CS, on your spell use, timing for that. Your skill build in lane can also be really open. If you can get away without getting your Ghost Shroud, it could be pretty strong as well. Still, we'll have to see how much Ace 12 can get done. Will that Elder Titan already off to a good start? He's up against a dual melee off lane as a Pods 5 ET, so he has a lot of room to be aggressive. And the one thing with Spirit Breaker in lane is that you do have the Greater Bash, which is the preferable level 1 skill. Issue is your trading potential is tied into RNG. So you have to run up, pray for a bash, and then pray for a bash again to kind of get your harassment off. Whereas for Ace 12, he just drops the Astral Spirit, runs up at you, and kind of wins every time.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally you don't get bashed if you're channeling your stomp, but we'll see how this lane goes. Ace has got on courier, he's got a sentry ward coming in to try and unblock that camp, but Dino's already got his. So, I mean, I feel like as a support who plays 5 a lot, I always buy 2 sentries because I always just feel like it's every single time the enemy has 2 sentries as well, and you just go into sentry wall for.
Yeah, I really dislike that. Like, I get that in the pro scene and, why people do it. I find it so boring as a support player.
Yeah, it
Right?
is.
Like, I don't think this is anything a support player wants to actually play with. Because my preference when you start in support is Windlace start or Boot start. That's the fun part. Still, you can see Ace 12 again just throws out the Spirit, gets the right clicks off, and Dino can't fight back. He could try to hold ground, hope for a bash, but it's just so RNG dependent.
Bash is there, double bash again. Nice RNG on his side, overwhelming odds though. I mean, he probably could have saved that for the creeps, but Like you said, I mean, he's got his salve already as well. He'll just heal back up. He's got 2 more tangos left. Unblocks the camp and goes back and joins Gyro. Top lane, a little bit of damage going off, but there is a response from Ted.
Yeah,
Now
it's
he's just
it's a pretty stable lane for the PL to play with down the line. Like you should be able to find your CS there. Low.
He wants the career. He wants the career. Will he get it?
Dire's
Yes.
turret has
Will.
been
Nice. Oh, it's the sentry as well. We were just talking about that. It's an item you don't want to, it's not fun for a support to buy. Now you don't even have it. Hishi's going to be able to have a lot of openings here. Once he gets a Shadow Walk, it's going to be easy for him to zip in and out for harassment.
Meanwhile, Ace's a little bit of damage going to come through. Able to, oh, I hear a rocket heading off onto Mafty as well. But here is a charge to follow up. I think Ace actually might get the kill here. Nope, Gyro. X123 gets that first kill. And they're going to barrage Dino down too. We do see PL drop on the top lane though. I'm not sure what happens to see you soon.
A lot of aggression on the lane already. Keen to see this build from X123. He is going for Rocket Barrage. So this could be our 2-1-2 Gyro, maybe a 3-1-1 Gyro build into level 5. And it's not the stats build, but it does lead to more aggression. And with the Elder Titan lane, I think you just want to be aggressive. You just want to run and gun, get those kills, secure your lane, and keep running down the opposing team.
Talking about aggression, let's have a look at the mid lane. I think it's pretty passive overall. I think neither of them have the biggest skill potential at the moment. And who has the bigger one? Sanctity has, I mean, he's got his pulse and escape.
Yep.
Richie has the Jingu.
It's a fairly even lane. Again, Monkey King kind of is able to work out that range advantage a bit better, but overall, you're seeing Sanctity just clear the creep wave more evenly. It's just down to Resonant Pulse. You have better uptime on the Pulse, clearing out the creep wave compared to Boundless, which is a longer cooldown, dependent on you getting Jingu as well to be effective. That does mean that in terms of lane control, it's a lot easier for the Void Spirit in that case.
Oh my god, Ace is so tanky. Boots as well. He's gonna have his upgrades as well soon, so life's gonna get easier for him. Missile connects, so we might see a dead Mapty as well. Barrage gets him.
Yeah, just a simple run and gun. You can't afford to overextend on that Legion Commander. LC plus Spirit Breaker as a lane is just not that strong. You don't have a lot of synergy in that lane. You don't have a good stun. You do have decent nuke damage if you play with the Overwhelming Odds build, which seems to be the build that we are seeing coming out here from Mafty. But at this point, with the Jar of Copper at 4, you have to respect that magic damage. You have to respect the flat cannon damage as well with the range you have on hand. And I think the side of Mauritius might have to just slow down, at least on the off lane, and just go for a more stable start. Focus on controlling the laning creeps instead, and just kind of build up there.
Seems like both teams are experiencing lag, but I feel like that should be expected, as long as it's not packet loss.
Yeah. It's hard to connect for both countries onto Singapore. Like, relatively speaking, their ping isn't too bad, but it comes down to it. The stability of that connection is another question, unfortunately. Just the realities of our infrastructure here.
At least it's evenly. So that was for top lane. They kind of struggled a lot. They're versing a Weaver and Bouncy Hunters, both really visible, and the fact that the Sentry got denied, Ted had to like walk back to meet his courier. He's too scared. But he now has it, so they might be able to pick up a kill or at least give PL a little bit better farm. But it's not like doing too well in terms of farm. He's only got 12 losses though.
Yeah, it's not amazing on Phantom Lancer. Like, he is
Bottom
right
though?
behind a Gyro.
There was a charge followed up with overwhelming odds. I'm surprised that they got the kill. I didn't think Gyro was that low. Oh, those shurikens are doing a lot of damage. See you soon. Seems to be dropping low. The bug's doing some work. One more shuriken toss, and he gets the kill.
Just a lot coming through there for Mongolia up top, and they lose their Gyro block, which is bad.
Remnant on Richie. The pulse will connect as well.
Yeah, they're finding that early start in Mongolia. 3k up at 5 minutes in. That's a pretty ridiculous advantage to have, and you're just keeping that aggression up, finding more kills bot. Just winning out with these early power spikes at the level it affords them to have.
X123 just flexing in lane as well. Top, looking at a bit of damage coming through. Hishki's got these shurikens and he just wants to use them as much as possible.
The damage
And builds as well, 11. Yeah, for sure. I think he's going to be a big pain soon.
Oh yeah, he's getting a steady pace towards level 6. Once you hit that track gold spike, man, the network flowing in for the side of Mongolia is going to be massive. Like, the fact that they're finding these kills already means that once track is up, you're still finding those kills, you're earning more gold, and you really have a really good time there. X123 is a bit isolated though, just a charge coming through. Not going to be enough to burst him, especially since he has almost max rock barrage. It is a 3-1-1 build, it's so much damage.
It does, and Mafty just didn't really have the health or mana to do much then, but easy way for Dino to get back to lane. Got the bouncy rune. How's mid going, farm-wise? Void Spirit Sanctity's just flexing on mid right now, he's feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, it's a slow start for Cheesy. Sanctity's having a really good time with that Void Spirit. Just with all the CS advantages you have here on Mongolia, it does feel like, you know, mechanical play differences. They're able to get more out of the lane, they're able to play with their heroes on edge a lot more, know their limits, and punish.
Pretty tanky, but the Astral Step barrage is there as well. He will fall eventually, and probably Dino's going to go down here as well. This is the right clicks.
And, you know, we were talking about the item buildups on this Gyrocopter for X123. He is going for the Crystallets anyway, despite going for Rocket Barrage. They are making moves on mid with Ted.
Yeah, Sanctity has the haste rune. Ted though, nice movement. Oh, steps forward, bit of damage coming off. Oh, nice stun though from Ted. Fire pops for the moment, and Maya's asleep. Shuriken Toss is there, but he's just gonna right click him, steal his money at the same time.
They're just finding all these kills. Solo top,
Oh no.
11 finds a kill as well on PL. They just make it work. There's that charge coming in, but he's gonna have to cancel his Sanctity's a bit too far off. 10-1 now for Mongolia. Mauritius just not finding much in the game, but again, to be expected considering that skill gap, considering the fact that the rankings on Mauritius aren't that high. They are putting up a decent enough fight. They're finding some opportunities to be aggressive, but
Mafty's trying to go super tanky. He's got a couple of gauntlets with strength and stuff, but
I love this.
it's just not. He still melts with the barrage.
there's too much damage early on. Nothing really to block that out. And the Crystallis is coming in for X123, so his right-click hits are going to be that much stronger now as well on the Gyrocopter. And you don't have a way of dealing with that.
See you soon though, getting gone as well. Ted's there to back him up. The bugs have come out. Both sides are pretty fine, but I think See You Soon might just drop here. Right click from 11, and he'll get a kill. Rotation out in from Dino, but it's a little bit late. And Ted has got a bug on him, so he knows exactly where he is.
Damn,
Oh,
the
is he gonna
damage
go for
output
it?
of
No
the 11
way.
is just sickening.
He's got time lapse.
Oh.
He's been hexed though, and punished. Serves you right.
Yeah, a bit too deep of a dive. He does get punished, but Ted could still die if Hishki wants to dive. Not going to go under the tower yet. Ted just playing it safe. Did have a sentry, so he probably knows he's being stalked and does manage to spot it. Mid, though, they were charging out the Sanctity. Not going to commit. They try to stomp him out, but it misses as well. So, just a lot of aggression all across the map. 5k lead still holds for Mongolia. So making this draft really work. Still no level 6 on Hishki. One creep away. Although Sanctity.
Rotation in. Mafty's here as well. Has a duel available, but just Blade's there. Gets the duel though. Is there going to be enough damage to come through? Oh, there is. He's in. Gonna try and follow up to Ace 2. Nice ulti. Nether Strike's gonna push him back. There's the bash, the RNG again. And the charge.
And they're finding the punishment now on Mauritius' end. They are dragging a lot of heroes for those kills, but they are leading the kills.
X123 got the kill anyway on the tower. Ted could be okay here. 3v1 right now. Oh, he does so much damage. The finger is going to connect. Is it going to be enough to give him the charge? I don't think it will. They do lose the PL in the meantime. No finger charge. Oh.
Yeah,
Feels
it's
bad.
not a great feeling for the Lion, but they still find that kill in the jar. The
Yeah.
highest net worth here they're taking down. So it's a big win there. And they still lose Mafty, but I think finding jar is good enough. You are still lagging behind here on Mauritius's end. As Team Mongolia are still running across the map. When they lose one here, they're clumped up elsewhere. They're working the creeps themselves, getting farm up, getting EXP. They've got the track up if they want to play with that now.
Oh, the cheesy's been tracked? I thought they were going to cut a tree then, but I don't think they had a throwing blade.
They're trying to apply that pressure onto the mid-tier 1. Sanctity's playing bot though, in the middle of a lot of heroes, but you don't have the best of both for the Void Spirit. You only really have that charge and Nether Strike.
Yeah, and he just charged Sanctity, so he can't get away even. Track kill going over to the Mongolian team. I want to say Lil Gun. Can I say Lil Gun? I probably can't say Lil Gun.
It is basically
Ishki
low gun though.
Yeah, he's been caught out underneath the sentry right now, but they're gonna run off there. Sanctity once in.
Still just tracking the back line. Hitchby could lead to a couple good kills. The rest of his team is hanging around the opposite side. And,
Yep, Sanctity's found out Ted. He's gonna step forward as well. The Remnant connects. Dino goes for the charge. Doesn't quite do anything. Nether Strike though. We'll find Hishki as well. There's a duel to follow up and another Boundless Strike as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
the trade supports there. Still a better win for Team Mongolia, as again that's really just a support kill for a track support kill. So track support kill always wins out. Team Mongolia still working out the map builder, forcing Mauritius to constantly group up. They can't afford to be alone. 11's a very hard target to pin down. They're going to need detection and harder stuns, perhaps even the duel, just to
You'll
lock
need
in
Ted,
that
but he's
leader.
gone bottom for X123 as well. He's pretty speedy. There's no charge available on Dino, no slow either, and Hishki's just TP bottom to support him.
It's a
There's a
big
lot of
clump
movement.
up from Mauritius to kind of lock in the jar, but not find that kill. It's wasting a bit of time there, although.
Oh, the charge. So they have detection. They do. Sentry available. Pops it down as well. Out comes the Hex, but there's no Earth Strike for a little bit. Finger is up. And Jewel is up too.
Yeah, they're trying to chase Rich Easy up top. All of that was breaking down. Rich Easy's still alive, and 11's actually dropping low, but not quite low enough.
Oh no, they turned around onto Dino. These
that
voice
kill.
lines from Gyrocopter. I don't even know them.
Yeah, it's very confident for X123. They are having a good time here on Team Mongolia. So you can't fault them for that, as they keep that 19-6 lead, 10k net worth advantage. So you
Yeah.
just constantly pile on with the mobility, with the tracks they have, and they're just not resting here.
Ishki's doing so much. There's been quite a lot of track kills now. Oh, they're going to turn onto him. Is there going to be enough damage? Finger is available if he wants to go for it, but Ishki gets the damage. And they've just punished both of these Mauritius players. Sanctity, I mean, that's the team wipe. Ultra kill going over to Sanctity.
They all tip Rich Easy as well from Mauritius' end. All of them tipping their own teammate for jumping in. And Mongolia can be able to take that mid tier 2. No problem so far. Mauritius, they need a lot more time to kind of build up. You can see that win probability, 97% for Mongolia, 29k net worth compared to the 15.9 of Mauritius, nearly 2 times more
Ted,
than
no.
what they have.
He wants to use his finger. Oh, yes.
Oh, there you go.
Nice. There's a charge as well. Follow up on Ace 123. Sanctity's in with the step and the damage, but they're going to be able to get the duel now on top of Ace, and Nafty wins it. But X123 is in with the damage with the barrage. Dino, no. They have no mana for the homing missile there, at least. But they do clear up mid T2. Nice. Boundless Strike as well. In comes the Remnant. It will pull across this Monkey King too, and they're just going to be able to turn it. Oh my gosh. How do you kill X123?
You just don't. And this is hit without
just
his
don't.
full Ags up. He's still going to fly in the Ags. He's going to have the side gunner. If he gets even just a Morbid Mask, he's going to live through pretty much all of these engagements. So the gyrocopter is going to be a massive issue now. 14k lead still holds for Mongolia. This build-up, they're having fun here in Team Mongolia. They've got a Vanguard on Ace 12. They've got the Orchid being built up by Hishki. The supports are just going for core items at this point. And for the most part, we don't even see 11 in a lot of these fights. He's just playing top. He's been stuck in the top lane, top jungle for pretty much most of this game, just focusing on farm and building up, and just doesn't care about team fights.
Yeah, he's just playing Farm Simulator. Not really coming in. He's casted a few bugs. But I feel like the fact that this PL has been picked up, he's sitting pretty low on the net worth list at the moment. He's just not having a good time.
Yeah, it's been a tough time for all, of course, for Mauritius. 4.4k on Mafti, 4.4k on Rachiti, and
Sanctity, they found the Monkey King.
no.
Cheesy dead
Getting a
again.
nice
I don't know
kill.
what he was doing up there. He's just watching them take the T2 and there's nothing he could do.
And Dino's trying to man fight against
Radiant's
11.
courier has been killed.
Forced to back off. Of course, 11 can't really stick around for that, but
Oh, nice Astral Stomp. Might disconnect though. They cancelled it. Pretty good. Clean up. See you soon. Those just fall into Sanctity as well. They've come through the duel. Is it going to be able to connect? Oh,
what?
Ace just won it.
Oh no.
And
The
Ted's
Vanguard actually paid off. The Vanguard blocked enough damage for him to live through. He gets the damage. 10 damage on our Elder Titan. We've got 10 damage on our Bounty Hunter. A 4-0 trade coming through for Team Mongolia to take the high ground. Tier 3 gone. Rack's not long for the world. Respawns are short for Mauritius. They are going to lose at least one set of racks, and if Mongolia wants, they could just go for the top racks as well. Maybe even Tier 4s if they're feeling spicy.
That's right. He's going to back off. I was wondering if Dino was going to commit. Then Sanctity's just waiting. He's just waiting for
Ooh.
Mongolia to commit. There is
Cheeky
smoke.
smoke.
Ted has been detected though. In comes the cooldown as well, and I think this is definitely a dead line. Dino's rushed into, wants to give his life after his friend. The rest of the team should probably not do the same.
Now hold off. That top tier 2 is going to be underway though. Or some push into that. No.
Oh, he's just melting. Maftis has gone, this is a boundless strike, manages to find Sanctity for the moment, but he dissimulates back to the back line, to safety.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Short respawn times, like you said, both supports back up. And Ted has finger. He wants to use it.
Radiant's bottom
I know the hunger.
is under attack.
He definitely wants to look for that burst. Hishki is very low. Could be a tasty target, but the top 2. Top racks falls. One set of racks left, protected by the tier 2 outside. Mongolia not backing off, though. They're just going to go for the jugular here. Go for the tier 4s.
Put a sentry down. Come on, Ted, sentry.
There you go.
Now you can get it. Finger, finger, finger. Doesn't need to go for it. That is a lot of damage coming through. Boundless strike, they managed to clear him up, but they kill Hishki.
Oh.
The Zone falls as well. Finger kill does not do the damage. Yeah, cool down. Oh, he blinks out. Oh, they've seen him. Hefty run.
Should be able to run out. But tier 4 is slowly being sieged by the super creeps now. And Team Mongolia actually just looking for the kill. They want the team wipe. Looking for the chase, not focusing on the objectives, having a bit of fun. 18 minutes in, onto the high ground. 38-9, 26k lead for Mongolia. Mauritius. They had a couple ideas in this game. They tried hard, but Mongolia DPC team is just proving a bit much right now.
It's alright. I think they're having fun with it. They're not taking it too seriously. They get a
Oh,
nice
yeah.
little hex off, though, onto the Elder Titan. Bit of damage coming forward, but Sanctity comes through, just clears them up. That's so much. Dino is down again for a bit. There is a duel coming off, but Sanctity wins it. 27k net
10
worth
damage.
at this rate. Ace!
10 damage on X123 as well.
They're gonna have to. So this is obviously game 1 of 2. X123 though, looks like he falls. That's a bit of damage, 770 gold. But Sanctity's just. He's a beast. What is he sitting on? 18-1. He's died once.
Yeah, he's had an outstanding game so far, just not able to control that Void Spirit. We talked about that from draft. They just had no hard stuns to hold a Spirit Brother on mid.
Cheesy. I think you're gonna fountain dive him. There's the cooldown as well. Oh, nice dodge.
Dire's middle tower
Tier 4s will fall now though. Mauritius respawns are coming up. They could look to hold onto the Ancient, but Lil Gunner just cutting them off with the fountain. They can't even go outside.
Shuriken toss there as well. I sure hope I'm sure hope Team Mauritius can in their second game have a little bit more of a yeah.
Dire's ancient is under attack.
From this command. Are they gonna fight inside it? Easy.
Force it out. Still trying to just fountain dive and farm them up, get the team wipe. And Team Mongolia, that should be the first game going their way. Mauritius, they got a couple of kills. They held out. They know the caliber of team that Mongolia is at. And Mauritius, they're playing for fun. We talked about the skill difference on hand. They are fans of Lil Guns. We heard from Richizi in the lobby. So I think they kind of knew what they were getting here. Again, for them, it's a great experience, right? To be able to play against the big guys. To play against an actual proven team and learn something. And I think this was definitely a big learning experience from them in seeing how the lanes fold out while you're actually playing them. It's a very different experience from just spectating pro games and actually getting to play those lanes. I think I am keen to see what Mauritius pulls out in the second game, but Mongolia, Lil Gun looking as strong as ever here.
Yeah, I think it's very easy for spectators to, correct and criticize one of the teams, but when you're actually versing them, you're like, wow, it is just as much as you miss maybe like a wave of farm and you lose the game against these guys. They'll capitalize on any mistakes that you make. But hey, that was fun to watch. Team Mauritius seem to have fun as well. And it is a best of 2. So they do still have a chance. They could make it a 1-1. What do you reckon, John?
I think they've got to pull something left field here on Mauritius. This draft was already pretty left field considering the meta. So just playing around what they're strong at, playing with some of their favorite heroes, I think is the way to go. Just taking things they're comfy with and pulling something very far off for Mongolia to read. I think that's the way to go. Lil Gun, Team Mongolia, basically, they're Lil Gun. They know what they're getting into. And I think whatever they play, it's going to look pretty good from them. But for Mauritius, it's all about surprising us and just being comfy with a game. So I'm keen to see what they do change up for game 2, what kind of draft they want, and what kind of playstyle they look to kind of emulate there.
It'd be cool to have some sort of cheese strat or something, just something fun that could work somehow. But hey, for those watching at home, just make sure you stick around. We'll have a 5-minute break and we'll head on to the last game of the night between Team Mongolia, aka Lil Gun, and Team Mauritius. See you soon.
colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Are we going to be casting? Hang on, sorry, no, we are casting the draft.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do.
Hello and welcome back on Wombat's View. This is John. John, how are you going?
Doing great. We've got game 2 of Team Mongolia up against Team Mauritius next. We have changed servers, so we're playing on the South African server. This should be to the advantage of Team Mauritius now. We'll see how it affects Team Mongolia. Perhaps this helps the cause for Mauritius to take a game off Team Mongolia. As, again, Team Mongolia basically Lil Gun, doing great in game 1. Team Mauritius were having a couple of connection issues. They were mentioning a lot of lag coming on. We'll see if this does change around this time and whether or not they draft something else. Like we talked about the skill difference between the players. This could play to their advantage, and we'll see whether or not they focus on what they want to play versus more meta picks. Still, draft on hand, Team Mongolia. They banned out the Venge, banned out the Monkey. They go with the Ogre Magi first on Team Mongolia. Mauritius,
I love that.
they ban out the Tiny and Lycan. So no meta picks coming true. They do take care of the big cores this meta. We'll have to see what else comes out. We were talking about that Ogre Magi. You said you love saying that name.
Oh, I'm just a big fan of Ogre. Almost a Grandmaster, so, you know. I don't know if I should be proud of that or not, but I play him a lot. Phoenix picked up for Team Mauritius, and it's, are you a big fan of Ogre, or do you think he's...
No, I'm not a big fan. I just find it outstanding. People can be like Grandmaster tier on Ogre Magi. Like it baffles the mind how many Ogre Magic games that is. That is a lot of Ogre Magic games.
No, it's also not. It's because I do the challenges like every time. I'll do all 3 challenges.
Okay.
And I'm always doing my tasks, whatever it is. So I always have to, and that's why I think I do it faster than some people. I've only got like I think 400 games or so, 300 games maybe. It's just a lot.
That's fair enough.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, well, a tree Phoenix combo could be quite nice. Overgrowth matched with the Supernova would be kind of scary. Nothing to hit it quite yet from Team Mongolia. But it's a very early pick, so they could easily just, go for a Mirana or, I don't know, a Life Stealer or Juggernaut or something like that.
Yeah, still kind of manageable for Team Mongol if you want to go for that spell immunity, as you mentioned, with something like a Jug. For Mauritius now, it's not very flexible when you go for Phoenix Treant, so this should just be our 2 supports, unless they run something like a offlane Treant Protector here from Team Mauritius' end, which we haven't seen in a while. I do love that Mongolia go into the Timbersaw. Timbersaw against Phoenix and against Treant's pretty good. You get the Hood of Defiance up. A lot of magic damage suddenly goes away. At least the Phoenix burn, it's not going to feel as bad. It will still scale well, but you are a bit more protected on the Timb. And you can just cut down the trees away. So if the Treant wants to play aggressive, the tree line's not going to be up for all too long against a Timbersaw. That just limits the viability of Treant in lane at the least.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good pickup. We might see who's going to be in that one. X1, 2, 3, possibly? Or 11. No, 11 plays a pretty good Timbersaw from memory, so expecting big things from him. They've banned off for Nyx, actually made it through to the second ban phase. Looks like Team Mongolia are just banning every single core available, except for Venge, who's kind of a mix.
10 seconds remaining.
They just limiting the options for Mauritius to play with a strong combination. I think understanding that they've got Tim, they just take away the Ursa and the Slark, 2 heroes that play well against that tanky sort of offlane, and of course Medusa with the Mystic Snake can make it hellish for a Timbersaw to have a game. So it's all to secure a good game for the offlane Tim, unless again 11 plays out on mid, which is a possibility. Very open there. Mauritius right into the Razor though. Good response for the Timbersaw. Very steady target already to just kind of hold back with a static link and sap some damage away. But Mongolia go into the Snapfire. So it looks like they will have the Ogre Snapfire support duo. They could run Snapfire mid. Very recently, we've only seen Yopaj play that for Boom, but
how's that against Razor?
Against Razor, it's pretty all right. And it's not amazing for Snapfire. Razor can still kind of try to run in static link, but you are a ranged hero. You can run back. You can kind of cookie away. So it's not too bad for Snap, but it's also not what you'd want ideally in Mongolia. You go into the Jar once more. So just back to Gyrocopter here for X123. Stable core. He had a great performance last game. They play aggressive with it, and it's going back to that build. We talked about the Crystallis Rush for Gyrocopter
10
being very
seconds remaining.
beneficial when you have a steroid. You've got Ogre Magi. So you've got Bloodlust and
5
Crystallis
seconds remaining.
early on with Bloodlust kind of covers all your bases.
I'm liking Team Mongolia's picks so far. Razor, though, could be pretty scary to go against. I just wonder what he could couple with. There's still I think Lifestealer is not too bad. I mean, what do you need against a Timbersaw? What's pretty good? Is Ricky's not too bad?
Ricky's not too
He's
bad.
pretty good to dodge quite a few of those spells.
That it is. You have the option for Monkey King. It's a back and forth one. The Monkey King can kind of twack away a Timbersaw, not care about the reactive armor. At some point, though, Timbersaw is going to be a big nuisance to a Monkey King, as he can just chop down trees. There is no Monkey King, though, that has been banned out. Maybe you could just go for something like a Juggernaut. It's still a melee matchup against Tim, but you can just spin off a lot of the damage and not care and try to apply your own pressure onto the Timbersaw as well. Like, you've got Treant, you've got Phoenix. There's a lot of good slows, a lot of good magic damage early on. So Jug might be able to hold that lane. Issue is, scaling-wise, Jug versus Gyro is not particularly amazing for Jug. I think the Gyrocopter kind of wins that matchup out.
I feel like Faceless Void would be kind of nice for Team Mauritius.
team ban.
It
It's got good lockdown. It's good against the Gyro. A good combo with the Supernova as well. And the
Yeah.
Appy.
Yeah, that's the old combination with the Phoenix. You tend to see Chrono Egg is fairly big. With a Magnus on hand, you could fit that Void onto the Pos 1, running the Razor mid, Magnus off, or Razor off, Magnus mid, fairly open for the side of Mauritius to flex those heroes around. Not a big fan of Void right now, though.
Radiant
I
team
just
ban.
feel like Chronosphere is such an awkward spell to play around for Pos 1. Like, long cooldown spells on Pos 1 just feel awful. The only hero that has popped in with that is surprisingly Spectre, who has the worst scaling cooldown spell, or just an
Dire
obnoxiously
team
long
ban.
cooldown spell. But
I
that
think
is
the,
mitigated by
Shadow
the
Step
Ags.
helps, though.
Yeah, the Ags is the only reason why that hero is back. So Void doesn't have anything to mitigate the Chronosphere
Radiant
cooldown.
team pick.
You're always tied into that, and he doesn't flash farm fast. So comparatively, Gyrocopter versus Face's Void farm, Gyro's always going to win out. Even with the Empower on Magnus, I think Gyrocopter is going to be able to clear out camps a lot quicker and be more efficient with farm. So you could still slot in
10
the
seconds remaining.
Face's Void. It does make sense with the draft here. Just hasn't
5
performed well in the
seconds
meta so
remaining.
far.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you. All right, well then maybe like you said, a Jug would be probably kind of nice. I wonder if anyone do we ever see like a Marana mid? I'm starting to feel like this could be a Snapfire mid, but
Yeah.
we've got who's in the mix still. Quap is available. Marana's banned, as we can see. I do see Quap though open. What about a Storm as well?
Storm would be really nice. Your hold on Mauritius isn't amazing for any of the Spirit Brothers. Storm was banned out by Team Mongolia earlier on, though, so unfortunately they can't take it.
Oh, it
Void
was,
Spirit banned
okay.
out as well. They could try Ember here for Team Mongolia if they wanted to. Would be a pretty nice way to have that mobility. I'd prefer to Quap over the Ember in this case, though. The burst damage feels a lot more value, plays in nicely with the timing for your snap. But you did mention snap mid. Again, that would be spicy, and I do enjoy seeing the Snapfire mid. I think Yopach has proven that it is still possible in the highest levels to play a Snapfire mid despite it being out of meta. So I'd love to see that possibility come out for Team Mongolia. Whether or not they go for it is a different question. They are taking away at
Dire
reserve time a
team
bit
pick.
here. They do close out with SF instead, so that's even spicier. Shadow Fiend comes out. We have seen a couple of
You
Shadow
may
Fiends,
now
but
select your
Mauritius
heroes.
Sniper. Why? What? Safe
No.
lane.
Sniper
mid.
safe.
Should be mid with Mafty
Yeah.
safe lane Magnus. See you soon on the offlane Razor. Sniper versus SF. This is what 6.83, 6.82 kind of meta all the way back in Dota 2's history, even all the way back to Dota 1. Right, this is a very old school matchup that you don't see too often. Should be exciting for both sides.
Yeah, I'm excited. I like seeing it. I don't mind a sniper game every now and then. He's not really overplayed anymore, like you said, but there's a lot that can counter him. But on this team from Team Mongolia, like he's pretty safe. There's not too much that can jump in the back lines and actually pressure him from behind. Of course, if they build some blinks, maybe on Sanctity for sure, Blinkules, then Sniper's in trouble. But apart from that, I think he's pretty good for positioning.
He should be able to stand back and just do what he wants here. The lineup of Team Mauritius looking pretty scary in team fights, you gotta admit. Like Overgrowth, Egg is pretty strong, RP on top.
Yeah.
So you soon
Yeah.
can just kind of run around. Really good target in the Gyrocopter to just zap away, especially once you have move speed stacked up. So you can just zap away at the physical core, prevent him from getting hits off. And Mauritius can play with that. They have to play their cards right here, though. I think Team Mongolia still has a lineup that can come online very fast with how we've seen X123 play Gyrocopter, just going for Rocket Barrage, 3-1-1 build, Crystallis Rush. With Ogre up, that Crystallis is going to be worth a lot more for X123 this game.
Yes, indeed. I think I like the Sniper pick. I don't think that they've stacked too many of their like ultimates on one big play. I think the Egg by itself is kind of good. I think the RP is obviously very good as well. And then you've also got the Overgrowth as well for this like extra control. Overgrowth plus Sniper is pretty strong. A really good lockdown for the team. Yeah, I think what Mauritius has done here is pretty good. How's your ping? We're connected to the Mauritius server. So mine's actually pretty stable. 400, 500.
Yeah, I think the key thing is as long as we're not dropping packets through this line, it should be fine. And it looks like we are holding steady. So looks like there shouldn't be too many issues going forward, at least on my end. I can't quite see our VMix mix though, so I'm not sure about the actual stream view right now as it kind of hanged out. But looking smooth so far. That is good news. Early smoke out from Mauritius here.
Yeah, wrapping around.
They might have prize.
They're feeling confident, you know. They're playing from home. They're gonna be on the high ground here. It's gonna pop. Cheesy needs to be careful. Chucks out a couple of shrapnels. Is it gonna be enough? Ace is there. No, guys. I don't think they have too much to really lock anyone down. They need a map to get a skill or something like that. That's the only way.
Yeah, not quite enough to find that first blood. Their level 1 potential was decent, but not enough of a group up coming out from Mongolia for them to counteract that. And should be an even bounty rune start here. Mongolia not in position to snag one away, so it's going to be a 2-for-2. So you do see the lanes break out afterwards. And to be keen to see. You know, I'm interested in seeing how much Sanctity can get out with his SF up against Richeezy's sniper mid. And admittedly, that is a sick-looking sniper set on Richeezy. Look at the glow in that sniper rifle. It's a ridiculously
like
long
Prophet.
sniper rifle. He does, but look at how long that rifle is. It's it's ridiculous.
It's not very ergonomical. Get out denied. Top. Nice little bit of suction going on the gyrocopter. He's taken off 34 damage for the moment. He might turn it onto Ace too. The cookie will be there to stun, and Ace is looking to run. 1 or 2 more right clicks. He's too tanky, and See Soon might actually get punished for this. Ace 123 going to come back up. Has a manga for the ignite if he needs,
nice
but
juke.
all they need is the vision. First blood. See Soon dies there. Ted wants to try and hit Ace here. But I mean, he's just gonna get onto Cookie Connects as well. And
Radiant's courier has been
he's able to walk through the trees though, so he's alive for now.
Radiant's
It's still an
courier has
important
been
kill to
killed.
find for Team Mongolia with its early start. Unfortunately, their couriers walk through the creep wave. So 2 couriers just get unceremoniously taken out by the relentless
bottom?
creeps of Mauritius.
See you soon, just headed straight bottom as well. Got a suction off onto 11. He's hiding amongst the trees. Wasting a bit of time, 6 reaction armor for the moment. Bit of regen too. Look how much time he's wasting.
That is an insane amount of time. Like, they're away from creep wave, they're not farming, and they can't even find a kill yet. 11 might even just live.
Kill the courier! Oh. Alright, no, that's worth. That's 100% worth.
Yeah, he stalled out really long. They do manage to get some space out for See You Soon, and they do go for the lane swap here. They do send Mafty up top once more. So Magnus going to be holding top lane around with Ted on that Treant. They do have to watch it. It's just the chain stuns are so strong.
Yeah, for sure. There's a skewer though under the tower. Ace might be able to get the kill. Nope, there is a heal.
Oh! Ooh.
No, that's so close. He's very lucky. He had the leech seed keeping him alive there, regen. He's trying to wrap around for the kill, but in vain.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt. Does not connect, but the pressure coming through from Mongolia is super strong. The fact that Mauritius can't really find much to do in the top lane is a concern, and they even rotate 11 back up top. So the Timbersaw follows this Magnus, just not giving him a good lane to play with. Melee matchup for Timber is always favorable, and Magnus is just going to have to cop it. Even the Treant doesn't have a good time here.
No, and like you said before, he can just come and chop down all the trees, and Ted's got nowhere to go.
No, doesn't have too many
There you
options
go.
there. As a Treant support, maybe just look at pulling the creep wave, maintaining equilibrium. There is some aggression coming down bot though, and we see X123 there. They are maintaining tri lane, so Hishki, Ace12 make their way bot, just matching up against Razor, playing with the double stuns, playing with the magic damage on X123. X123 this game is not prioritizing Rocket Barrage yet. Looks like he's holding on to that level 1 homing missile, seeing if he can get away with more of a flat cannon build to focus on farm. We'll see down the line, but so far, Mongolia off to a decent start, 1-1. Very even. Mauritius getting a little bit more from the lanes, which is great to see. Compared to game 1, this is a lot better for them in the second game.
Thinking, yeah, Levin's having a good solo lane top at the moment. Only level 3. That's all he really needs is just levels.
He's trying to soak up.
Are the best thing in the world. Oh, Mafty. Yeah, do you like it? I like it. I like the cut one.
Yeah, it's all really obnoxious, and oh, Dino.
Dino, chain stance. Icarus dive is there, but the homing missile's coming forward. And I think he might just pay for it. See You Soon's going to try and turn the damage around, but Hishki will get that kill. Nice suction though, coming from See You Soon. He's got level 2 static link. Just be enough, unless Ace is just that little bit too fast and tanky. Nah, he connects him but pays for it with his life.
Yeah. Good kill coming out. It's still very favorable for Mongolia. So if you manage to get more kills flowing into X123, he is going back to the Rocket Barrage build. So that early laning aggression you want to see from Gyrocopter is going to be in play. Keen to see right now, our sniper is already in the jungle. Richizi's just looking to stack up for dipping back to mid. But he is actually staying around to clear out the camps as well. So he's not playing mid. He's given the lane to Sanctity to solo. That's a concerning sign. A free farm SF going into the Manta build. It's going to be a monster in terms of right-click damage as well.
Manta's good for those spirits. Okay,
What?
they have managed to get the tree. 11 might fall here. He's got 9 reactive armor.
No way,
oh,
no way, what?
Mafty, you don't stand amongst trees and...
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, there is bonus damage with a lot of trees, and he was surrounded by a lot of trees and just managed to skip that kill.
Ace managed to cancel the Icarus dive, but they turned onto him and Cheesy's here. Dino gets the kill though, but it's a nice little pick up for the sniper. I think he's going to go back to base though. And like you said, just free farm for Sanctity. We saw him pop off last game. I think it's going to be the same this time.
Yeah, he's free farming mid. He's going to hit his power treads timing. He's going to hit his Yasha timing. He's shoving into mid tier 1. No defense coming out from Mauritius. They're focused also on the aggressive bot.
They're really focusing on X213 as well. Sunbeam does so much damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They are starting to find some avenues for aggression. You know, it's starting to line up a bit better here for the side of Mauritius. I think they are sacrificing their mid a bit too much. And that mid tier 1 at 658 HP means next shove in, it's going to be gone. Their safe lane for the Magnus is still not working out all too well as well. And they have to keep this mid safe. If it falls too early, they're not going to be able to take control of the triangle. There are already some wards out from Mongolia as well to spot it. They've got the sentry to actually spot the ramp ward. They haven't de-warded it yet, surprisingly enough. So they're keeping the obs ward of Mongolia up.
Oh, nice cookie connects though. On top of See You Soon. There is no damage on this gyrocopter at least. So Static Link has been leveled up quite highly. Dino and Ted are coming in for a little bit of a wrap around. Icarus dive as well. Don't think the cookie quite got it. Hishki should be out for now, but Sanctity's rotated. I mean, missile. Connects. Dino gets a kill as well. Oh, that's decent. 11 popping forward. Hishki might pay for his life here. See you soon. Gets the kill. Double kill though for Dino actually. But X123 is going to turn onto this Razor and Sanctity himself gets a double kill. So that was almost a team wipe on Team Mauritius.
Yeah, I mean, across the map, they lost their Magnus again on a 1v1 lane with Nomlog. 11 on that Timbersaw, and they don't even manage to find that. Down mid, they're keeping an eye on Richizi. He's 12 with slow. Richizi.
Yep, I was looking mid for the moment. Sanctity should be able to get a kill here. He does indeed. Ace waited patiently for that. Mafti up top though, he's getting call in from the supports. No, goes for the skewer. The Welling Death just absolutely wrecks him. The chain away. The spirits are there. The Sunray is going to take him off though eventually. It's a dual effort in terms of getting that kill then.
Yep, they finally slow down the Timbersaw and prevent him from snowballing even harder. The side of Mauritius. It's starting to find some punishment. Tips are coming out for 11 as well.
Oh,
that was fairly
Sanctity
deep,
mid. He just did a Requiem, but it wasn't quite enough damage. But I mean, the follow-up is.
Yeah, and he's just on a spree now. 4-0 on that SF. Lots of damage coming through. Yasha almost done. Mid-tier 1 does fall eventually. And Mauritius, they're going to lack a lot of map control now. The triangle's not going to be as safe. Their top jungle's going to be a bit more open. And they still need to get this initial farm going. Is up top.
Yep, they are going for the chase too. They got a little bit of follow-up here. Cookie connects very cleanly. Welling Death to Sunray. Not going to be enough damage.
Dire's middle tower is
Dino has Icarus dive, so he should be fine for now. He wants to go for it. And bottom. See you soon. See you soon, see you soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
In about 26 seconds.
Yeah, just all the kills coming out for X123. The Rocket Barrage build paying off. He is going for a Dragon Lance this time over the Crystallis. Looking like he is prioritizing the stats a little bit more than just all the raw damage coming through. Can't really fault him. The side of Mauritius trying to apply pressure mid. Just baiting out the RP, trying to see if any sort of reaction can come. They can't really handle the SF solo right now. He is just a monster. The Manta
Level
style
10,
almost there.
yeah.
And yeah, he's got the level stuff. He's got the right click damage. Richizi.
Richizi's level 6, and Ace has just been following him this whole time. Ted's there. He's trying to do a little bit of healing, but actually, really nice Supernova, though it's not going to be quite enough. Oh, that's a great secure. And Sanctity should pay for that. Ooh, big 4 times kill streak ended.
And it's a massive kill going the way of Mauritius. Just a bit too deep there on Sanctity. Not respecting the full clump up and the team fight potential coming through from Mauritius. We talked about that lineup being strong at that, but well, X123.
X123 bottom. Yep, looks like he will fall. That static link is super strong actually. He's using it really well. Ace, though, they found out Dino. He's got no dive. He does have a Sunray if he needs, but nah, Welling Death is going to be there. Ogre Magi is out for the moment. 11 is just looking so scary too. Level 10 versus level 7. And Ishki's here. Has the cookie. Connects to. Nice. Scatter Blast. Fire. Field Shredder, I mean, sorry. But there's the kiss. Oh. Absolutely smothering him.
Keeping that aggression up. They're not giving up. They're still
No.
chasing for Ted. He does have a tree line though, so it can be a bit tough. But he doesn't connect. And the response is starting to come in from Mauritius. Remember, it's still early in the game, so respawns are short. Oh
11. No, Ted shouldn't have gone back in. It's trees.
Dire's bottom
Oh, the Sunray does a lot of damage though. Is he picked up? Yeah, he's got an Earn Charge as well.
no. Oh boy.
Protection though, the hood will be there for the moment. But see you soon as during the fight, they take out Dino and Ted. There's the cookie to disengage. Mafty's coming though. He doesn't have RP for 30. Sanctity's is farming top this whole time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The SF is actually playing as the win condition here for the side of Mongolia. They're being much more active on that gyro.
Where's Gyro? Gyro's not had the best game either. What's he sitting on?
Still a lot of
He's
gold.
only died twice.
Yeah, 323 with 5k net worth, still about 1.4 above the Magnus. Bottom for his team. Doesn't really matter when you've still got a substantial lead over the opposing side. 6k lead for Mongolia now at 12 minutes in. Mauritius looking a little bit better than game 1. 11 kills under their belt, 17 to 11, not as bad as game 1.
Oh.
And RP.
Nifty.
Alright.
Nobody saw that.
Yeah. Didn't happen. No reason for that. Still,
Didn't happen.
chase up top. Ted dropping low. Solo
I
to an
think he's
ogre.
gonna definitely fall. He has leech teeth for the moment. Ogre's gonna go for the TP out because he sees the team following him. So actually, Ted survives there. Ogre just back straight up.
Yeah, they don't have stuns outside of Overgrowth here and RP. So, and Egg on the pop. So, if you can just TP out, why not? Surprised to actually see that Ace 12 is still level 5. I expected him to be a bit higher on the Ogre matchup, but he has been playing a more sacrificial role to enable his cores. And that does mean there's no multicast yet. So imagine once that multicast is up, Fire Blast damage might just rip through a couple of those heroes there.
Yeah, he's not been farming really. He's been roaming around a lot. Still been in a few fights, but actually, I don't think he's hit a creep.
Oh.
Yeah, let's have a look. You can check that.
He's got
4 creeps.
yeah, not much at all, and kind of goes back. It's an Ogre match, right? He doesn't really need to. He's just getting info out for the team, buying out space, making things work. Inside of Mauritius now, with this downtime, they do have some control of their jungle, trying to focus in on building up, hitting some item spikes, getting some gold going. Dragonlance almost up for a sniper,
Dire's
and they
bottom
are just
tower
avoiding
is
fights.
under
So this is the
attack.
right play for Mauritius. Don't engage, stay back, maybe look for pickoffs like on Sanctity.
Oh, they have definitely found him. Like you say, goes for the TP. Nothing to stop there. Wait, does that still mini stun the assassinate?
I believe it does. Very short, but it does cancel TPs. The longer stun is still on the Ags, but Sniper... Sometimes I still see snipers go for Ags on this core position, though. It's definitely not a
Dire's
priority.
bottom tower is under
So
attack.
probably not going to see that until way later on.
X123 is in the enemy jungle, taking their stacks. Used his ulti for that as well, but he's going to be looking very strong soon with his Aghanims.
Nope. Not too far off. Just about, what is it, 1,500 gold away, so going to be able to hit a really big damage spike as well. And the side of Mongolia are doing a fantastic job. Their courts are farming, the supports are the ones running forward with the offlane, just preventing Mauritius from feeling safe. They just can't hold their jungle for too long to build up.
They're really pushing tendency soon have had to get out of the top way, and now Team Mongolia should be able to push that T2 if they want.
Nope.
Siege Creep will be coming in the next wave, so if Sanctity stays around the spot,
11.
that's what he'll be doing. But there is a nice
Skewer
skewer
back.
up onto the high ground. 11 is being threatened with the
Oh,
RP,
what?
which he
No!
misses!
Nasty!
Oh, Mafty. Can't let him get away with that. Surely assassinate,
my
and he
God.
gets a kill in response. It'd be yeah, you'd be kind of spewing. He dies in the end, but
He was pump faking it for so long. It gave it an actual window for the Timbersaw to just chain away. And they get the kill in the end, but it's a very costly kill. Mauritius,
Yeah.
it's still a good gold injection going their way, 684 gold. Despite the 2 deaths, they win out. And that is important, but they need more. They need to keep finding kills. They need to somehow get these punishing pickoffs.
oh
And
no,
I think if they isolate
Cheesy
the
as
sports,
well.
it'd be good.
Will shredder so much anti-armor. There's the multicast stun to Sunray, keeping him alive for the moment. No, stay in the Sunray. Oh, got a big stick.
Don't worry, Mortimer.
A lot of healing coming out
And-
from Mauritius with that
Dire's top
armor,
tower is
with
falling.
Sunray. They do manage to use that time to just clear out top, though. Sanctuary just solo pushes that by himself. So, top tier 2 gone. Outpost ready for the taken. Roshan open. Hishki scouting out, though. Still playing sneaky here in the snap.
He is, but they know he's there. Sentry Ward drops. Little Shredder just does so much damage, as you said there. Nafty tries to break something up, but they're just going to turn onto him. No Timber Chain.
Dire's middle tower is
Now what's Sanctity doing? He's just farming next. Butterfly.
Yeah, just the right click SF build. I'm going to
Dire's
just
middle
really
tower
rip
is under
through.
attack.
And it's so strong. With the talents you have,
Dire
does a
are
ridiculous
scanning.
amount of damage, especially once you hit level 20 with a +3 damage per soul. can be insane. And even the Ag Shard can kind of help you out there a ton. So you could just go for that to get a guaranteed crit every 3 seconds. Very large amount of burst. Side of Mauritius still 12k behind, and Dino does manage to dive away, so he avoids any sort of engagement there. They are stalling as much as they can for See You Soon and for Rich Easy to build up. Our sniper's still behind. Should find Ace though.
Oh, yep, they
no.
found Ace. The kisses might be able to connect though. Richizi looks to fall. He doesn't quite survive there. Ishki's getting gone on by Ted, but we got a kill into Dino in the meantime. Levin did. Who has a meme hammer. And Ted eventually fell to the team. But, you know, they can go and rush now. They've got a medallion. They also have a little shredder. Does the little shredder work on rush?
Yep, it does. So
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
does,
minus
yeah.
armor for the Roshan. You've got the presence of the Dark Lord as well. -9 armor on that Roshan. Pretty much solo for Sanctity. It's basically just him. It's not going to take too long. While that happens, they take the mid-tier 2 with a Meteor Hammer. So they're taking all the objectives here. The Team Mongolia, Mauritius, not able to contest. They do have a ward watching some part of the Roche pit, but not enough for them to really go in. And they're just going to have to give it out. So first Roche, 18 minutes in, going the way of Team Mongolia. Aegis up on Sanctity. They've got the Eagle song up. So there's a lot of right-click damage already on this SF, even without the full butterfly, and just immediately smoke. They want to be aggressive with the Aegis.
Try and find a sniper hanging out in the wrong spot, or a support like Ted as well. He's looking to get straight away, but they should be able to come forward. Yeah, 11 is there. I don't think we've seen a single overgrowth yet.
No, I think we've seen it once, and that's been it. And it's not really a big team fight
yeah,
overgrowth
with
we're seeing. It's really just smaller pickoffs, as Mongolia's not giving them that opening for big 5v5, which is Mauritius' strength is the 5v5. So as long as you don't give them that opportunity, you're going to be able to deny them a comeback possibility. Slowly chipping away at the tier 3 with a Meteor Hammer. Good amount of damage. That's like 500 damage just with a Meteor Hammer, so nice amount burning through. And side of Mauritius now backs against the wall. Be careful about going into that triangle.
You have another scuffle coming on mid too. The cooldown doesn't quite connect. Okay, Mafty, this is your time to shine. You've got Blink Dagger, you've got RP. I don't think they know he has Blink Dagger.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Just being cautious. The high ground defense of Mauritius is pretty strong. You have that RP, Overgrowth, Egg, a lot of good teamfight spells to hold off the push, and oh, X123.
Where has he been found? Is that an RP? I do hear him up on the high ground. Yep. Sunray again, doing lots of damage. They managed to kill off the gyro. That's a lot of push potential. A lot of team fight, but Sanctity, I think, level 17, he can kind of take on the whole team if they want. Ace has had to TP back though, so I'll delay the push for now. Sanctity has been found out, skilled back into the mid lanes. He's gonna go for the ulti, but the Ogre is there. Manta's out of it, goes for it again. Oh,
God.
nice fear onto Ted as well. He's gonna turn his sights into Rishki. 1 or 2 more right clicks. Aegis pops. He kills our cheesy. The egg is there, might be ready in time. Is it gonna pop? Is there gonna be a skewer to stop it? Triple kill though. Ultra kill, should I say. And he's gonna get a rampage. I think he will. 1 more click. No!
No!
Oh, that's rude.
Dire's turret has been killed.
No?
And Vision
No. See you soon, denying the rampage away from Sanctity. But Sanctity, he lost the Aegis. He does have the butterfly up. He's going to be digging into the high ground. Lots of damage on the SF. And Mauritius, they don't have their teamfight spells. No Overgrowth, no RP, no Egg. It means the defense is not going to shape up well as the mid rack starts to fall. Top rack's next. Sanctity going to join his team up there. And for Mongolia, just a slow chipping away on the high ground. Mauritius, got to find something here.
Yeah, they want to fight here. Cooldown just kind of pushes them off, but they definitely got overconfident before when Ace backed him when next 1-2-3 was dead, but I think Sanctity can just solo carry this now.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Oh, they can't get Megas to do one.
11.
11. Push back as well. A lot of kiss damage coming
kisses.
out. That is crazy. I think Richi's is going to be the next one to go. Double kill for Hishki.
Just melting even just the kisses. Like, this is just level 2 kisses. You can't survive against that onslaught. And 11's just pushing by himself with the flamethrower into the Fear Forest. The last set of racks being focused by the rest of the team, Mongolia, Mauritius. They do have RP. I think they want to line that up with the Ag. They do pop it.
Oh. Nice. Onto 3. Skill back into the back lines under the T4.
Oh.
Sunray. Beautiful damage coming through there. Matthew does fall, but Sanctity manages to man her out. They do kill X1P3
Oh my
again.
god.
Triple kill from Sanctity and a buyback. I think there's GG, but Sanctity's so big.
Yeah, they.
Oh yeah, I
they
forgot
can't
about Little
handle it.
Shredder. That's great against the egg.
Yep, they red counted Phoenix. Ensures that the egg's not going to be an issue. They do at least kill off Hishki, but the mid rack is going to fall. Okay, they find us Ogre as well, so that's nice. Oof.
A couple of kills. Buyback from Mafty.
Oh, Rich.
I want to kill Sanctity, who's just
No.
right clicking everyone. Pet's gonna die too.
Oh god.
The buyback. Mafty.
Skewer back.
Skewer back.
No, not enough. Mauritius. Team fight looked good. They do call the DG. Sanctity is playing in that fountain now, getting damage off. Can he actually find that kill? Looks like he will before the game ends. An ultra kill out for Sanctity. No rampage here, but Mongolia take the 2-0. 38-18, 23.5 minutes. 29k lead, playing on South African server as well. And to be fair to Mauritius, you know, we talked about it a bit. Their player lineup, they're not highly ranked. They're not top 100 Immortal players. They're a much more casual stack, I want to say. You know, and this is a major learning opportunity for them and their community in what points of the game they have to improve on, what to look out for, how it feels to play against a pro team. Because again, as we were talking about, there is a difference between watching pro games and actually playing them. I think that difference is something that Team Mauritius can use to build up, to grow more as a team, to learn from, and to kind of shape their Dota experience going forward.
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if they continue getting to play, but at least that was a good opportunity for them to connect with some teams that they've only watched from afar. So, like you said, hey, it was a good good approach. They definitely punished X123 a few times, but Sanctity unfortunately just had that free mid lane, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, I enjoyed watching it, should I say, and casting was a delight. So it does look like, though, that means Team Mongolia / Little Gun is going to be going on to verse Pakistan tomorrow in a best of 3 to wrap up the qualifiers. And who do you reckon is going to come out on top of that? You had big faith in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think Pakistan did well, but when it comes down to it, this is Team Mongolia. This is Lil Gun. This is a DPC team. I think going in, they would be the favorites. Pakistan's really going to have to bring in their A game to kind of knock them down. It looks like Team Mongolia might have a pretty good path here towards the Global Esports Games finals in Singapore down the line in December. But we'll see. Perhaps Pakistan surprises, pulls an upset. Looking good so far in Mongolia's end, though, especially after tonight's performance.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually surprised that Nepal, they dropped it. They dropped game 1 and then they had to forfeit game 2. So, you never know, they could have made it through to the end, but they were very strong in their appearances in the earlier series yesterday and today. But yeah, that does wrap up today. We've had 6 games of Dota. It's been a delight to see the teams that have joined in. We do have more coming your way, and definitely tune in tomorrow for that best of 3 between Team Mongolia, aka Lil Gun, and Pakistan. Are you casting that, John Xfire?
No, I believe we've got Husky and Natty, or perhaps Poglet. I'm not quite sure if they worked that out yet, but it should be Husky
Danog as well.
Possibly.
Awesome. Yes. Okay, so that will be kicking off at 4 p.m. tomorrow, Singapore time. Make sure you tune in and subscribe or follow the Twitch channel so you get notified when we go live. I'm Wombat, this is John Xfire, and we will see you guys soon.
I don't know what you say, I don't know what you do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound.